Chapter 676. An ear-piercing sound was heard. The materialized sound waves were like sharp blades that cut in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard in the void. It was the sound of the terrifying sound waves hitting the dark-skinned young man's body. The sound caused the surrounding air to explode, but it still could not break through the dark-skinned young man's defense. Everyone's hearts trembled. The dark-skinned young man was too powerful. No one in the younger generation could compare to his defense. "It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't break through my defense." The dark-skinned young man looked into the void and sneered disdainfully. The golden-haired young man snorted coldly, and a trace of anger appeared on his handsome face. Then his expression turned cold, and his eyes emitted a sharp aura. The golden light on his body flickered even more, like a golden sun. He was angry. He was really angry. The golden-haired young man did not plan to drag this on any longer. He decided to use his trump card to quickly end the battle. The golden-haired young man was like an angry lion. He planned to use his trump card to quickly end the battle. At the center of his brows, a golden rune shone. Balls of golden light rippled out like ripples. A sharp and terrifying aura surged out and instantly rushed to the entire arena. The golden light was like auspicious clouds that covered the sky. It was also like balls of burning flames that were dancing. At this moment, the golden rune between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows shone, as if a third eye had opened. It was extremely strange. The surrounding people's hearts trembled, and they could not breathe. This power was too powerful, and it made them feel a sense of despair. Even the venerable ones were shocked. Their eyelids twitched because this power was enough to threaten them. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. His prediction was right. The golden rune between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows definitely had the power of a venerable one. This was the only young man he had seen who was not a venerable one and had not condensed a true martial soul, yet had the power of a venerable one. Therefore, he paid special attention to this young man. In the arena, the dark-skinned young man stopped smiling. He naturally felt the terrifying aura emitted by his opponent. That aura made all the muscles in his body tremble slightly. This was something that had never happened before. It would only happen when he faced a venerable one. Impossible. Does he have the power of a venerable one? The dark-skinned young man was shocked. Taking a deep breath, he activated the ancient inscriptions on his body with all his might. Although his opponent's aura was terrifying, he had absolute confidence in his defense. Therefore, he did not intend to dodge. Instead, he chose to take it head-on. Golden runes flickered, and a golden light soared into the sky. Then, it rushed toward the black-skinned youth. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react. In the next moment, the black-skinned young man let out a painful roar. His entire body was like a huge mountain as he fell backwards. A bloody hole the size of a fist appeared in his chest, shattering the black inscriptions on his body and piercing through his body. The dark-skinned young man fell to the ground, his hands clutching his chest, his face filled with fear. Penetrated. His strongest defense had actually been penetrated by someone. Moreover, this attack was too terrifying. If it had been a little more to the side, it would have hit his heart. At that time, he would definitely not have been able to survive. The black-skinned young man suddenly raised his head and looked at the golden shadow in the sky. He was terrified. His defense was strong, and at the same time, he had ancient inscriptions. No one below the venerable one level could break it. Therefore, in this competition, he was aiming to be the champion of the Alliance combat meet, because in his opinion, as long as the venerable one did not make a move, no one of the same level could break his defense. Therefore, he was in an invincible position. However, he did not expect the golden-haired young man in front of him to have such terrifying strength. He was actually able to penetrate his strongest defense. Seeing the golden rune between his opponent's eyebrows flicker again, the dark-skinned young man's body trembled. He quickly admitted defeat and did not dare to fight again. The 100,000 spectators fell silent. Then they burst into earth-shattering cheers. Exciting. It was really too exciting. They did not expect the golden-haired young man to be so powerful. He was definitely a hot favorite to win the championship. In addition to the excitement of the battles, there were also shocking bets in the arena. And the bets of this alliance combat meet were on who would be the final champion. In an instant, countless people placed their bets on the golden-haired man winning. There was no other way. Even the strongest defense could be broken. This golden-haired young man's combat strength was probably unparalleled. This guy is indeed a difficult opponent. Xin Yaotian looked at the golden-haired man in the air with a solemn expression. Zhu, you also open his eyes. His eyes erupted with a shocking light. However, he did not look at the golden-haired man. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. Because the next battle would be his. He wanted to kill Lin Xian on the arena with his own hands and avenge his younger brother. In the next moment, his body swayed and lightning wings formed behind him. He quickly landed on the arena. Lin Xian, come out and die. This voice was like a tsunami shaking the surroundings. Lin Xian sneered, like a sword beam from the 9 heavens. He instantly appeared in the arena. Brat, I will kill you with my own hands to avenge my brother. Zhu, you gritted his teeth, his body surging with killing intent. Your brother is courting death. He can't blame others. As for you, if you don't scram, you will end up like your brother. Don't be so arrogant. If my brother wasn't careless and didn't use his earth-rank martial arts and bloodline power, you wouldn't have succeeded. Today, I will show you the power of the Divine Bird Palace's earth-rank martial arts and bloodline power. Zhu Yu roared. Streaks of blood-red lines appeared on his body, like ferocious little dragons that swam quickly. A powerful aura erupted and swept across the entire area. Above his head, endless spiritual chi gathered and condensed into 3 divine birds, circling and roaring. The 3 heads of the crimson blood bird flickered. The 3 heads were the size of mountains. Their cold eyes looked down and exuded an aura comparable to that of a venerable. At this moment, the 3 heads were all staring at Lin Xian. The cold killing intent reverberated in the surroundings like an invisible divine spear that wanted to pierce through people. It had to be said that Zhu Yu was very powerful. After he used his bloodline power, his aura was no weaker than that of the golden-haired young man. At this moment, all the geniuses looked at the divine bird's shadow solemnly. This was because no one was confident that they could withstand this attack. The dark-skinned young man was even more shocked. His body trembled slightly. This meant that the aura could also break through his defense. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? The dark-skinned young man was furious. He thought that his absolute defense was invincible. He didn't expect that there would be geniuses who could break through his defense one after another. Little thief, tremble under my bloodline power. I will use your head as a sacrifice to my brother. Chapter 677. Not bad. You're very strong. You've already surpassed most of the geniuses and even reached the venerable realm, Lin Xian said softly as if he was commenting. However, it's not enough. You don't even have a 10% chance of winning against me, because I only need 1 sword to deal with you. Lin Xian's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. Then he slowly pulled out the wind shadow sword. Everyone was shocked and started discussing. The venerables frowned, and the 2 venerables from the Divine Bird Palace looked gloomy. Logically speaking, they wouldn't believe Lin Xian's words because Zhu Yu was definitely the top warrior among the geniuses. No one in the same realm could defeat him. However, Lin Xian was too calm. That wasn't the attitude a warrior of the same realm should have. It was more like he was looking down on his opponent. It was as if a dragon was looking at an ant, overlooking the other party. However, they didn't believe that Lin Xian had that kind of power. In the previous battle, they didn't sense a real martial soul from Lin Xian. Therefore, they didn't stop the competition, but chose to believe Zhu Yu. Lin Xian's words shocked everyone and made Zhu Yu furious. After using the power of his bloodline, he could even fight with a venerable realm expert. How dare Zhu Yu look down on him? He was courting death. Go to hell! Zhu Yu shouted angrily. He waved his hands and slammed them down. The power of his bloodline surged, and the shadow of the three-headed vermilion blood bird hovered above his head. With a long cry, it soared into the sky and fell toward Lin Xian. Although the three-headed vermilion blood bird was formed by spiritual power, it looked real. Its 5-colored feathers shone brightly and were crystal clear, like gems. On its surface, flames danced and lightning intertwined, emitting a terrifying aura. Its wings flapped, bringing with them monstrous flames and lightning. The surrounding wind blew violently, as if the void was about to collapse. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Its 3 terrifying heads spewed out lightning, flames, and wind. The 3 intertwined to form an energy storm that raged in the air. This power was too strong. It was infinitely close to the venerable realm. Everyone cried out in alarm, their hearts trembling. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and quickly slashed out with his wind shadow sword. Wind and thunder roared as the sword struck out. The void boiled. An endless sword light soared into the sky, roaring ferociously. The sword light was resplendent and turned into a huge dragon that roared at the sky. He charged forward like a true dragon, descending into the world, majestic and extraordinary. Then he struck out with his dragon claws. Waves of spiritual energy surged in the air, and the space was torn apart. The phantom of the divine bird was severely injured in an instant, torn apart by the terrifying dragon claw. Then, with a swing of the dragon's tail, the 3 crimson blood birds were shattered. This is impossible. Zhu Yu was shocked, as though he had seen a ghost. His handsome face was distorted beyond recognition. He did not believe that his bloodline power would be shattered by a single sword strike. The 100,000 spectators also cried out in surprise. This sword was too stunning, completely exceeding their expectations. The faces of the 2 venerables from the divine bird palace changed greatly. A look of horror appeared in their eyes, and they had a very bad premonition. The 2 of them looked at each other and quickly soared into the sky. Zhu Yu was the most outstanding prodigy in this team, and he was also an extremely talented disciple of the divine bird palace. They would not allow anything to happen to Zhu Yu. The 2 venerables moved quickly, but the sword light in the void was even faster. The true dragon roared and turned from a huge dragon into a sword light. It was like a divine rainbow, shining and dazzling. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhu Yu and slashed him. No. 3 roars sounded. One of them was from Zhu Yu, and the other 2 were from the venerables of the divine bird palace. They had already lost a prodigy, and they would not allow anything to happen to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu also roared to the sky, burning his bloodline power, and at the same time using an earth-rank martial art to protect himself. He had already seen the 2 elders rushing over. As long as he could withstand the sword strike, he would be safe. However, he still underestimated the power of this sword strike. Lin Xian had already condensed a true martial soul, and his strength was comparable to a venerable's. His sword strike was equivalent to a venerable's attack, and ordinary prodigies could not resist it. In just an instant, Zhu Yu's protective divine skill was torn apart, and the next moment he was cut in half. Damn it, Ah, I'm going to kill you. The two venerables of the divine bird palace seemed to have gone crazy, like injured beasts. They roared crazily, causing the entire arena to tremble. The two of them had indeed gone crazy. This scene was exactly the same as when Zhu Ning died, and they could only watch helplessly, unable to change anything. That was a peerless prodigy, a genius who could become a king in the future. However, he had died just like that. The two venerables kept beating their chests and wailing. "Kid, I want you dead." One of the venerables roared crazily and punched out. The terrifying fist was like a huge mountain quickly descending on the arena. This punch was too fast and too sudden. The other venerables tried their best to block it, but they were still a step too late. The terrifying fist carried an incomparably powerful force, directly shattering the void, breaking the light curtain, and crashing towards Lin Xian. This was the power of the venerable realm. It was so powerful that it directly caused the world to collapse. The 100,000 spectators exclaimed. They were all worried for Lin Xian. Such a violent punch was likely to turn Lin Xian into a bloody mist. No one doubted this result, not even the prodigies. They all watched the battle with solemn expressions, looking at the terrifying fist rushing towards him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly slashed out with the wind shadow sword in his hand. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. The power of the sword's soul surged out like a peerless divine sword, piercing through heaven and earth. This aura was so sharp that it was as if 100,000 divine swords were roaring, causing the entire world to tremble violently. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. The weapons of 100,000 martial artists trembled and pointed towards the center, as if they were worshipping a king. The terrifying sword aura caused everyone's expression to change. Boom! The sword light was dazzling, and the cold light was dazzling. When the sword slashed onto the fist, a shocking wave of energy erupted and swept in all directions. At this moment, the venerables of the three top forces took action one after another, forming a light curtain to protect the 100,000 spectators and the arena. Otherwise, the violent energy storm would definitely be able to destroy everything within a 500-mile radius. An earth-shattering explosion was heard. It was as if thunder had struck from the 9 heavens. The violent energy aura-slapped in all directions, colliding with the light curtain formed by the venerables and shaking it back. In the end, the energy formed beams of energy that shot into the sky and shattered the clouds above. Seeing that the terrifying energy had disappeared, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Then they eagerly looked towards the arena. They saw that the entire super arena was torn apart. Countless terrifying cracks appeared on it, and there were even terrifying, huge pits everywhere. A figure floated above the arena. He was wearing bright red battle armor and holding a long sword in his hand. He looked like a sword god who had been reborn. Lin Xian, he's not dead. What? He resisted the attack of a venerable? How is that possible? Chapter 678. A martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm was actually able to resist a first-level honorable. This was definitely a fantasy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The honorable realm and the spirit-detecting realm are not on the same level. No one can break this rule. Many people shook their heads in disbelief. Martial soul. It's the power of a martial soul. Lin Xian has condensed a real martial soul. However, those honorables exclaimed because they felt the real power of a martial soul in that sword strike. Once the news was out, everyone was shocked. He had actually condensed a martial soul. He had the power of an honorable. This was too powerful. One had to know that those geniuses only had the embryonic form of a martial soul and belonged to the half-step honorable realm. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he had condensed a real martial soul, and his combat strength was comparable to a honorable. In other words, Lin Xian had completely surpassed the geniuses of his generation. He was above everyone, and was on par with a real honorable, condensing a martial soul at the age of 18. This was definitely a magnificent feat that no one had ever achieved before. Those geniuses looked at Lin Xian with shock. Among them, He Muya's face was pale, and his body was trembling. The two honorables of the Divine Bird Palace had dark faces and murderous auras. They had completely underestimated Lin Xian's strength and talent. This youth could definitely become a king. This kid can't be left alive, or he'll definitely be a huge problem for the Divine Bird Palace. The killing intent in their hearts was overwhelming. They could not wait to kill Lin Xian, but the venerable ones from the other forces in the arena stopped them, so they could not make a move at all. The two honorables of the Divine Bird Palace had cold expressions and retreated without a word. They had already made up their minds to set up a blockade around the arena. They would definitely not let Lin Xian escape. Lin Xian's display of the power of an honorable shocked everyone. He glanced around and said coldly, "All of you, come at me together." This voice was too arrogant. He wanted to fight against all the geniuses alone. If it was before, it would be impossible, and everyone would only treat it as a joke. But now no one dared to laugh, because Lin Xian had condensed a sword soul and possessed the strength of an Exalt Realm expert. So he was absolutely qualified to speak such words. Those sky prides had ugly expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The golden-haired youth's eyes were cold. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered, and his body was full of fighting spirit. On the other side, Shen Yaotian gritted his teeth. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with intense jealousy. Damn it! He really condensed a martial soul. How could this be? This is impossible. I should be first. Shen Yaotian roared in his heart, especially when he heard Lin Xian's words. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the arena, those older generation elders also looked at each other with complicated expressions. Originally, it would take a few more matches to determine the champion, but now it seemed that there was no need for that at all. The strength displayed by Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could definitely suppress all of the youths present. Therefore, they had originally planned to announce the results directly and let Lin Xian become the champion. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to be even more direct. He actually asked all the sky prides to attack together. "I'll fight you." The golden-haired youth's voice was cold. He soared into the sky, his body shining with golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a golden god of war. In an instant, he arrived in the void. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered and shot out a ray of golden light. He did not dare to be careless when facing Lin Xian, so he used his strongest trump card right away. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered like a third eye and quickly opened. The golden light was dazzling, and as fast as lightning, it instantly streaked across the void. The golden light was extremely powerful. Back then, it had shattered the black-skinned youth's strongest defense. It could be said that this power was not much different from an Exalt Realm expert. In an instant, the golden light surged over like a golden wave. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. The huge sword chi was like a rainbow that glided through the air like a meteorite. The two collided, but there was no shocking explosion. It was as if ice and snow had met a raging fire. They were in a stalemate in the air, making sizzling sounds. Although the golden light was powerful, it still could not withstand the sword chi with the dragon sword soul, and was instantly cut apart. The sword chi surged like a dragon swinging its tail and sent the golden-haired youth flying. "I'll give you a chance. If you can make me take half a step back, I'll give up this championship. Lin Xian looked around and said loudly, "You have 5 breaths of time to consider. If you don't make a move after 5 breaths, the championship is mine." Hearing that, the 100,000 spectators below were shocked. Lin Xian was too domineering. He did not take the Sky Pride seriously at all. In a private room that looked like a small palace on the 4th floor, a middle-aged scholar with a yellowed book in his hand smiled and said, "This kid is quite interesting." "Humph, what's so interesting about him? He just wants to see the young mistress. All men are the same." Ling curled her lips in disdain. In the middle, a woman in white was like a fairy who had descended. She was extremely beautiful. Her eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Lin Xian was indeed beyond her expectations. At least, she did not expect him to condense a sword soul. Not bad. Maybe he'll be able to contend with those people after a few years of growth. Young mistress, don't flatter him. How can he compare to those people? Not to mention his influence, his own strength is not enough. Ling pouted. She had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Xian, and she still held a grudge. Now that she saw Lin Xian's arrogance, she was naturally displeased. Let's not talk about his influence first. His strength is indeed inferior, but his talent is definitely not inferior to those people. If we can get him to join our side, our chances of winning will be much higher. This kid is indeed not bad. He has condensed a martial soul at such a young age. His future is limitless, the middle-aged scholar next to her said. However, it seems that the people of the Divine Bird Palace want to kill him. I wonder if he can escape this disaster. Ling, invite him here after the competition, the white fairy said softly. Got it. Ling did not dare to disobey the order, but the displeasure on her face was very obvious. Below, the 4 geniuses had complicated expressions as they made the final decision. Soon, the 4 of them had the same idea and quickly soared into the sky. The 4 geniuses wanted to join forces to attack Lin Xian. He Muya was among them. He gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. Although he could not defeat Lin Xian in a one-on-one fight, the 4 geniuses together were enough to contend with a real venerable. Therefore, he was confident that he could join forces with the other 3 geniuses to suppress Lin Xian. You're very powerful, but you're too conceited. The 4 of us together are enough to suppress you. The golden-haired young man's expression was cold. I've never tried to suppress a venerable before. I'm looking forward to it. The dark-skinned young man revealed his snow-white teeth. Chapter 679. I'll suppress you later. Let's see if you can still be arrogant then. Shun Yaotian's body shone with 108 astral halos. He stared fiercely at Lin Xian, wishing he could tear him apart. The 4 of them attacked from all directions, using their strongest moves. A golden light flashed and tore through the sky. It was like a golden spear that pierced through the air. On the other side, ancient inscriptions jumped and formed a ferocious demonic bear. It roared at the sky, its voice tearing through the heavens. 108 astral halos shone and condensed into a mysterious starry sky map that pressed down on Lin Xian. The starry sky map was incomparably vast. It was like a real starry sky that carried terrifying power. In the end, He Muya also gritted his teeth and roared, using his strongest attack. The small black tree rotated and formed a black ball of light. It quickly surged out like the water of the underworld river. The 4 geniuses attacked with all their might, causing the space to explode. The boundless energy caused the void to boil and quickly drowned Lin Xian. Fortunately, the 4 supremacies had joined forces to form a light barrier that protected the tea house well. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to ashes long ago. The 100,000 spectators exclaimed. That attack was too powerful. The 4 geniuses could definitely contend against a supremacy if they joined forces. Lin Xian had only condensed his martial soul and was not a true supremacy. Could he block this attack? Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. The four peerless geniuses joined forces and unleashed a terrifying attack that drowned Lin Xian. The four of them were too terrifying when they joined forces. They could suppress a supremacy. Lin Xian unleashed the power of his sword soul. He waved his long sword and condensed a demonic red lotus in the air that quietly bloomed. The red lotus floated in the air, tender and alluring. Every petal was crystal clear and contained the power of the sword soul. Then it soared into the sky and spun rapidly, forming streaks of sword chi that slashed in all directions. Each streak of sword chi was as thick as a mountain. They were like angry dragons that roared at the sky. The void surged and countless waves of air rolled like waves, slapping in all directions. The sword chi was incomparably sharp. It was like a peerless divine sword that slashed down quickly. Boom. Puff. 108,000 streaks of sword chi shot out in all directions like a rain of light, slicing apart the combined attack of the four peerless geniuses. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the combined attacks of the four geniuses were shattered, turning into spirit chi that floated in the air. After that, the four of them coughed out blood and were sent flying. With one sword, the four geniuses had been defeated. Everyone was dumbfounded. There were no words to describe their feelings. Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. His sword shook the heavens and repelled all the prodigies. At this moment, his figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of many martial artists. Even 100 years later, there were still people who mentioned this battle. Lin Xian defeated the four prodigies with a single sword strike and became the champion of this year's martial competition. At the same time, he also obtained the champion's reward, 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, a divine dream bone, and a chance to see Heavenly Daughter Morong. Each of these three rewards was enough to make people excited. Lin Xian was also excited. This was because he could finally obtain the divine dream bone. It was a key material to make the Red Lotus armor. As long as he continued to collect it, he believed that one day he would be able to make the true Red Lotus armor. After placing the divine dream bone and 10 million medium-grade spirit stones into his storage belt, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. And at this time, in a private room on the 4th floor, a small and cute girl appeared. She lightly humphed and pouted at Lin Xian, saying, "Hey, my family's misinvites you in." "You again?" Lin Xian smiled as he saw the young girl. "I say, can you be a bit nicer this time?" "Humph, you bastard. You want me to treat you with respect? Dream on." As Ling recalled the last time she was defeated by Lin Xian, she was driven mad with anger. She clenched her teeth and whispered, "Damn bastard. If you have the ability, then refuse again." However, she was disappointed this time. This was because Lin Xian didn't refuse. Instead, he readily agreed. Ling gnashed her teeth in anger at Lin Xian's reaction. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on him and bite him. Lin Xian did the same this time. Firstly, he was really curious about how beautiful the legendary Morong goddess was to be able to make so many geniuses go crazy. Secondly, he needed to use the Morong goddess's name to intimidate the divine bird palace so that they wouldn't dare to make a move. This way, he would have time to deal with them. Under countless envious gazes, Lin Xian followed Ling to a palace-like private room. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian saw a fairy-like girl. Although her beautiful face was covered by a white veil, Lin Xian was sure that she was a peerless beauty from her hazy silhouette. No wonder so many geniuses went crazy for her. Just her figure alone was enough to make people infatuated and unable to extricate themselves. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul swam around in his body, allowing him to maintain a clear mind. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I've long heard that the Morong goddess is as beautiful as a fairy. Now that I've seen you, you're indeed extraordinary. Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian's eyes were too clear, without a trace of impurity. One had to know that when those warriors saw her in the past, they all had a dazed look. Even those geniuses were not spared. However, Lin Xian was different. Although he was also admiring her, he maintained an absolute clarity of mind. This made the middle-aged scholar beside him exclaim in admiration. "Young Master Lin, you're a young genius. How admirable! May I know where your master came from?" Murong Qingqing asked. Her voice was very pleasant, like the sound of nature. "My master lives in the mountains. He's not famous. You won't know even if I tell you." Lin Xian laughed. "Living in the mountains, that means he's an expert." Murong Qingqing thought to herself. At the same time, she realized that perhaps Lin Xian did not have a powerful background. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly. "I wonder if young Master Lin is willing to follow me and step onto the peak of martial arts?" "Follow you?" Lin Xian was stunned. "You mean to marry into the Murong clan? Although you're very beautiful, isn't it a little too soon to talk about marriage the first time we meet?" Murong Qingqing, the middle-aged scholar, Ling the three of them were stunned, as if they were petrified. Murong Qingqing's face turned red, although there was a veil between them. Lin Xian could still feel her shyness. It was as if her every frown and smile could captivate people. Ling screamed, "Talk your head, despicable bastard! Why are your thoughts so dirty? I'm so angry!" She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, constantly rubbing her canine teeth. On the side, the middle-aged scholar also laughed, as if he had heard the most interesting thing. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. "What? Did I say something wrong?" "Young Master Lin, I think you've misunderstood. I meant to say that you'll join my faction." Murong Qingqing's expression returned to normal, but her voice was still a little unnatural. Chapter 680. So it's like that. I thought it was dual cultivation. Ling rolled her eyes. She wished she could strangle Lin Xian to death. Murong Qingqing's expression was also unnatural. Her body stiffened. No one had ever dared to joke with her like this. "Sir Lin, what do you think?" Murong Qingqing quickly regained her composure. There were no longer any fluctuations in her expression. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I currently have no plans to join any power. Furthermore, I still have things to do." Lin Xian shook his head. That was because he had to go to the War God Palace to find his father. Furthermore, Murong Qingqing's identity was too special. Being together with her would probably attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Although Lin Xian had condensed his martial soul, he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he refused. Lin Xian's reply shocked the three people in the room once more. "You dare to refuse my young miss' request?" Ling angrily roared. "You bastard, is there something wrong with your brain? Do you know how many people in the Timu continent want to join us? I think you're just a country bumpkin from the mountains." Beside him, the middle-aged scholar also reminded him, "Kid, this is a rare opportunity. You have to think carefully." Murong Qingqing didn't say anything. Her eyes were shining with a strange light. No one had ever been able to refuse her. However, this youth in front of her had so easily refused. Not only that, but every decision of Lin Xian surprised her. It was as if this youth in front of her didn't play by the rules. "You don't have to rush to answer. You can slowly think about it. Once you've thought it through, it won't be too late to give me an answer." Murong Qingqing wasn't angered by Lin Xian's refusal. Instead, she was becoming more and more curious about this youth in front of her. "What are your plans? Will you continue to stay in Quicksand City, or—" "There's no reason for me to stay in Quicksand City. Next, I might make a trip to the War God Palace." "War God Palace?" Murong Qingqing nodded slightly. According to the information she received, Lin Xian was indeed in contact with a supremacy from the Palace of Ares. As for how deep the relationship between Lin Xian and the Palace of Ares was, she had no idea. It just so happens that we're also leaving Quicksand City, and it's on the way. Why don't we go together? Morong Qingcheng smiled. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time, making the world lose its color. It was as if the white-robed fairy had become the only thing in the world. Ling, and the middle-aged scholar were shocked. They did not expect Morong Qingcheng to make such a decision. Even Lin Xian was surprised, but he quickly smiled and agreed, because this way he could get rid of the two venerables of the Divine Bird Palace. He believed that with Morong Qingcheng by his side, the people of Divine Bird Palace would not dare to make a move. All of Lin Xian's belongings were placed in a storage ring. The little white monkey and the dark red dragon were also placed in his demonic beast pouch. Moreover, Nan Gongseng and the others had already made arrangements so he could leave Quicksand City at any time. The group walked out of the room and prepared to leave. A 7-colored rainbow appeared under Morong Qingcheng's feet, carrying her through the void like a bridge. At this moment, she was like a fairy descending, beautiful beyond compare. Goddess Morong. It's Goddess Morong. At this moment, the audience below had not left yet. When they saw the fairy in the sky, they immediately exclaimed. Countless people looked up, mesmerized. Those geniuses clenched their fists, looking excited. Morong Qingcheng was one of the most beautiful women in the Tianmu continent. Moreover, she was a disciple of a sovereign family. Her status was definitely extraordinary. She was the object of countless warriors' dreams, and now she was right in front of them. However, these geniuses could not get excited because there was another person standing beside Morong Qingcheng. A young figure stood on a divine sword with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, as if the sword god had been reborn. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. When he stood beside Morong Qingcheng, they really looked like a golden couple. The people below naturally recognized Lin Xian, and they were extremely envious. In their opinion, if they could gain the favor of Morong Qingcheng, they would not have to worry about their lives. The people of the Divine Bird Palace looked worried, especially the two venerables. Their faces were extremely gloomy. They originally wanted to take action, but Morong Qingcheng's appearance forced them to stop their plan. Damned little thief. He actually got together with someone from the Morong family. What should we do? Do we still have to take action? Humph. Of course we have to take action. You have to pay the price for killing our Divine Bird Palace's people. Do you think you are safe with Morong Qingcheng? Ridiculous. The two venerables of the Divine Bird Palace whispered, their eyes flashing coldly. Then the two of them quickly disappeared, as if they were carrying out some plan. Lin Xian left a message for Nan Gongseng and Ling Tianyi, telling them to develop well here, while he quickly left Quicksand City with Morong Qingcheng and the others. Among these people, except for Ling, who was still in the spirit-detecting realm, Lin Xian and the other two were all in the Venerable's realm, especially Morong Qingcheng, whose aura was very faint, but Lin Xian could clearly sense that the woman in front of him was in the Venerable's realm. Unlike him, not only did she condense a martial soul, but her cultivation was also in the Venerable's realm. This made him deeply shocked. She is indeed a genius. She is indeed valiant, and her strength is so terrifying. He estimated that if he fought with Morong Qingcheng, he might not be able to defeat her. This gave him a new understanding of the sovereign families. There were probably such people in the Divine Bird Palace, but they might not have come this time. However, Lin Xian was not discouraged. Although Morong Qingcheng was young, she was obviously in her 20s, and he was only 18. He was probably the only one who had condensed a martial soul at this age. The group was very fast, and it did not take long for them to leave Quicksand City and arrive at the Sunset Desert. After passing through the desert, they would leave the sand region. According to the performance of the geniuses from other regions, the Sand region seemed to be a relatively backward region in the Sky Martial continent. But even so, the development of martial arts in this place had long surpassed the Tianan region. He really did not know how prosperous the other places in the Sky Martial continent were. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He stepped on the sword shadow and flew quickly. Suddenly, the air under his feet fluctuated and rippled. A strange force appeared out of thin air and instantly enveloped him. In the next moment, space twisted and took him away. Not good. Morong Qingcheng and the other two's expressions changed. They did not notice anything strange before. Beside them, the middle-aged scholar snorted and suddenly attacked. The wind from his palm was fierce, and a violent wind blew, turning into a terrifying palm that grabbed forward. The void shattered and trembled incessantly. However, Lin Xian had disappeared without a trace. Damn it! It should be those two old fellows from the Divine Bird Palace. Chapter 681. Lin Xian's sudden disappearance shocked Morong Qingcheng and the other two. Damn it! It's those two old guys from the Divine Bird Palace, the middle-aged scholar said in a low voice. Uncle Guangzhang, can you find them? Morong Qingcheng asked. The middle-aged scholar sensed carefully and then shook his head slightly. I can't sense them. Judging from the situation just now, they must have used some kind of strange formation. But they shouldn't be too far away. The three frowned and began to search. The moment Lin Xian was enveloped by the strange power, he activated the Red Lotus armor. A layer of bright red light covered the whole area. Red lotuses jumped and protected him. At the same time, Lin Xian quickly resisted and slashed out sword light, but he found that it was useless. Kid, don't be rash. This is a spatial teleportation formation, the dark red dragon said. Be careful, they're obviously targeting you. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The people targeting him must be from the Divine Bird Palace. He didn't expect that they would have a chance to attack him while he was with Morong Qingcheng. It seemed that he had underestimated the Divine Bird Palace. The next moment, a light flashed, and Lin Xian was pulled to a deserted area by the force. As soon as he appeared, a majestic force was used. It was as if thousands of mountains were moving, causing the void to tremble. Bang! Lin Xian was caught off guard and was sent flying. Fortunately, he had activated the Red Lotus armor in advance. Otherwise, this blow would have split his body. Even so, his aura was tumbling and his bones were cracking. He's not dead? A surprised voice was heard. Obviously, they were surprised that Lin Xian could withstand the blow. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly turned around. His gaze was like a sword that pierced through the void. So it's you two old dogs. Lin Xian saw the two venerables from the Divine Bird Palace, and his face was gloomy. Humph, kid, today is the day you die. Let's see where you can run to this time. The two venerables had ferocious looks on their faces, as if they were demon kings. Behind them were 5 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. They were all looking at Lin Xian with sneers on their faces. Lin Xian frowned. He observed his surroundings and discovered that this was a special ray formation that had sealed off this part of the world. He simply couldn't get out, and he wouldn't be able to break the array formation in a short time. You sent out 2 venerables. The Divine Bird Palace is really shameless. Humph, to be so shameless even when dealing with a junior. It seems like this lousy bird palace isn't all that great. The dark red divine dragon flew out, its face full of disdain. Woogie woogie. The snow-white little monkey also nodded, its expression disdainful. Humph, it's useless to say anything. Today, you won't be able to escape death. The venerable from the Divine Bird Palace sneered. What a pity. Are all the young generation of the Divine Bird Palace dead? Lin Xian laughed. Don't be so arrogant. There are countless geniuses in the divine bird palace. It's just that none of them came this time. That's right. Isn't it just a venerable? My divine bird palace also has one. Ha ha! Lin Xian laughed. You have one too? I'm 18 years old this year. What was the strength of your geniuses when they were 18 years old? Put away your pride. In front of me, you're nothing. What's the use of your talent? A dead genius is nothing. The two venerables attacked mercilessly. Boom! The terrifying palm fell, and the sky boiled as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying palm of light grabbed at Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The sword light was dazzling, as if the galaxy was vast and mighty. It was 1,000 meters long and slashed down in the air. The sword chi cut through the palm of light, producing an earth-shaking boom. At the same time, he used his footwork to dodge quickly. This was because a fist as large as a mountain was flying over, shattering the void. Whoosh! Lin Xian brushed past the fist. The terrifying fist force hit his body, producing clanging sounds as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The two venerables working together was too terrifying. Lin Xian couldn't resist at all. Little dog, I'll kill you, and then I'll kill these two beasts. I'll also kill your entire family. Everyone related to you will die. Ooh. The two venerables sneered, their bodies surging with killing intent. Beasts? You too are the beasts. The dark red divine dragon shouted angrily. Damn it, I'm angry. Isn't it just a stupid formation? I'll tear it apart. Lin Xian's expression was cold. No one could threaten his companions and family. Sword light flickered in his eyes, and a pair of wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. They were 100 meters long. Kill my family and friends? You can't be forgiven. Whoosh! He flapped his wings and disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. The two venerables attacked. They kept waving their palms, creating black holes in the void. Violent airflows raged in the air. However, Lin Xian was too fast. He passed through them all. He had an Earth-grade movement technique and perfected wind and thunder concept. Now that he had the wind and thunder wings, his speed had reached the limit. Even a first heaven venerable might not be able to catch up to him. If he went all out, Lin Xian was confident that he could catch up to a second heaven venerable. Like a gust of wind and lightning, he kept appearing in the void and quickly approached the people of Divine Bird Palace. You're courting death. One of the venerables was furious. A flame formed in his palm and spread into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The power was 10 times stronger than what you had used before. Lin Xian let out a long roar and attacked with his sword soul. The half-moon sword chi flew out like a blood moon. At the same time, the sword of slaughter condensed in his hand. A monstrous and terrifying killing intent was vast and mighty. It was like the roar of a killing god, causing people to tremble. Puff! The sword chi surged and cut open the sea of fire. At the same time, Lin Xian flashed quickly. Oh no! Stop him! The venerables shouted. Because he saw Lin Xian heading towards the 5 disciples of Divine Bird Palace. How dare you, little dog! Another venerable roared. His voice was like a tide that rolled over. At the same time, a blue long whip appeared in his hand. Lightning flashed on it, and it carried a terrifying aura. It was a thunder whip. The long whip shook, and countless bolts of lightning flashed, making crackling sounds as it pierced through the void. The energy fluctuation was like a thunder dragon. It roared out and circled in the air, rushing towards Lin Xian. The whip tore the void apart as it swept towards Lin Xian at high speed. If hit, even a venerable would be seriously injured. Lin Xian roared and raised his speed to the limit. At the same time, the armor on his body bloomed with light. A bright red lotus bloomed and spun in the air, blocking the lightning whip. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of the disciples of Divine Bird Palace. The sword of slaughter in his hand bloomed with endless blood-red light, dyeing the entire sky red. "Little dog, if you dare to attack, I'll make you wish you were dead." The two venerables roared. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace also roared crazily. "We're the geniuses of Divine Bird Palace. If you kill us, Divine Bird Palace won't let you go. When the time comes, we'll kill your entire family and your people. We'll pull out your tendons and refine your soul." Puff. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He waved the sword of slaughter, forming a blood-red sword light. Suddenly, a head flew into the sky. Blood spurted into the void like a pillar. Swoosh. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were splashed with blood, and their faces were covered in blood. They looked at the fallen headless corpse and screamed crazily. At this moment, they were finally afraid. Chapter 682. Lin Xian dodged the attacks of the two venerables. Using his ultimate movement technique, he arrived in front of the Divine Bird Palace disciples in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. With a swing of his sword, 3 heads flew into the air. Blood spurted into the sky like pillars. Horrified screams were heard. The rest of the Divine Bird Palace disciples screamed frantically and trembled. The two venerables also roared to the sky. Their bodies exuded a powerful and terrifying aura that shook the entire sky. Damn it, damn it. A brat actually killed their disciple right under their noses. It was a slap to their faces. Moreover, those disciples were all geniuses and elites. The death of any one of them would be a loss to the Divine Bird Palace. Their hearts were bleeding. They roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. "Little dog, I'll cut off your limbs and make you kneel in front of the graves of these heroes forever. I'll torture you every day. I'll make you wish you were dead." Vicious voices were heard. Like spears of the underworld, they pierced through the void and surged in all directions. "Humph, who do you think you are? Do you think you can cut off my limbs?" Lin Xian sneered. His hands did not stop moving. He waved his long sword, forming a terrifying blood-red sword aura. In an instant, the remaining Divine Bird Palace disciples were cut in half. "You two old dogs who have lived for hundreds of years. Didn't you want to kill my parents? I'll let you have a taste of this first, so that you won't harm others in the future." Lin Xian sneered. "Old dogs who have lived for hundreds of years have no right to compare with me. If we were both 18 years old, I could kill both of you in one move." Damn it. The two venerables of the Divine Bird Palace went crazy. No one had ever dared to insult them. But now, Lin Xian's words were like demonic swords that pierced their hearts. Moreover, the dead disciples in front of them deeply provoked them. Those disciples were all killed. None of them survived. This made it impossible for them to go back and explain themselves. "Brat, I want you dead." A large flaming hand reached out. It was burning with divine flames and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The 5 fingers were like heavenly pillars of fire, sealing off all directions and sealing off the world. The other venerable one waved his thunder whip, which was like a blue thunder dragon roaring ferociously. Lin Xian spread out the wind and thunder wings on his back and dodged quickly. He didn't want to take the attack head-on. "Ruffian Long, has the formation been broken?" Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. "What a joke. I'm the Supreme Dragon Emperor. Is there any array formation that I can't solve?" The dark red divine dragon said proudly, "If it wasn't for the loss of my dragon essence, I would have been able to break this formation with a single claw. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and break it." Hee. The dark red dragon waved its claw. "You know that I haven't attained the Exalt realm yet, so it's very troublesome for me to break through this formation. However, I've thought of another way. Although I can't break it in a short period of time, I have complete control over this array formation. I can modify this formation and make it work for us. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. These two old farts dared to call me a beast. I must kill them. What should we do? Tell me. The power of wind and thunder surged on Lin Xian's body. He was like a stream of light shuttling back and forth between the terrifying attacks. This is a double-layered formation. It can seal off and teleport. I can use this formation to teleport one of the venerables out. As for the remaining venerable one, I'll use the formation to coordinate with your attacks. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face lit up. He had wanted to kill these two venerables for a long time, but they were too powerful for him to succeed. Now that the dark red divine dragon had a way to separate them, it was definitely a great opportunity to kill them. Both of them were first heaven venerables, and the one who used thunder was stronger. He had already reached the peak of the first heaven venerables. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to teleport the thunder venerable out and kill the other one. He passed his idea to the dark red divine dragon. Then he placed the snow-white monkey on his shoulder and prepared to launch a sure-kill attack. Kid, it's no use running away. You won't be able to survive. The two venerables howled crazily. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and an invisible power of space suddenly appeared and covered the thunder venerable. This is the power of the teleportation formation. The two venerables were shocked. They could not understand why their formation would suddenly be activated. Moreover, it was used on them. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Then it waved its dragon claws and quickly changed the formation. Buzz. The air trembled, and the power of space became stronger. In an instant, it pulled the thunder venerable into a black hole, and he disappeared. Only the venerable one, who used fire, was left in the field. Damn it, what's going on? The fire venerable frowned. The current situation was completely out of his control. However, before he could figure it out, a sword radiance rushed toward him. You're courting death. Do you think you have a chance of winning by separating the two of us? What a joke. I've been in the venerable realm for almost 100 years. My martial soul is extremely powerful. What do you have to fight me? The fire venerable snorted in disdain. Then the flames on his body jumped, and a scorching power spread out. He wanted to gather a powerful attack. However, in the next moment, a white figure flew over at lightning speed. What's this? The fire venerable was shocked. The speed shocked him. Soon, he saw the white figure clearly. It was a palm-sized snow-white monkey. At this moment, it was looking at him with disdain. The fire venerable was furious. How dare a monkey mock him? He snorted and raised his hand. He was about to crush the little thing in front of him. However, the snow-white monkey swayed and dodged the attack. Then, it stretched out its furry paw and slapped the fire venerable's face. Bang! When the paw landed, the fire venerable felt dizzy and fell into a coma. However, as a venerable, his soul was extremely powerful. Although he could not move due to the dizziness, he still realized that he had been hit. Seeing the dizzy fire venerable, Lin Xian smiled. Then he held the slaughter sword with both hands, and the power of his sword's soul surged. Flying star! A blazing sword radiance flashed like a waterfall. It was like a bright star that streaked across the void. The sword was so stunning that the entire world was overshadowed. Poof! A bloody hole appeared in the fire venerable's chest. His muscles and organs were all crushed by the sword chi. In the next moment, he recovered from the dizziness and roared at the sky. The pain made him go crazy. When experts fought, they fought for the initiative. Usually, a mistake could determine life and death. However, as a venerable, he had been in this realm for 100 years. He was very powerful. Although he was dizzy, He relied on his body's instinct to mobilize the power of the bloodline in his body. At the last moment, he moved his body slightly and avoided his heart. Chapter 683. The Flame Reverend swallowed a spiritual medicine to suppress the wound on his chest. Then he stared at Lin Xian with boundless hatred and fear in his eyes. It was beyond his expectations that Lin Xian could injure him in an instant, especially that strange little monkey. It was actually able to knock him out. It was really too inconceivable. He set up a flaming shield around his body, which spun quickly. At the same time, divine flames danced on his body, forming a flaming armor. It wrapped around his body tightly to prevent another sneak attack. Lin Xian sighed slightly. He had aimed for his opponent's heart with that sword. However, he still managed to dodge it at the last moment. However, the effect of that sword was excellent. At least he had severely injured his opponent. Moreover, he had left a sword's soul power in his opponent's body. That was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was not something that could be removed easily. Even if his opponent was a reverend who had been stuck for 100 years, he could only temporarily suppress the sword's soul power. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly drew his sword. The sword chi was shocking. It was like a blood-red river. It roared and slashed at the flame reverend. Since he had already severely injured the other party, Lin Xian had no intention of giving him a chance to recover. The sword chi circled and roared in the air. It formed a blood-red dragon and rushed forward. The snow-white little marquis returned to Lin Xian's shoulder. It blinked its big eyes and waited for an opportunity. Terrifying energy surged. Lin Xian's sword contained the power of the sword soul. It was extremely sharp. The great dragon sword soul was originally an offensive saint art. Now that it had been merged with Lin Xian, it was even more powerful. Every sword chi was as thick as a mountain. It could destroy a city. The sword chi filled the sky and slashed at the flame reverend. The flame reverend roared in anger. He waved his fists and threw out 9 punches. Each punch contained the terrifying power of a reverend. It was accompanied by a sea of fire. The flaming fists surged. Each punch was stronger than the last. In the end, the entire void was trembling and distorting. However, the flame reverend became more and more shocked as he fought. Lin Xian's sword aura was simply too sharp. It contained an unparalleled offensive aura, and every single sword strike was capable of slicing apart his attacks. This made him extremely shocked. After all, he'd entered the Exalt realm over 100 years ago, and his strength was extremely formidable. On the other hand, Chen Shi had merely condensed his martial soul and hadn't even stepped into the Exalt realm. Although this kind of martial artist was powerful, he would not be able to defeat a real venerable one. However, Lin Xian was different. His battle prowess was too strong. He could even suppress a first heaven venerable realm martial artist. The current situation was just like that. The other party was suppressing him. That terrifying sword, chi, caused the flame reverend's heart to tremble. Moreover, there was also a terrifying sword chi in his body that was rampaging madly, trying to destroy his life force. It could be said that both internal and external troubles caused the flame venerable to complain continuously. His current plan was to stall for time until Venerable Thunder returned. Then, the two of them would join forces to kill Lin Xian once again. But Lin Xian didn't give him the chance. The slaughter sword slashed through the air, and a blood-red sword appeared in the sky. It gave off a blood-red aura of slaughter, and it was like the blade of a killing god had descended. Gale lightning sword, mountain and river break sword. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and used an earth-grade martial art. The blood-red sword moved, and it was covered with mysterious runes. A monstrous aura of slaughter spread out, dyeing the sky and earth red. At the same time, The Nirvana sword appeared in Lin Xian's left hand, and he waved it quickly. Behind the blood-red sword, a pitch-black sword condensed again. It gave off an aura of extermination that filled the entire sky. Gale lightning sword, double sword star destruction. The two swords hummed together, and a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Then it quickly descended. In an instant, the aura of slaughter and nirvana covered the flame reverend. The sky collapsed and the earth shattered. Countless terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. In the void, the wind howled and lightning descended. The void collapsed, and the ear-piercing sound was like a demonic sound that made one's heart tremble. It was a terrifying scene, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The flame reverend roared. He couldn't care about anything else. He activated the power of his bloodline and merged it with his martial soul. Behind him, a sea of fire spread out, and the shadow of a divine bird flew out from the sea of fire. It was born from the fire. The divine bird was hundreds of feet long, and it was bathed in flames. As it flapped its wings, countless flames surged into the sky and swept the 9 heavens. With a cry, the flaming divine bird rushed into the sky and collided with the 2 heavenly swords. Rumble! Suddenly, an extremely powerful force exploded, shattering the void. Terrifying cracks appeared, and a pitch-black hole formed in the sky, and it continued to expand. The wind howled, and the space trembled. The power was enough to kill a martial soul. The flaming divine bird cried and spat out pillars of fire. They were like fire god spears that pierced through the void and hit the 2 heavenly swords. At the same time, its huge body brought about endless flames that burned the void. Even the 2 heavenly swords became dim. In the sky, the huge divine sword shadow became blurry, as if it couldn't withstand the burning flames. However, the sword's soul power contained in it didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger. An earth-shattering aura rushed out and slashed at the flaming divine bird, causing it to cry out in pain. A blood-red murderous aura spread out like the blade of a killing god. It quickly slashed at the flaming divine bird and cut off half of its wing. The sword of Nirvana was even crazier. The pitch-black sword was like the move of a death god. It quickly absorbed the life force of the flaming divine bird, causing it to cry out in pain. The flame reverend's face was pale. He looked at the scene in the sky, and his eyes were uncertain. Then he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, causing the flaming divine bird in the sky to explode. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and a terrifying power surged out. It was as if millions of fireballs had exploded in the sky. It was very shocking. The sky was pierced through, and a terrifying black vortex appeared. It was incomparably dark. The 2 heavenly swords were hit by the terrifying energy and instantly became dim. The flame reverend's body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He didn't hesitate to injure himself and successfully blocked Lin Xian's earth-rank martial art. However, his current condition was very bad. He was already severely injured, and now that he was suffering from the backlash of his martial art, he was even weaker. The flame reverend's eyes were filled with endless murderous aura and unwillingness. Then he gritted his teeth and decisively decided to retreat temporarily. His condition wasn't good, and it wasn't easy for him to fight again. It was better to wait until he recovered and met up with the Thunder Reverend before killing Lin Xian. Then he quickly turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian sneered. It wasn't easy for him to severely injure the Flame Reverend, so how could he let him leave? He put his palms together and merged the Sword of Nirvana and the Sword of Slaughter, forming a red and black demonic sword. Then the demonic sword danced, forming mysterious sword waves. Chapter 684. The Flame Supremacy was severely injured, and didn't dare to fight anymore. He was ready to escape. At this moment, the dark red dragon secretly controlled the array to prevent the flame supremacy from escaping. Lin Xian quickly merged the Sword of Massacre and Sword of Nirvana to perform the third move of the Tempest Lightning Sword. The third move of the Tempest Lightning Sword was terrifying. In the sky, the clouds rolled and formed a giant red and black sword once again. A shocking murderous aura and chi of Nirvana were released. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. The giant sword was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it caused the void to collapse. The surrounding space shattered like a mirror as countless black cracks spread out. It was a terrifying sight. The power was extremely terrifying. Even a supremacy would die upon contact. Impossible! The flame supremacy exclaimed when he sensed the aura. Then his face turned extremely ugly because if he was hit, there was no way he could survive. He roared and performed the power of his bloodline with all his might. Powerful auras rose around him and condensed into the shape of a divine bird that brought him away quickly. With a flash of light, the flame supremacy disappeared. However, at the next moment, the space trembled and a teleportation force quickly shrouded him. Swoosh! The flame supremacy, who had flown far away, returned to his original spot. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Realizing this, the flame supremacy's face turned green and he couldn't help but curse. He was going crazy and had the urge to curse. Then he quickly condensed a pair of flaming wings that were 1,000 meters long like the wings of a demon god. As soon as the flaming wings appeared, he turned into a stream of flames and disappeared again. However, at the next moment, the teleportation force sent him back to his original spot. Impossible! This is impossible! The flame supremacy roared at the sky with shock and despair in his eyes. He was about to cry. How could he be played like this? This array was originally used by Lin Xian, but he didn't expect it to become his nightmare. He was simply shooting himself in the foot. The dark red dragon snickered at the side. Of course, this was his masterpiece. Old fart, how dare you call me a beast? I'll let you know how powerful I am. The dark red dragon snorted. At this moment, the Tempest Lightning Sword above his head fell mercilessly again. Blood rained down as the aura of death filled the air. It was as if the god of slaughter and the god of death had descended, causing this space to become abnormally oppressive. The flame Reverend couldn't escape, so he could only take it head-on. He condensed all of his spirit energy and bloodline power into a flaming armor to defend himself. At the next moment, the Gale Lightning Sword slashed down, shattering the entire ground. Cracks as thick as mountains extended out in all directions. The entire ground looked as if it had been bitten by an abyssal beast. The terrifying sword Chi was like a heavenly pillar that shot out in all directions. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the surrounding mountains were blasted apart. The ground sank and the sky boiled. Countless amounts of energy were like ocean waves, crashing in all directions. Even the array formation that sealed off the area began to tremble rapidly, as if it would break apart at any moment. It couldn't be helped. This sword strike was too stunning. It was as if it could split open the 9 heavens and 10 earths and annihilate gods and devils. The flame Reverend screamed, crazily. The defense he formed was mercilessly cut open. The huge sword pierced into his body and instantly split him into 2. Until the moment of his death, he did not believe that a young man with only a martial spirit would be able to kill him. With endless unwillingness and despair, the flame Reverend slowly fell down. With a flash, Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance and instantly appeared beside the flame Reverend. He took the storage ring from his hand. Then, a ball of sword radiance burst out and cut the corpse into pieces. One down, There's still one left. Young man, are you confident? The dark red, divine dragon asked. Fight. Lin Xian did not explain further. The other party came to kill him. Now that there was a chance he would naturally kill him. Moreover, he and the Divine Bird Palace had long been enemies. He was naturally happy to be able to weaken the other party's strength. After swallowing a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian began to recover his strength. A huge spirit energy vortex formed above his head, and streams of spirit energy flowed into his body. Soon, the depleted spirit energy was replenished. There's an aura. The other party is coming. The dark red divine dragon suddenly said, Get ready, let him in, and then attack, Lin Xian ordered. Then he touched the snow-white monkey on his shoulder. This time, it's up to you. Wu Ji, the snow-white monkey patted its chest, and its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Attention, he's coming in, the dark red divine dragon whispered, and then began to operate the formation silently. The void vibrated, and a figure covered in thunder and lightning rushed in quickly. The aura was very shocking, as if the god of thunder had descended. Damned thief! Get the hell out here! Before the person arrived, a terrifying sound wave swept in all directions like a wave, shaking the void and shattering it. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey jumped up, turned into a white lightning, and instantly arrived in front of the figure. With a slap of its paw, it knocked the figure unconscious. The Thunder Reverend was very sad. He had just entered the formation, and before he could see the situation around him, he was knocked unconscious. A very mysterious force made him dizzy, and he fell into a temporary coma. However, the next moment, a shocking pain stimulated his soul and woke him up. Then he was extremely furious and roared at the sky. What followed was a heart-wrenching scream. This was because he discovered that his entire right arm had been forcefully chopped off. He was terrified and immediately tried to grab the right arm that had been cut off. Although the supremacy stage was extremely powerful, it had not reached the stage where it could regrow a severed arm. However, with the Thunder Reverend's means, the severed arm could be reattached. Therefore, his first reaction was to look for the severed arm. However, in the next moment, the void fluctuated, and the severed right arm instantly disappeared in front of him. This is the power of space. The Thunder Reverend roared. He was teleported away by this power, and now it had taken away his severed arm. With a furious roar, the Thunder Reverend emitted a supreme aura, causing heaven and earth to fall into madness. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Then he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a cold smile on his face as he stood with a sword in his hand. Beside him was a 2-meter-long dark red snake, which was grabbing his right arm with a mocking expression. Apart from that, there was also a snow-white monkey with a long whip of thunder in its hand, which was constantly jumping. The Thunder Reverend was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was simply unbearable. Not only did Lin Xian take away his weapon, but he had also severed his right arm. He could not wait to run over and tear Lin Xian into pieces. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he did not see the Flame Reverend's figure, he could only feel the remnant aura in the air, but the Flame Reverend's figure had disappeared. Could it be? The Thunder Reverend suddenly had a bad premonition. Impossible! Soon, he shook his head in denial because the Flame Reverend had been in the supremacy stage for hundreds of years, just like him. How could a kid who had just condensed a martial soul kill an expert like him? Chapter 685. Don't worry, you'll soon reunite with him. The dark red dragon stared at Venerable Thunder with a sneer. What? That's impossible, Venerable Thunder exclaimed. He didn't believe that the Flame Venerable would be killed by Lin Xian, but the situation before his eyes showed that everything was true. Especially when he saw the remains of the flame venerable, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. At that moment, Lin Xian attacked again. He took advantage of Venerable Thunder's momentary daze and turned into a sword light again, rushing forward quickly. This sword was still the meteor from outer space. The sword light shone like a galaxy roaring in the void. The space was torn apart, making an ear-piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sword Qi had already arrived in front of Venerable Thunder. Venerable Thunder's body trembled, and his eyes regained clarity. Lightning surged all over his body as he moved horizontally. Poof! The lightning armor in front of his chest shattered, and a terrifying crack spread, almost splitting him apart. Venerable Thunder was seriously injured, and his body flew backward. Lin Xian succeeded in his attack, and quickly followed up. Venerable Thunder was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so sharp that he was seriously injured in an instant. The panic in his eyes, the injuries on his body, and the news of the flame venerable being killed made his heart tremble. Unknowingly, he developed a fear of Lin Xian. This emotion was very scary, especially when fighting against an expert. It was very likely that it would affect one's combat power and kill him. Venerable Thunder naturally knew this, but he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian had shocked him too much. With a roar, Venerable Thunder didn't dare to fight anymore, and chose to escape. To Venerable Thunder, this was a wise choice. First of all, his right arm was broken, and he was seriously injured, which greatly reduced his combat power. Moreover, the fear in his heart made him almost afraid to face Lin Xian. Therefore, choosing to escape was the best decision for him. However, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. As a martial artist, the most important thing was not martial techniques, but a strong heart. If you don't even have the heart to win, it doesn't matter how much you have. Looking at the fleeing figure, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and let out an impassioned roar. Although the venerables of the Divine Bird Palace were powerful, they usually lived like princes and were used to being arrogant and despotic. Once they entered into a real life and death battle, their shortcomings would be revealed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was different from them. He came from the tiny and remote Tianan region and had fought his way through battles. Everything was achieved by fighting with his own two hands. Therefore, he had a strong and confident heart and an unyielding fighting spirit. This was the most important thing to a martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. Sword Qi flew out, condensing into a blood-red star that quickly streaked across the sky. Starburst! The void cracked open, and an uneasy sound was heard. In an instant, the blood-red star arrived behind Venerable Thunder. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, and a terrifying energy shrouded him. No! Venerable Thunder let out a desperate cry, and then he was drowned in the torrent of energy. After a long time, the terrifying energy dissipated, and a blackened corpse fell to the ground. Lin Xian turned around and called the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey to quickly break the array and leave this place. Lin Xian didn't look for Murong Qingchen anymore. Instead, he chose a direction, turned into a sword light, and instantly disappeared into the sky. Half a day later, 3 figures landed. Looking at the destroyed battlefield, they sucked in a breath of cold air. These 3 people were Murong Qingchen's team. They looked at the terrifying sword souls on the ground and the broken corpses on the ground, their eyes full of shock. This is the venerable of the Divine Bird Palace. He can't be more dead. It seems that Lin Xian has safely left. The middle-aged scholar looked around and said in a deep voice, "What? That bastard actually killed the venerable of the Divine Bird Palace." Ling covered her mouth, her face full of shock. I'm afraid not only Venerable Thunder, but Venerable Flame also couldn't escape death. The middle-aged scholar pointed at the fragments in the distance, and said again, how is this possible? That bastard, is he still human? Ling was shocked. Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered. She was indeed shocked. In her opinion, Lin Xian was kidnapped by two venerables and was definitely doomed. She didn't expect that the result would be so shocking. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down, but her heart was even more determined. Such a peerless genius. She must take him under her wing. It was too shocking. Lin Xian only condensed his sword soul, and he killed two venerables. This kind of combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. Moreover, Lin Xian was only 18 years old. According to the rules of Tianwu Continent, he had just come of age. This kind of martial artist had amazing potential. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, he would definitely be the strongest fighting force. Let's go to War God Palace. Murong Qingqing turned and left with the two of them. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. Instead, he found a safe place to recuperate. Although the battle just now was fast, it was very dangerous. He used some of his trump cards and consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, after he left the battlefield, he found a dark and safe place to quickly recover his energy. After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and his body returned to its peak state. Then he took out the two storage rings and smiled. These two storage rings naturally belonged to the two venerables of Divine Bird Palace. During the battle, he had specially protected them and did not break them. It was the first time he had obtained a venerable storage ring, so he was a little excited. He extended his soul power and rushed towards the two storage rings. However, he soon felt a force blocking him. Lin Xian knew that this was the soul seal on the storage ring used to prevent others from probing. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His soul accompanied the great dragon sword soul and quickly stabbed downwards. Crack! There was a shattering sound, and the soul seal on the two storage rings was instantly broken. Then Lin Xian's soul power probed into the storage ring. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The space in the storage ring was very large. It was half the size of a city, 10 times larger than his storage belt. Lin Xian estimated that this storage ring should be a high-grade spirit rank artifact. His storage belt was only an ordinary spiritual lower-grade treasure. The two were not at the same level at all. In addition to the vast storage space, the things inside also made Lin Xian exclaim. Mid-grade spirit stones were piled up like a mountain. All kinds of materials, spiritual herbs, martial arts, and treasures could be seen everywhere. Lin Xian had also obtained many storage rings before, but those added together were not even 1/10,000th of what was here. In fact, this was normal. The two venerables had lived for hundreds of years. All of their most precious treasures were in the storage rings. Moreover, the two of them were elders of Divine Bird Palace. Their status was respected, and the resources in their hands were absolutely shocking. Ha ha, I'm rich. Chapter 686. The most precious things he had were the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and some strange stones. The rest were not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, after he condensed his martial soul, ordinary resources became very useless to him. But now it was different. These were two venerable realm storage rings. Most of the things inside were for venerable realm cultivators. Lin Xian could totally use them. Lin Xian was ecstatic to obtain two venerable realm storage rings. He had just condensed his martial soul and needed some resources. There were tens of millions of middle-grade spiritual stones piled up like a mountain. In addition, there was a box of upper-grade spiritual stones. The value of an upper-grade spiritual stone was dozens of times that of a middle-grade spiritual stone. Although there was an exchange ratio in the outside world, most people would not exchange at all. Lin Xian had only heard of it before, but now it was the first time he saw it. The box of upper-grade spiritual stones was crystal clear and full of spiritual energy. It was far superior to the middle-grade spiritual stones next to it. With a satisfied smile, he looked at the spiritual herbs and other materials. Among them, there were 7,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the Flame Venerable's storage ring. Thunder Venerable only had 9. This surprised Lin Xian. Although he also had 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they were obtained from the Lost Land. In the outside world, he could not obtain 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs at all. Take the Sand region as an example. 1,000-year-old spiritual herb was enough to make a venerable go crazy. One could imagine the value of 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, but now, the Venerable of Divine Bird Palace had dozens of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, completely defeating the Venerable of the Sand region. As expected of a top force, rich as expected, Lin Xian clicked his tongue in admiration. Then he looked at the bottles and jars. They were naturally filled with elixirs. He opened the small bottles one by one and found that the worst ones were 5th-grade elixirs. There were also some 6th-grade elixirs. Lin Xian remembered that when he was in Tianshan Kingdom, a 5th-grade elixir had caused a lot of commotion. Now, there were countless 5th-grade elixirs in the storage rings. There were even precious 6th-grade elixirs. The higher the grade of an elixir, the more precious it was. Take 6th-grade elixirs, for example. A 6th-grade elixir was definitely worth more than dozens of 5th-grade elixirs. Lin Xian discovered that in the 2 storage rings, there were only a total of 3 bottles of grade 6 medicinal pills. Lin Xian carefully put away the grade 6 medicinal pills and scanned the surroundings once more. Next, he saw the materials. There were all kinds of beast bones, scales, and tentacles. They were obviously precious materials. Lin Xian examined it carefully. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of shock. This was because he found a few extremely special materials among the materials. They were all materials for the Red Lotus armor. There were 3 types in total. Lin Xian found them and stored them separately. In addition, he also had the divine dream bone in his hands. He obtained a total of 4 materials. Although it wasn't much, Lin Xian was still overjoyed. This was because he had carefully studied the blueprint of the Red Lotus armor. This set of armor was very strange. Moreover, it could be made separately. In other words, if there were not enough materials, he could make a small part of it first. He only needed 2 more materials to make the gauntlet. The Red Lotus armor's function was not only defense. Every part of the armor was engraved with ancient inscriptions that could activate a combination of consummate skills. For example, a pair of gauntlets could activate the Red Lotus 100 Blaze Fist. Its effect was comparable to an Earth-rank martial art. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Xian continued to explore the other materials. The rest were some martial arts. Lin Xian now mastered 2 Earth-rank martial arts. One was the Gale Lightning Sword technique, and the other was the Illusory Demon Steps. Both were Earth-rank low-grade martial arts. In addition, Lin Xian also comprehended 2 sword skills. Between the Sword of Slaughter and Nirvana, their power was comparable to an Earth-rank martial art. Then, there was the Red Lotus armor. Currently, its defense was comparable to an Earth-rank martial art and could block a Supremacy's attack. As for the Azure Cloud 9 swords, Lin Xian had obtained them a long time ago. Now, they were somewhat basic. The later moves were still okay. As for the first few moves, they were useless to Lin Xian now. Although Zhu Yi also left some martial arts for Lin Xian, the best of them were only half Earth-rank martial arts. Therefore, Lin Xian still had to think of a way to obtain the martial arts that a Supremacy would need in the future. Quickly searching through the martial arts, Lin Xian found that most of the martial arts collected by the 2 Supremacies were half Earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, they required the cooperation of the Divine Bird Palace's bloodline. This was useless to him. As for the Earth-rank martial arts, Lin Xian did not see them at all. Presumably, The Divine Bird Palace's control of Earth-rank martial arts was very strict. After all, these martial arts were extremely rare and precious in the Sky Martial Continent. However, Lin Xian still found some other things. Presumably, they were the two old men's personal belongings. Half a bottle of blood with an extremely strong, baleful aura. He did not know what it was, but Lin Xian felt that it should be some kind of demonic beast's bloodline. Next to the blood bottle, there was half a map. On it were mountains and rivers and a city. Next to it were 3 words, Heavenly Netherbird. As for the other storage ring, Lin Xian found a stone inscription. There was a mark on it that emitted a faint, mysterious aura. These 2 items were placed very deep. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul force was strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find them. Lin Xian guessed that these 2 items were very mysterious. The 2 supremacies should not have understood them yet. Of course, he did not know what these 2 items were used for. However, he knew that the dark red divine dragon was a wily old fox. Lin Xian passed the information of the 2 mysterious items to the dark red divine dragon. Soon, the dark red divine dragon jumped up. Heavenly Netherbird. Its eyes lit up like a hungry wolf. Brat, where did you see it? Quickly show it to me. Seeing the dark red divine dragon's abnormal reaction, Lin Xian was surprised. He took out the half map and did not mention the bottle of blood. This ruffian dragon did not act according to common sense. Lin Xian was afraid that it would drink it in one gulp. The dark red divine dragon excitedly took the map and studied it carefully. Hey, you still haven't told me what the Heavenly Netherbird is, Lin Xian asked. It's a type of demonic beast. It's very powerful. The dark red divine dragon replied. How powerful? Rank 10? Stupid. The dark red divine dragon stopped studying and said with a look of disdain, after rank 9 is the demonic general. It corresponds to the 9 supremacies. Demonic generals are divided into 9 stars. However, there are too many rare demonic beasts in this world. Someone divided them and created the heaven and earth lists. The Heavenly Netherbird is a demonic beast on the heaven lists. Demonic beast on the heaven lists? Then it's more powerful than you? Lin Xian asked. Bullshit. I'm also a demonic beast on the heaven lists, the dark red divine dragon said with disdain. Our divine dragon clan is the overlord of this world. Wooji after hearing this. The little white monkey was unconvinced. What's the rank of your divine dragon clan? Lin Xian asked. Top 10? Top 10? Not number 1. Lin Xian was surprised. What do you know? The top 10 demonic beasts on the heaven lists are all powerful demonic beasts left behind from the ancient times. It's difficult to determine who's the stronger one, so they're collectively known as the 10 ancient emperors. Heaven lists, earth lists, 10 ancient emperors. Lin Xian exclaimed. He discovered a whole new world in front of him. Chapter 687, 198. The dragon replied, So low. Ignorant. Any monster on the heaven leaderboard is a heaven-defying existence. Killing a king is child's play. If this heavenly netherbird was still alive, this continent would have been destroyed. The strength of a heaven leaderboard monster exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. It seemed that there were still many things in this world that he did not know. Then why are you so excited? Lin Xian was puzzled. This heavenly netherbird has been turned into a map, which means that it died a long time ago. If we can find its corpse, the dragon's eyes lit up. That thing is a great supplement for me. Then he added, Don't worry, this heavenly netherbird will also be helpful to you. Just its bones and feathers alone are amazing refining materials. Isn't your red lotus battle armor lacking materials? You can find the heavenly netherbird's body to replace it. Moreover, if you can obtain its blood, you can even refine the heavenly nether flame. heavenly nether flame? Lin Xian was shocked. The name sounded like a type of flame, but he did not know if it was as powerful as the black dragon's flames. Is this the blood you're talking about? Lin Xian took out the special blood bottle. Fuck, kid. Where did you get it? The dragon jumped up and waved his claws, wanting to snatch it. Fortunately, Lin Xian was quick and took back the bottle. Damn, kid, you actually hid such a good thing. Hurry up and hand it over. Damn, I knew you'd snatch it. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. The dragon waved his claws angrily. Little Xian, don't worry, I don't want the blood. That kind of thing is useless to me. Cut it out, do you think I'm an idiot? Lin Xian snorted with a face of disbelief. Damn, you're pissing me off. The dragon stomped his feet in anger. I'm from the Divine Dragon clan. The great divine dragon bloodline flows in my body. Why would I want the heavenly netherbird's blood? Really? Lin Xian was skeptical. Although the dragon was unreliable, what it said made sense. Then why were you so impatient just now? Nonsense! This blood might be related to the heavenly netherbird. Of course, I'm nervous. The dark red dragon explained, Brat, let's make a deal. When we find the heavenly netherbird, the demon crystal source is mine. None of you can take it from me. Demon crystal origin? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. So that was what this guy was thinking. Needless to say, the source of the demon crystal should be something similar to the dragon essence. Now that the dark red divine dragon had lost its dragon essence, it was so anxious. All right, I have no problem with that, Lin Xian said. The little white monkey also shook its head in disdain. Although it was also a demonic beast, it didn't seem to be interested in demonic cores and demonic crystals. Instead, spirit fruits were its favorite. Kid, hurry up and get moving. The dark red dragon was impatient. Wait, there's something else. Help me take a look. Lin Xian took out the stone carving. The moment the stone appeared, it brought with it an ancient aura, as if it was something from a long time ago. This thing was indeed very ancient. The carving was very blurry, and the entire stone tablet was filled with cracks as if it would shatter at any moment. This is... The dark red divine dragon was slightly surprised, and then carefully observed it. If I'm not wrong, this should be the vermilion bird seal. I didn't expect those two old farts to have so many good things. Vermilion bird seal? Is it powerful? Lin Xian asked. Powerful? Of course it's powerful. It's definitely not lower than an earth-ranked martial art, the dark red divine dragon said. But this is only an incomplete seal, and there's only one move. Seeing Lin Xian's disappointed expression, the dark red divine dragon snorted, Kid, be content. This is an ancient martial art. Even if it's only one move, it's still far superior to the current martial arts. Then how do I learn it? This carving is too blurry. I can't see it clearly. The vermilion bird is also a heaven-ranked demonic beast. I think the blood of a demonic beast should be able to activate this carving. Heaven-ranked demonic beast blood? Lin Xian smiled. He just happened to have one in his hand. After speaking, he took out the heavenly netherbird's blood and was about to open it. Kid, what are you doing? The dark red divine dragon screamed. Learning martial arts. Lin Xian said, Damn, this blood is very important. Who knows, we might need it in the heavenly netherbird's nest. Is that so? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then what should I do? Then his eyes lit up as he stared at the dark red divine dragon. Damn, what's with your eyes? The dark red divine dragon was scared and took 2 steps back. I forgot. You're also on the heaven ranked. I think your blood should be more useful. Don't even think about it. Kid, I already knew that you're not a good person. How dare you have ideas about this emperor? The dark red divine dragon shouted angrily. Then forget it. I'll just use the heavenly netherbird. I'm not in a hurry for the demonic beast origin anyway, Lin Xian said slowly and opened the bottle. Damn, you win. Isn't it just one drop of blood? This emperor will pay. The dark red divine dragon's face was filled with pain. 2 drops. Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in the air. Damn, kid, don't let this emperor catch you. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth and spat out 2 drops of dragon blood, reluctantly. The 2 drops of dragon blood were the size of walnuts and were pale gold in color. They floated in the air and looked very magical. Lin Xian took out a small white jade bottle and poured the 2 drops of dragon blood into it. Then he dripped 1 drop on the stone carving and put the other away. Buzz. The golden blood dripped onto the stone carving and immediately emitted a golden light. Then the blurry carving became clearer and gradually formed the shape of a vermilion bird. In the end, the carving emitted a blazing light. The vermilion bird on the carving seemed to have come alive as it flapped its wings and rushed into the sky. Suddenly, divine flames danced and a huge figure hovered in the air. It was like a real vermilion bird was reborn. With a soft cry, it swooped down like a ball of flames and unleashed a terrifying attack. The void shattered, and the ground sank. This attack seemed to have shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the surrounding 1,000 miles to sink. Then the vermilion bird's shadow disappeared. The stone tablet also shattered and turned into a pile of rubble. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He was still thinking about the attack just now. Just like that, he stood there like a statue. Only when night fell did he wake up. A touch of joy appeared. Lin Xian formed a seal with his right hand and channeled his spiritual power towards the sky. A dazzling light bloomed in his palm like a sun. It was very dazzling. A vermilion bird's shadow rushed into the sky with a violent force and quickly flew into the sky. Boom! The void trembled, and the entire sky was illuminated by flames. Strong winds blew and heat waves surged. The night turned into day. Vermilion bird seal. Success. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This attack was definitely not inferior to an earth-rank martial art. He had just mastered it, but it already had such power. It meant that this move had great potential. As long as he focused on comprehending it, it would become stronger and stronger in the future. Chapter 688. The drop of dragon blood glowed with a faint golden light, as if it were made of golden glass. There was also a trace of frightening dragon aura on it. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the drop of dragon blood. Then he raised his head and swallowed it. Fuck. The dark red divine dragon couldn't help but curse when it saw this scene. This damned brat actually swallowed its dragon blood. No wonder you want 2 drops. I knew you were up to no good. Lin Xian naturally ignored the dragon. He was focused on refining the drop of dragon blood. Although this drop of dragon blood was very small, it contained the purest energy. One had to know that this was the dragon blood of the Eastern Divine Dragon tribe, a rare treasure. He quickly circulated the dragon sword soul in his body. A dragon roar sounded, and the sword soul transformed into a true dragon and swam around Lin Xian's body. Finally, it fused with the drop of dragon blood. Boom! The dragon sword soul roared, as if it had been nourished by energy, and it shone brightly. Lin Xian smiled when he sensed the changes in the dragon sword soul. He was right. The dragon blood could nourish the dragon sword soul and make it stronger. After a long while, the dragon sword soul finally calmed down, and Lin Xian also opened his eyes. Fuck, brat, what's with that look? The dark red divine dragon's hair stood on end. I'm warning you, don't try to take advantage of me. You want the dragon blood? Dream on. Sigh. Forget it. Lin Xian shrugged. He knew that the dragon blood was also important to the dark red divine dragon. Taking its dragon blood was equivalent to taking its life. Lin Xian wouldn't do that. It looked like he had to think of another way. Let's go to the Blood Realm. Lin Xian stood up and left with the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey. The Blood Realm was the place marked on the map, and it was also the place Lin Xian had to pass through to get to the Palace of Gods of War. Thus, he didn't hesitate and quickly set off. A month later, Lin Xian finally left the Sand Realm. Looking at the lush trees in front of him, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The past few days had been too torturous. The endless desert was the same everywhere. It was like a maze. If it wasn't for the map and Lin Xian's powerful soul power, he might have gotten lost. Lin Xian looked at the map and set off again. Along the way, he went to many cities and saw the scenery of mountains and rivers. At the same time, he gained some understanding of the Blood Realm. The Blood Realm was a very special place there. Of the Strongs, down. Of. The Blood Realm was divided by a few major powers, but there was a special one among them. It was the Immortal Martial Academy. The Immortal Martial Academy was extremely famous in the Tianmu continent because those who graduated from the Immortal Martial Academy all became famous experts. It could be said that it was the cradle of experts. However, such a powerful academy was built in the Blood Realm. This made many people puzzled, but for thousands of years, the Immortal Martial Academy had never left, even when the Blood Realm was at its most chaotic. Now, the Immortal Martial Academy had become a holy land of light in the Blood Realm. It was the only place that followed rules. Once there were experts in the Blood Realm who wanted to attack the Immortal Martial Academy, but they all died. There were even 2 8th-level venerables who were killed mercilessly. Since then, no one dared to have any ideas about the Immortal Martial Academy. There were also rumors that there might be King Realm experts in the Immortal Martial Academy. Of course, this news had never been confirmed. There were too few King Realm experts in the Tianmu continent. However, this made the Immortal Martial Academy even more mysterious, causing countless young geniuses to scramble for it. After hearing this news, Lin Xian rubbed his temples. No matter how he looked at it, the Blood Realm was an extremely dangerous place. He had no choice but to be careful. Moreover, he received even worse news. The Palace of War had been sealed. The Palace of War was a 6-star power. It was one of the overlords of the Tianmu continent. It was located in the Tianxia domain. However, it wasn't on the continent of the Tianxia domain. It was in an independent space. This small space was called the Mystic World. Originally, the Mystic World was open to the public, but for some reason, the Mystic World of the Palace of War had been sealed recently. From the looks of it, it wouldn't open anytime soon. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to go to the Palace of War first after knowing the dangers of the Blood Realm. But now it seemed that he could only go to the Blood Realm. Kid, don't worry. Although the Blood Realm is chaotic, it's the most well-informed. You might be able to get news of the Palace of War there. The dark red dragon said. Moreover, the Blood Realm is rich in resources. It's the most suitable place for cultivation. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. As they got closer and closer to the Blood Realm, the surroundings gradually became chaotic. More and more people were killed. Enemies fought with each other. All kinds of bloody scenes played out. There were even a few blind people who had designs on Lin Xian. In the end, they were killed by a sword. Immediately, the surrounding people looked at Lin Xian with reverence. No one dared to provoke him. Another half a month later, Lin Xian finally entered the Blood Realm and arrived at the Blood Realm Plains. Although the Blood Realm was chaotic, it was rich in resources. Spirit herbs, spirit ores, spirit stones, and all kinds of heavenly treasures were abundant. Moreover, the cultivation techniques, Martial skills, artifacts, and secret manuals here were even more popular. Many of them came from large powers. Originally, this kind of thing would be hunted down by large powers. However, it was very popular in the Blood Realm. In fact, Earth-rank martial arts had been auctioned here before. Moreover, it was said that broken Earth-rank artifacts had appeared before. Therefore, although the Blood Realm was in chaos, it still attracted countless experts to flock over. As the map where the heavenly Netherbird was buried was incomplete, Lin Xian and the others couldn't determine it immediately. They could only search slowly. The Blood Realm was too big. It was even bigger than the Southern Heaven region. It wouldn't be easy to search here with only half a map. However, Lin Xian had his own plans. He couldn't enter the Palace of War now, and the Blood Realm was too dangerous. Therefore, he planned to enter the Immortal Martial Academy. This way, he could inquire about the Palace of War in the Blood Realm, find the whereabouts of the heavenly Netherbird, and cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. It was killing two birds with one stone. The dark red dragon also agreed. It didn't want to be targeted. It would be unlucky if it was captured and refined into medicine. Chapter 689. The wide plains were dark red in color as far as the eye could see, giving off an oppressive feeling. If one were to sense it carefully, they would even be able to detect traces of blood aura from the dark red soil. However, no one knew if the dark red soil was originally like this, or if it was dyed by blood. In the boundless blood plains, a figure flitted past as fast as lightning. This figure was as fast as a ghost, appearing hundreds of meters away every time. Moreover, what was even stranger was that the figure was too terrifying. It did not even make a sound. One could only see a slight breeze, and the figure instantly disappeared. However, from the back view that was left behind when it paused, one could vaguely make out that the figure was very young. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. When he first came to the Blood Plains, he wanted to fly in the air. However, he soon saw a rookie like him, who was shot down from the sky not long after flying in the air. The attack's aura was extremely terrifying, and it even carried a trace of martial soul power. Seeing this, Lin Xian gave up on flying in the air and chose to walk on the ground. He had no choice. Flying in the air was too eye-catching, especially with the glow on his body. He was like a moving target, and it was difficult not to be discovered. For safety reasons, Lin Xian chose to walk on the ground. With an Earth-class movement technique, Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Finally, after 2 hours, he saw the outline of a city in front of him. Looking at the city, Lin Xian let out a smile and increased his speed. Finally, he arrived in front of the city and stopped. The city was not big. It was just an ordinary town, and the city walls were mottled and very old. Lin Xian took a few quick glances before he strode forward. There were 5 or 6 veterans at the city gate. At this moment, they were playing a game similar to dice. When they saw Lin Xian's figure, they stopped what they were doing and picked up the spears on the ground. They crossed their spears and blocked the city gate. Moreover, their originally lazy faces had become fierce and ferocious. Waves of terrifying killing intent were emitted from their bodies. "Kid, you're not following the rules. Do you want to die?" One of the men shouted coldly. There was a scar on the left side of the man's face. It was about the length of a finger and looked like a centipede crawling on his face. At this moment, it looked extremely ferocious. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned as he looked ahead. The 6 burly men in front of him were all wearing light green armor, and there was a ferocious wolf head on their chests. "Rules? What rules?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. "You don't even know the rules? Don't tell me he's a newbie?" The burly men were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. They couldn't sense Lin Xian's cultivation, so they thought that Lin Xian was just a weak rookie. "Brat, you dare to come to the Blood Realm at such a young age? Are you not afraid of death?" Look at your small body. If I let you in, you'll probably die on the streets the next day." The burly men laughed wildly, making fun of Lin Xian. Lin Xian said indifferently, "I came with my master's sect, but we arrived a little early." "All right, we don't care who you came with. This city is under the jurisdiction of the Green Wolf Gang. If you want to enter, you have to pay 10,000 spiritual stones." 10,000. Lin Xian frowned. 10,000 spiritual stones was not a small number. In Quicksand City, it only cost 1,000 spiritual stones to watch a top martial arts competition, but now it cost 10,000 spiritual stones just to enter the city. As expected of the Blood Realm, it was really shady. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't want to look for trouble. With a swipe of his finger, he took out 10,000 spiritual stones from his storage ring. The burly men were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian, who looked weak and ordinary, to take out 10,000 spiritual stones so easily. Moreover, it looked like these spiritual stones were just a small number to him, especially when they saw the storage ring in Lin Xian's hand. Their eyes lit up with greed. It was a very exquisite storage ring with ancient patterns engraved on it. From time to time, it would flash with light. They had only seen storage rings of this grade in the hands of their gang leader. And now, an unknown brat actually had such a precious storage ring. They looked at each other and sneered. Fat sheep. This was definitely a fat sheep. The scarred man quickly put away the 10,000 spiritual stones and said coldly, "Kid, I think you didn't understand. When I said 10,000 spiritual stones, I meant 10,000 each. So, you have to pay 60,000 spiritual stones. Hurry up and pay. Or, if you anger the Green Wolf Gang, we'll kill you in minutes." The 6 burly men looked at Lin Xian with cold smiles. Lin Xian frowned. 60,000 spiritual stones was nothing to him, but they were obviously trying to extort him. He wasn't a fool who would be taken advantage of. "Damn it, didn't you understand what I said?" Another burly man said coldly, "If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage ring, and I'll let you in. Otherwise, be careful of your dog life." With that, he pulled out the long saber at his waist. The saber gleamed coldly. Lin Xian laughed. The Blood Realm was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even the 6 guards dared to be so arrogant. They even wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. If this was any other place, it would be impossible. But in the Blood Realm, it seemed reasonable, seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile. The 6 burly men were enraged. "Little brat, I think you want to die." "Men, chop off his limbs and feed them to the dogs," the scarred man said coldly. Then one of the burly men walked out with a sinister smile and slashed at Lin Xian with his long saber. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lin Xian caught the saber with both hands. Then, under the horrified gazes of the 6 men, he turned his fingers. Suddenly, the long saber turned into white powder and scattered on the ground. With a gentle breeze, it disappeared. What? The 6 burly men's eyes almost popped out, especially the one who was still holding the saber hilt. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He had spent a lot of money to buy that long saber. It was a low-grade spiritual grade treasure. In the past, it was very fierce when cutting people, but now it had been turned into powder with 2 fingers. An expert, an absolute expert. The 6 of them were not fools. Their bodies trembled, and they immediately said respectfully, "Senior, please spare our lives. Senior, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us and let us go." The 6 burly men trembled and kept slapping their faces. They almost knelt down. "Senior, here are your 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones," the scarred man said with a trembling voice. "Humph, only this time. There won't be a next time." Lin Xian put away the spirit stones, snorted, and walked into the city. "Yes, yes, yes." The 6 guards nodded like chickens pecking at rice. After confirming that Lin Xian had left, they heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, that was so scary. We were almost finished. It's too dangerous. It's even more terrifying than the battlefield. From the looks of it, he can't be a genius disciple of a big faction, right? The few of them whispered with lingering fear. Chapter 690. Broken Mountain City. Inside the city. Lin Xian walked in the city, feeling the uniqueness of the blood-filled city. In such a short time, he had already seen 3 fights, and one of them even resulted in a life. However, the corpse was quickly carried away by the Azure Wolf gang in light armor, leaving behind a pool of blood. The winner obtained the storage ring and other resources, while the loser lost their lives and was fed to the dogs. Lin Xian planned to get a map first and find the way to the Immortal Martial Academy as soon as possible. However, in the process of buying the map, he was quickly exposed as a rookie. Another newbie. He looks so weak. He dares to come out alone with such cultivation? If this guy dares to stay, I guarantee that he won't live past tonight. I haven't eaten fresh meat in a long time. That kid looks pretty good. All sorts of discussions sounded out. The voices were very loud and had no intention of hiding it. Lin Xian kept the map with a speechless face. He was wondering if he should reveal a little of his strength to prevent these flies from being endless. Just as he stood up, a disgusting voice came from behind. This pretty boy is not bad. Carry him back. I want to eat meat today. When these words came out, the surrounding people discussed even more. He actually got targeted by the poison madam. This kid is really unlucky. Looks like there's no need for tomorrow. I think he won't live past tonight. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune and stood at the side to watch the show. The poison madam was lustful by nature, relying on the power behind her. She specially captured young and handsome martial artists to be her gigolos. However, when she was tired of playing, she would kill them mercilessly. These years, who knew how many young martial artists she had harmed? At this time, 2 burly men laughed sinisterly and grabbed at Lin Xian. The air trembled, and an ear-piercing sound came out. Both of them were late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. This grab was very frightening. However, this bit of strength was not enough to face Lin Xian. Everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes. Then, 2 screams came out. Those 2 sinister-looking burly men flew back, while protecting their wrists. They fell to the ground and screamed. What? Good skills. I almost misjudged him. He's actually an expert. Fortunately, I didn't make a move just now to be able to injure 2 late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivators in one move. He had to be at the peak. Although he wasn't at the peak, he wasn't weak either. The surrounding martial artists were even more excited because they knew that Madame Du wouldn't let the matter rest. Sure enough, a fat woman at the back who weighed more than 150 kilograms was so angry that her entire body was trembling. The fat on her body was rolling like waves. The plump lips that were painted red opened at this moment, and then a sharp voice sounded. How dare you resist me? Tonight, I'll suck you dry. You guys, go. Immediately, 4 strong men in green rushed over to her side. The 4 of them moved like the wind, causing the ground to tremble slightly. However, it was still not enough. Lin Xian's figure flickered like a ghost. In an instant, he appeared in the middle of the 4 and slapped out. Pa pa pa, for crisp sounds rang out. Immediately, the 4 people's faces swelled up like pig heads as they were sent flying. His teeth were bleeding all over the ground. This was because Lin Xian had held back. Otherwise, the 4 of them would have been turned into meat paste. Madame Du screamed again when she saw this scene. However, before she could make a sound, Lin Xian appeared beside her and slapped out. Boom! The 150-kilogram figure turned into a meatball and flew out, crashing into a house behind them. The house was instantly destroyed. Dust filled the air, and the ground trembled. Everyone was stunned. This youth was too fierce. Did he not know the identity of Madame Du? Wha! Crack! Behind them, countless rocks flew out from the ruins of the house. A fat figure sat up. It was Madame Du. She stared at Lin Xian and screamed, "Brat, do you know who I am? My big brother is the manager of the Green Wolf Gang. You're dead for offending me. Scram or die." Lin Xian was cold, and his voice was like thunder. Madame Du wanted to say something, but her body suddenly trembled, and she felt her face heat up. She wiped her hand and found that it was covered in blood. Ah! She screamed in horror. She could no longer care about anything else and quickly jumped up and ran into the distance. It was hard to believe that a 150-kilogram woman could run at that speed. The surrounding cultivators were shocked and did not dare to speak. This young man was not even afraid of the Green Wolf Gang. He was too fierce. Of course, there were also people who shook their heads and sneered. They thought that Lin Xian was just a rash kid who had just arrived. One had to know that the Green Wolf Gang was the overlord of Broken Mountain City. Their gang leader, Zhao Kun, had reached the half-step venerable realm. His strength was terrifying, and almost no one in Broken Mountain City could compare to him. Although this young man was powerful, he was definitely not a match for Zhao Kun. In a mansion in the city, this was the mansion of the manager of the Green Wolf Gang. It was very luxurious. The manager of the Green Wolf Gang was a middle-aged man. He had a long face, a thin figure, and a sinister look in his eyes. At this moment, he was admiring the flowers in his garden. At this moment, a fat figure rushed in. "Big brother, you have to avenge me." Madame Du was like a mountain of flesh. She moved horizontally on the ground and roared crazily. "What's going on?" Manager Du's face darkened when he saw the handprint on the fat girl's face. Soon, Madame Du told him what had happened. "A young man who came here willingly?" Manager Du's expression was cold. "Did you tell him your identity?" "I did." Madame Du added fuel to the fire. "Who knew that the kid would not care about it, and even insulted Big Brother. How despicable. He didn't put Big Brother and the Green Wolf Gang in his eyes at all." "All right, I've got it," Manager Du said in a deep voice. "A small cultivator dares to behave atrociously in my territory. He must be tired of living. Eagle." Chief Steward Du shouted in a low voice. Whoosh! A figure quickly flew in from outside the courtyard. Like a goshawk, he instantly arrived behind Manager Du. It was a man in black. He was not tall, but his eyes were sharp. His palms, especially, were twice the size of an ordinary person's. Moreover, he wore a metal glove on his palm. It was dark and glowing, making one's heart tremble. "There's something I need you to do." Eagle was Manager Du's hired thug. His cultivation was very high, reaching the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His pair of black demon eagle claws were extremely sharp. In Broken Mountain City, he was considered a top expert. Usually, he would stay in Manager Du's residence to protect his safety. He would only be called out if there was an emergency. This time, his target was a young man of 18 or 19 years old. Eagle was disdainful. In his opinion, this young man relied on his abundant resources to push his cultivation up. If he met a combat expert like him, he would definitely be scared witless. The Green Wolf Gang controlled Broken Mountain City, so he easily found the young man's whereabouts. Chapter 691. Lin Xian was eating at Yunfei Bar. On his table was a map of the Blood Realm that he had just bought. There were many martial artists eating around him, all of them wild and wild. They were all discussing the exciting events that had occurred in the Blood Realm. In terms of exciting events, there were only two kinds: killing people and women. Their discussions were inseparable from these two things. At this time, a figure walked into Yunfei Bar, causing all the noise to die down. The entire bar fell silent. so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Those arrogant martial artists looked at the figure at the door, their faces filled with shock, their bodies trembling. Old Eagle. Why is he here? Everyone was shocked. They knew that Old Eagle was an expert of the Azure Wolf Gang. Normally, he would only be assigned to extremely difficult matters. But in this bar, was there anyone worthy of Old Eagle taking action? They didn't know. Pung! A throwing knife flew out, nailing itself to Lin Xian's table. It trembled, causing the air to buzz. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Old Eagle glared at Lin Xian, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Hua, in the next moment, everyone in the bar left with all their might, their speed reaching the limit. They knew that this was Old Eagle's habit. He would clear the area before killing. At the same time, what shocked them even more was that the person Old Eagle wanted to kill was a youth. Who is this youth? He actually angered the Azure Wolf Gang? Ha! You don't know. Someone immediately told them about how Lin Xian had injured Madame Du. Everyone suddenly understood. He dared to attack Madame Du. He's seeking death. Doesn't he know that Madame Du is Chief Steward Du's little sister? Young and impetuous. This sort of person must be a disciple of an aristocratic family. Does he think that the blood realm is the same as the outside world? What a joke! As everyone was talking, the door to the bar slammed shut. I heard that Old Eagle kills very slowly. Once he tortured a martial artist for 3 days before killing him. I wonder how many days it was this time. I think it's about the same this time. That boy will definitely die in pain and despair. Creak. But in the next moment, the door to the bar opened. What? It's over so fast. That's not right. This doesn't fit Old Eagle's personality. Everyone was puzzled. They raised their heads and looked over. Then their bodies began to tremble as they stood there, dumbstruck. This was because the one who had walked out of the tavern was not Old Eagle, but that handsome and silent youth. The young man narrowed his eyes as if he was sensing something. Then the corner of his lips curled up, and he left quickly. What's going on? Did Old Eagle not kill him? Perhaps Old Eagle doesn't dare to kill this young man because of his shocking background? It's possible. Everyone was guessing, and they felt that the young man was more and more mysterious. Should we go in and take a look? There were also some martial artists who found it rather strange that Old Eagle had yet to come out. Soon, a few bold martial artists decided to go in and take a look. 3 silhouettes rushed in quickly, followed by a scream of surprise. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists were bewildered, and they all moved out. When they arrived at the tavern, they were stunned once again, because Old Eagle was dead. Old Eagle lay on the ground, his entire body intact. His eyes were filled with shock, and there was a bloody hole between his brows. It was this bloody hole that took his life. How is that possible? Old Eagle was actually killed? There are no signs of fighting in this room, and we didn't hear any sounds of fighting. Could it be that he was killed in one blow? Someone analyzed. Then, everyone sucked in a cold breath. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. One had to know that Old Eagle was a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was also a famous expert in the city. For such a person to be killed in one blow, one could imagine how terrifying the other party was. Could it be that it wasn't a young man, but some old monster? Everyone's hearts trembled because they had heard that some old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years liked to appear in the form of young men. They now suspected that the one who killed Old Eagle was also such an old monster. The Green Wolf Gang was very powerful in Broken Mountain City, so they immediately knew of Old Eagle's death. A group of people rushed over in a grandiose manner and surrounded the Cloud Pub. Then, a middle-aged man with a long face walked out of the crowd. This person was Chief Steward Du. Chief Steward Du's expression was very ugly. He had sent out experts, but they were all killed in one blow. This made him very angry, and at the same time, a trace of fear. Listening to the analysis of the experts in the gang and his own judgment, his expression became more and more unsightly. Moreover, until now, they still hadn't found out what caused the bloody hole between Old Eagle's eyebrows. "Chief Steward Dew, what should we do?" the Green Wolf gang members asked. "Investigate. We must catch that brat." Chief Steward Dew said sternly, "No one can challenge our Green Wolf gang in Broken Mountain City." "Yes," the group of Green Wolf gang members shouted, then quickly went to collect information. Lin Xian naturally didn't care about the actions of Chief Steward Dew and the others. He also didn't know that his casual killing of Old Eagle had caused such a great shock to Chief Steward Dew and the others. To be honest, he really didn't put a martial artist like Old Eagle in his eyes. At that time, Old Eagle had used his spirit energy to seal the tavern and was incomparably arrogant. Lin Xian had only dipped his finger in a drop of water and flicked it out, but that drop of water contained a terrifying sword intent. Old Eagle was only at the limit of the spirit detecting realm, so he couldn't block it at all and could only fall with despair. Lin Xian knew that after he killed Old Eagle, the Green Wolf gang would be completely enraged, so he now had a way to completely solve this problem. Lin Xian spread out his spirit energy and covered the entire Broken Mountain City. He quickly searched. Soon after, he found that there were 2 places with defensive formations, one of which was especially powerful. He knew that was where the Green Wolf gang's leader was. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he disappeared like a gust of wind. The Green Wolf gang's leader, Zhao Kun, was currently enjoying himself in his own palace. He was hugging 2 beauties and drinking wine. As the gang leader, he only needed to make decisions on important matters. He would leave the trivial matters to Chief Steward Dew and enjoy himself and cultivate. Zhao Kun admired the snake-like waists of the dancers below and laughed loudly. But suddenly his voice stopped because he saw a person. A youth was standing in the middle of the palace. The 2 beautiful women beside him also noticed. They exclaimed, then rubbed their eyes hard and found that they weren't dreaming. Zhao Kun's face immediately sank. "Men, come quickly. What are you doing? Are you all trash?" Zhao Kun was furious. A stranger had actually snuck into his palace, and even the guards didn't know about it. This made him furious. Moreover, he was even more shocked. It had to be known that his palace had a defensive formation. Even if an outsider tried to break in, they would be the first to know. But now, the formation's alarm hadn't gone off, but a mysterious person had appeared in his palace. Chapter 692. Zhao Kun stared at the young figure in front of him and was shocked. Although he could not sense the other party's cultivation, the fact that he could silently pass through his mansion's defensive array was enough to show how terrifying he was. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Who told you to come here?" Zhao Kun suddenly roared and emitted a powerful aura. This aura was very powerful and carried a terrifying sound wave that swept through the entire space. Immediately, the dancers screamed and fled. Countless martial artists rushed over from afar. The dark red dragon jumped out and looked at the martial artists around him with a disdainful smile. Then he spat out clouds that covered the entire hall. Seeing the dark red dragon's means, Zhao Kun frowned again and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Although the guards outside could enter, Zhao Kun was still confident in himself as a half-step supremacy. "You don't have to care who I am. You just have to remember one thing. While I'm in Broken Mountain City, don't let your men harass me. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying the Green Wolf gang." Lin Xian said indifferently, but his voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into Zhao Kun's heart. "Destroy the Green Wolf gang?" Zhao Kun sneered. "Kid, I think you're crazy. How dare you boast so shamelessly?" My Green Wolf Gang has 100,000 members. We can drown you with our spit. You dare to say that you'll destroy the Green Dragon Gang? What a joke. The two flirtatious women beside him also laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled indifferently and then disappeared into thin air. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Zhao Kun was shocked. He circulated his spirit energy to defend himself, and at the same time, he released the power of his martial soul prototype, ready to attack at any time. Spirit energy surged and shone in all directions. A 30-meter-tall green wolf phantom appeared and roared at the sky, enveloping Zhao Kun. The sound rolled and shook the surroundings. The green wolf phantom was mighty and extraordinary, like a demonic beast looking down on all directions. After releasing the green wolf phantom, Zhao Kun laughed wildly as if he had won. This green wolf phantom was the embryonic form of his martial soul, and no one in the entire Broken Mountain City could match it. But in the next moment, the sword flashed and the azure wolf phantom wailed and fell to the ground. Zhao Kun's body stiffened as fear appeared in his eyes. This was because a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. At this moment, blood was spurting out from the sharp blade. Moreover, the entire hall was filled with an extremely powerful and fierce aura. Zhao Kun's entire body froze. He had no doubt that if he dared to move, that sharp blade would cut off his neck. Spare my life. Please spare my life. Zhao Kun fell to his knees with a thud. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How would the Green Wolf Gang dare to offend you? The flirtatious women on both sides were scared silly, and they were dumbstruck. They never would have thought that the Green Wolf Gang's leader, who was famous throughout Mountain Break City, would be kneeling in front of this mysterious youth like a dog. There's no misunderstanding. Lin Xian said coldly, "Remember, if the Green Wolf Gang dares to harass me again, there's no need for you to exist. Yes, yes, yes. I promise that no one will dare to harass you again." Zhao Kun nodded continuously. In the next moment, he felt the sharp blade on his neck disappear, and the extremely terrifying aura also disappeared. However, he still did not dare to move. After a long time, he slowly turned around and realized that the mysterious youth was no longer in the hall. Phew! Zhao Kun heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Facing that youth made him feel like he was facing the leader of the Green Wolf Gang. That's right. Although the Green Wolf Gang dominated the entire Mountain Break City, it was only a branch that belonged to the Green Red Gang. Zhao Kun wiped off his cold sweat and then shouted, "Everyone, gather!" His voice was like thunder, spreading throughout the entire residence. In an instant, countless figures rushed over to this side. Looking at the increasing number of figures, Zhao Kun said sternly, "Call all the brothers outside back. For 10 days, no one is allowed to go out." "Leader, why is that?" Some of them did not understand. "What are you all talking about? If I tell you to do it, then hurry up and do it. Do you all want to rebel?" Ooh. His voice was terrifying and filled the entire hall with a murderous aura. Yes, the gang members hurriedly replied. They did not understand why their leader, who was fine before, was so angry now. There were many disciples in the Green Wolf Gang, and Mountain Break City was not very big. Soon, all of them received the order. Although they were shocked by the order to not go out for 10 days, no one dared to ask. However, there was one exception, and that was Steward Du at this moment. There were not many people in Steward Du's residence. The experts and Steward Du had all disappeared. This news quickly reached Zhao Kun's ears. "Where is Steward Du?" Zhao Kun asked in a low voice. He did not want anything to happen to his right-hand man at this moment. "Leader, Steward Du brought the experts in the gang to take revenge." "Revenge? What revenge?" Zhao Kun frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Immediately, Someone told him about Madame Du. When Zhao Kun heard that Old Eagle was killed in one move, his entire face turned green. That's right. It's him. It must be him. Zhao Kun roared in his heart. He thought of the mysterious young man from before. One had to know that even he could not kill Old Eagle in one move. Only that mysterious young man could do this. Recalling the previous warning, Zhao Kun broke out in cold sweat again. Where is Steward Du? Zhao Kun asked sternly. 100 Mile Inn. Go. Go to 100 Mile Inn. Zhao Kun panicked, and his face turned ugly. He was praying that Steward Du would not do anything. 100 Mile Inn. Lin Xian had just settled down when he was surrounded by a group of people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a long face. His eyes were sinister like a poisonous snake. Around him were burly men who were dozens of meters tall. Their auras were strong and their bodies were murderous. Although they were dressed differently, each of them had a wolf's head on their heads. They looked ferocious and terrifying. Green Wolf Gang. When the other martial artists in the inn saw this scene, they were so scared that they ran away. Suddenly, there was no one in a 10-mile radius. Everyone hid in the distance and quietly watched. They did not expect Steward Du to bring so many experts. It seemed that the kid was dead for sure. Kid, you're ruthless and arrogant. You actually killed my Green Wolf Gang's disciple. Steward Du sneered. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and cripple your hands, let your cultivation be crippled, and then beg me like a dog. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let you live. The surrounding martial artists laughed wildly. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that his previous warning did not have any effect. If so, then he could not be blamed. Chapter 693. Lin Xian was furious. His warning did not work, so it seemed that he had to destroy the Green Wolf Gang. Seeing Lin Xian condensing the sword chi, Steward Du and the others were enraged. How dare a young brat seek death in front of so many of them? Go! Destroy him! Steward Du shouted coldly. Beside him, Madame Du also grinned. Brat, how dare you defy me? This is your fate. Behind her, dozens of people drew their swords and sabers. A terrifying aura swept across the area. The wind howled, and the murderous aura surged. It was as if ghosts were crying and wolves were howling. At that moment, a furious voice came from afar. Everyone, stop! The voice was even more violent. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping, rolling in the void. Boom! The cultivators who were about to attack all trembled and were pushed back by the sound. Steward Du was even more shocked. Leader, why is he here? The others were also shocked. They were all like stone statues and did not dare to move. Leader, it's just killing a brat. You don't have to do such a small thing. Steward Du quickly walked forward and said with a smile, Smack! Zhao Kun was so angry that his body trembled. He did not dare to look at Lin Xian and slap Steward Du. Small thing? You're telling me this is a small thing? That slap was full of strength. Even if Steward Du was an ultimate powerhouse, he could not withstand it. With that slap, Steward Du's face turned into a pig's head. Beside him, Madame Du was also stunned. She shrieked, Leader, are you confused? Why did you hit the wrong person? Hit the wrong person? Zhao Kun stared at Madame Du fiercely. It was this evil fat woman. Without her, he would not have provoked that terrifying young man. Thinking of the scene of him kneeling, Zhao Kun's face turned ferocious again. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Madame Du. Then he kicked out. Boom! That kick was like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. It was unusually fierce. Madame Du could not withstand it. She wailed and turned into a meatball, flying backward. Only after it had pierced through dozens of houses did it fall into the ruins. Everyone was stunned. They could not understand why the leader would do that. However, in the next moment, they were shocked again. Their eyeballs almost fell out. Zhao Kun turned around. The ferocious killing intent on his face was gone, replaced by a smile. That smile seemed to be trying to curry favor. He walked to Lin Xian's side and asked softly, "Hero, are you okay? You're not scared, are you?" Whoosh! The surrounding Green Wolf Gang disciples felt their heads explode. The usually ferocious helper was actually speaking humbly to a young boy, dreaming. They must be dreaming. Many people were slapping themselves in the face, trying to wake up from the nightmare. However, to their despair, they discovered that all of this was real. Head Steward Du was even more frightened. He now knew why the helpers were angry. It was all because of the young man in front of him. He didn't know who this delicate and pretty young man in front of him was for the gang leader to try to curry favor with him. However, he couldn't care less about these things. Right now, saving his life was the most important thing. Great hero, it's a misunderstanding. Manager Du's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could not speak clearly. Misunderstanding? Lin Xian sneered. Did I hear wrong? He was furious. If he was an ordinary person, he might have already been killed by now. For such evil people, Lin Xian would not be soft-hearted. You tell me, what did he do just now? Lin Xian pointed to a person next to him and said. Suddenly, that person was terrified, and his face was very ugly. Speak. Zhao Kun turned his head, and his face was ferocious and terrifying again. Yes, the martial artist was trembling in fear. Head Steward Du said, he wants the great hero to kneel, break his own arms, destroy his own cultivation, and beg him like a dog. If he's in a good mood, he might let the great hero go. Zhao Kun's face suddenly darkened. He was courting death. This was a blatant act of courting death. He looked at Head Steward Du, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Great hero, what do you think we should do? Zhao Kun asked carefully. You'll bear the consequences of your own words. Lin Xian said lightly. Zhao Kun nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he kicked Head Steward Du and said, You know what to do? Head Steward Du trembled. He naturally understood what the leader meant, but he was unwilling because until now, he still did not know the identity of the young man in front of him. Seeing Head Steward Du's unwilling eyes, Zhao Kun's heart was filled with anger. He snorted, waved his hands, and instantly slapped Head Steward Du's arms. Crack, crack. Spiritual energy surged, and it was incomparably vast. This blow directly broke Head Steward Du's arms. Head Steward Du suffered a heavy blow and roared crazily, his eyes revealing a look of horror. I'm not convinced. You still dare to talk back. Zhao Kun was angry and kicked out again. This kick happened to hit Head Steward Du's abdomen, shattering his spiritual sea cyclone. My cultivation. Head Steward Du screamed, lying on the ground like a dead dog. He was constantly gasping for breath, and his eyes were red, staring at Lin Xian. He was not convinced, and at the same time, he was extremely desperate. Without his cultivation, he was worse than a dog, and all of this was caused by this young man in front of him. He was filled with hatred. Lin Xian looked at Head Steward Du on the ground without a trace of pity. If he did not kill, he would be killed, especially in a place like the Blood Realm, where only strength mattered. There was no need for pity. I don't want anyone to hate me, so you should know what to do, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, a trace of fierceness appeared in Zhao Kun's eyes. A dark green mass of qi floated in his palm, carrying a shocking force. With a wave of his palm, the green qi surged and condensed into a wolf claw, about 10 feet long and lifelike. Boom. Head Steward Du was hit by this force, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and fell to the ground dead. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They did not expect the leader to kill head steward Du personally. In the distance, Madame Du climbed up with difficulty and saw this scene. She immediately screamed in horror. Zhao Kun's expression was cold as he punched out. The void was torn apart, and the shadow of a green wolf formed by spiritual energy flew in the air and quickly swallowed Madame Du. Hero, are you satisfied? Zhao Kun asked softly. Lin Xian nodded slightly and did not pay attention to this matter. He said, do you have a detailed map of the Blood Realm? Although he had bought one in the city, he was not satisfied with it. Yes. Seeing that Lin Xian did not pursue the matter, Zhao Kun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a blood-red map from his storage ring and respectfully handed it over. This map can't be said to be the most detailed in the Blood Realm, but it's definitely 10 times better than the one sold in the shops. Lin Xian took it and found that the map was densely labeled, and it was indeed very detailed. After accepting the map, Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Kun. Don't let this happen again. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yes, hero, don't worry, Zhao Kun said respectfully. Chapter 694. Gang leader, what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? Finally, an old man stepped forward and asked tentatively. Zhao Kun's face was gloomy. He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and said coldly, go and send the corpses to Flying Tiger City. Tell them that they were killed. Hearing this, all the disciples trembled. The old man was pleasantly surprised. Don't worry, gang leader. I know what to do. Go and do it. You'll be the manager from now on, Zhao Kun said indifferently. Yes, I'll do it right away. The old man was ecstatic. He quickly ordered the disciples to carefully place the corpses and then quickly send them to Flying Tiger City. He knew that the gang leader must be afraid of the mysterious young man. Someone who could make the gang leader afraid was either an expert or someone with a special identity. In short, the mysterious young man was not to be trifled with. The Green Wolf Gang could not take this lying down, so they decided to let Flying Tiger City do it. This was because Steward Du was the junior brother of the Flying Tiger City's governor. The death of Steward Du would definitely infuriate the governor. He was a martial artist stronger than Zhao Kun, a true venerable. Lin Xian did not know about the Green Wolf Gang's little trick. At this moment, he had already left Broken Mountain City and set off according to the bloody map. He had to admit that Zhao Kun's map was very detailed, at least much more detailed than the one he bought. He found the fastest path and used his movement technique to speed up his journey. The place Lin Xian was at was still at the edge of the Blood Realm, so there weren't many cities. Looking from afar, he could only see a vast expanse of dark red. Half a day later, he suddenly stopped and frowned. Because he had perfected the concept of wind, Lin Xian was very sensitive to the flow of wind around him. At this moment, he felt an extremely unusual wind fluctuation in front of him. This aura was very strong and very violent. It was definitely not an ordinary wind. Soon, Lin Xian saw a red mist on the horizon in front of him. It was like a sea of blood surging endlessly. Accompanying it was an ear-piercing ghost howl. This is a storm. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had never seen such a powerful storm. The red storm was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived nearby. A violent gale swept through, uprooting the trees. Countless clouds of dust flew into the sky. They were like giant dragons roaring ferociously in the air. The sky howled as if it was being torn apart. Red cracks appeared as the terrifying power of wind swept out in all directions, destroying everything. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to escape. When an ordinary martial artist encountered a red storm, they could only pray. But Lin Xian was different. He possessed a perfect concept of wind, and his strength was incomparably powerful. In the next moment, strands of azure airflow appeared around him and lifted his body up. It was like a dream and an illusion, drifting indeterminately. With this concept of wind, the impact of the red storm was indeed reduced. Lin Xian drifted along with the red storm. Looking at the raging storm, he suddenly had an epiphany. His concept of wind had already been at the perfection stage for a long time, but he still hadn't reached the wind soul stage. He knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Unlike the sword soul, the concept of wind was completely comprehended by him alone. There were no shortcuts, so its speed was not as fast as the sword intent. But now, facing the red storm that covered the sky, he suddenly had a trace of epiphany. This process was very short, only an instant, but it was enough. Because he had a direction, he knew the future path of the concept of wind. As long as he comprehended more, it wouldn't take long for him to condense the wind soul. The wind gradually weakened. The red storm was like a giant beast coming quickly and leaving quickly. Soon, it completely disappeared from this area and rushed towards other places. And Lin Xian summoned the dark red divine dragon and let it guard him. Damn, kid, are you a freak? The dark red divine dragon was dissatisfied. You can have an epiphany while rushing? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Although the dark red divine dragon was dissatisfied, it still laid down a defensive array. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In his mind, he constantly deduced and recalled the situation when the red storm appeared, carefully comprehending. He felt that his comprehension of the concept of wind had deepened by quite a bit. At the same time, he created his own gale style based on the scene just now. With a wave of his palm, a gale rolled up, monstrous airwaves rolled, and a terrifying sound surged as if the red storm had appeared again. The ground cracked, trees flew upside down and turned into powder in the air. The distant mountain peak exploded, unable to withstand this force. This palm was very similar to the red storm, filled with a violent and destructive aura. Ah, help, the red storm is here again. In the distance, a cry of alarm sounded. It was very miserable and desperate. After Lin Xian heard it, he looked surprised. He waved his hand and put away this move. At the same time, his figure swayed, and he rushed towards the source of the sound. The red storm was very terrifying. Everywhere it passed, it was severely damaged. The ground cracked, the cracks spread, and the mountain rocks collapsed. It was a miserable scene. And in these ruins, there was actually a lean young man. At this moment, he was holding his head and screaming. God, didn't the red storm only appear once? Why did it appear again after it disappeared this time? God, I don't want to die. The young man roared wildly. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that there would be someone who could survive the red storm. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Like a gust of wind, he silently came to the side of the young man with a bamboo pole. Then he kicked him with the tip of his foot. Suddenly, the young man with a bamboo pole trembled and screamed crazily. Ah, it's here, it's really here. Lin Xian was speechless. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he could only say, Hey, there's no storm. You don't have to be afraid. As soon as he said that, the young man on the ground stopped, trembling. Then he quickly turned his head and looked around. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He sat up and patted the dirt off his body. He stared at Lin Xian and snorted in dissatisfaction. Why didn't you say there was no storm? Do you want to scare me to death? The young man complained. Lin Xian was amused. At the same time, he was curious. The young man on the ground did not have a very high cultivation. How did he escape the red storm? Hey, what's with that look? The young man on the ground was dissatisfied and stood up. Although I'm not strong in terms of survival ability on the Scarlet Plain, even an ultimate warrior might not be as good as me. The young man was very confident. What's your name? Lin Xian asked. Yu Fei, the young man said. Then, he was stunned. Why should I tell you? He stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression. You're so clean. Didn't you encounter the red storm? Kid, who are you? A newbie? Lin Xian shrugged. You said your survival ability is strong? Other than the storm, what other dangers are there in the Scarlet Plain? Yu Fei's eyes widened. He stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds, then said disdainfully, You're really a newbie. Chapter 695. There are many dangers in the Scarlet Plain. Yu Fei snorted. The Scarlet Storm alone can take most people's lives, not to mention the other dangers. What dangers? Lin Xian asked. Blood wolves, terrifying blood bandits, and the mysterious Scarlet Netherland. Every one of them is extremely terrifying. If you encounter them, very few people can leave alive. Yu Fei glanced at Lin Xian and snorted. You're lucky that you didn't encounter the Scarlet Storm. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and talk. He didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian, so he thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary martial artist. Lin Xian smiled and didn't point it out. He then took out the map, compared it to the map, and prepared to leave. Just then, Yu Fei sneered. You're indeed a newbie. How ignorant of you to use such a map in the Scarlet Plain. Kid, I can guarantee that you won't survive more than 3 days with this map. Why? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't find anything wrong with the map. Your map looks detailed, but it only marks the geographical environment of the Scarlet Plain. There are no marks at all for the divisions of the forces and forbidden lands. This kind of thing is only used to trick newbies like you. No veteran would use it. Oh, Lin Xian frowned. What kind of map do you use? Kid, look carefully. This is my treasure. You can't see it even if you want to. Yu Fei said proudly. He then took out a scroll and opened it slowly. The map was huge. At first glance, it didn't seem as detailed as the one in Lin Xian's hand. However, if one looked closely, they would find that there were many marks on it. For example, Lin Xian found that the entire Scarlet Plain was divided into many regions of different sizes. Each region was marked with a different pattern. Other than that, there were some places with exclamation marks. These are? Lin Xian asked curiously. These are the divisions of the forces in the Scarlet Plain. The regions you see are the current divisions of the forces in the Scarlet Plain. Yu Fei said, Do you see that? The area we're standing in is the territory of the Azure Red Society. Azure Red Society? Yes, Broken Mountain City, Flying Tiger City, and 6 other cities all belong to the Green Red Society. Is the Qinghong Society very powerful? You can say that he's the overlord of this region, but he's nothing compared to the entire Blood Realm. Indeed, Lin Xian realized that the Green-Red Society's sphere of influence was only the size of a fingernail on the entire map. Compared to those palm-sized and larger forces, it was nothing at all. Doesn't Broken Mountain City belong to the Green Wolf Gang? How did it become the Azure Red Society's territory? The Green Wolf Gang is just a branch of the Green-Red Society, and it's the weakest of the 6 branches. You just arrived, so it's normal that you don't know about this. You'll probably understand after a while, Yu Fei said. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can survive in this blood realm. Green Wolf Gang, Green-Red Society. Lin Xian looked at the map in his hand with a sinister look in his eyes. He didn't know if the other party had deliberately given him such a useless map, but he would let it go this time. If he found out that the Green Wolf Gang had other actions in the dark, he would never forgive them. Although the boss of the Green-Red Society dominates here, he's nothing in the entire Blood Realm. He's not even qualified to enter the Blood Supreme list. Yu Fei snorted. Blood Supreme list? What's that? The Blood Supreme list is a ranking of the experts in the Blood Realm. Anyone who can be on the list is at least a venerable. Moreover, The venerables on the list have experienced hundreds of battles and rose in the cruelest environment. Their strength is much stronger than the venerables of the same level in other regions. The competition on the Blood Supreme list is very fierce. There will be new changes on the list every few years. It can be said that the speed of replacement is very fast. Lin Xian was moved after hearing that. It was very difficult to advance to the Venerable Realm, but the Blood Supreme list was updated once every 2 or 3 years. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. Who are the people at the top of the list? Can you tell me in detail? Lin Xian asked. He was very curious about the Blood Supreme list. Well, Yu Fei deliberately dragged his words and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Plop! Lin Xian threw out a small box of medium spiritual stones. Brother, you're straightforward. Yu Fei was pleasantly surprised. He quickly put away the box of medium spiritual stones and then cleared his throat. The top 2 experts are too mysterious. Very few people know them. They only know that they come from the 2 biggest forces. However, the 3rd person is very famous. Yu Fei was a little excited when he mentioned the 3rd person. His name is Duan Tao. His strength has reached the peak of the Venerable Realm. He's very terrifying. Moreover, his identity is very special. He's the 7th son of the Deputy Palace Master of the Palace of Ares, peak of the Venerable Realm. He's from the Palace of Ares. Lin Xian was shocked. He had not expected the 3rd person on the Blood Supreme list to be so powerful. He had reached the peak of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that Duan Tao was from the Palace of Ares and had an extraordinary status. Duan Tao is very powerful. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is heaven-defying. In the blood field, other than the top 2 experts, almost no one is his match. Therefore, many people call him a Martial Supreme. Martial Supreme. Lin Xian was shocked. Martial Supreme. Martial Supreme is respected. This title means a lot. However, the top 2 experts did not object. Apart from the influence of the Palace of Ares, Duan Tao's strength was also extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to win the title of Martial Supreme. Duan Tao keeps a low profile. It seems that he only develops in the blood field. However, his son is even more famous. Even outside the blood field, there's no one who doesn't know him, Yu Fei said. Duan Lingfeng, young Master Lingfeng. I believe you know him? Young Master Lingfeng? Lin Xian was stunned. Is he very famous? Puffed. Yu Fei almost vomited blood. Then he said in exasperation, Brother, are you from the Tianwu continent or not? You haven't even heard of young Master Lingfeng? Well, I grew up in the mountains. I don't know much about the outside world. Lin Xian shrugged. So you're a barbarian. Yu Fei curled his lips. Kid, listen carefully. The Tianwu continent has 4 young masters. They are extremely talented and powerful. They can suppress people of the same level. Moreover, these 4 people are from the king families. They have powerful backgrounds and gathered a group of strong supporters. They form a very powerful force. The people of the continent call them the Tianwu 4 Young Masters. Young Master Lingfeng is the most ruthless. That's Duan Lingfeng. All right, let's not talk about it. These things are too far away for you. Just treat it as a legend. You probably won't be able to see the 4 young masters in your lifetime. Yu Fei curled his lips. Then he pulled out a demonic beast corpse from the ruins. He said in annoyance, Damn it, we actually encountered a bloodstorm. How am I going to explain this? Damn it, this bloody dragon horse is very expensive. The old man will definitely be furious this time. It's over. Yu Fei looked at the demonic beast's corpse with a bitter expression. Chapter 696. Brother, do you need spirit stones? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Yu Fei was unhappy and thought to himself, what nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, he was stunned because he remembered that Lin Xian just casually threw a box of mid-grade spirit stones to him. Could this guy be a rich second generation? Yu Fei stared at Lin Xian, and countless thoughts appeared in his mind. Then he laughed dryly. Brother, why don't you lend me some spirit stones? Don't worry, I'll definitely return it. Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. I won't lend you spirit stones, but you can earn them yourself. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, Yu Fei was unhappy. He thought to himself, why did you ask if I don't lend you spirit stones? But the next sentence surprised him. How do I earn them? Yu Fei asked curiously. Seeing that you're familiar with the situation in the blood realm, I wonder if you're interested in being my guide. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you well. The situation in the blood realm was more complicated than he thought, so he hoped to find a smart person to lead the way. And Yu Fei, a weak martial artist, was actually able to survive in the Red Storm. This was enough to prove his terrifying experience and survival skills. Pay. Yu Fei's eyes turned. How much can you pay? The price of 2 bloody-horned dragon horses. Lin Xian raised 2 fingers. Really? Yu Fei gasped. One must know that 1 bloody-horned dragon horse was worth 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, so 2 of them would be 60,000. He couldn't believe it because he had spent a lot of effort to gather enough money to buy this horse. Now he could earn 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones just by leading the way. This was definitely a good thing that had fallen into his lap. Wait a minute. Yu Fei suddenly became alert. Where are you going? If you're going to some forbidden place, I won't lead the way. Don't worry, it's not a forbidden place. I'm going to the Immortal Martial Academy. Immortal Martial Academy. Yu Fei heaved a sigh of relief, after which he once again surveyed Lin Xian before lightly shaking his head. The Immortal Martial Academy only recruited geniuses and elites. It wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. He didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian, so he didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to enter the Immortal Martial Academy. However, all these had nothing to do with him. He only needed to bring Qin Wentian to the Immortal Martial Academy. All right, I promise you, Yu Fei continued. However, you have to accompany me to the Soaring Tiger City first. I need to hand over the goods before I can bring you to the Immortal Martial Academy. No problem. Lin Xian readily agreed, because he knew from the map that Soaring Tiger City was a place one had to pass to get to the Immortal Martial Academy. Wait a minute, I need to bring the bloody dragon horse with me, Yu Fei said as he pulled on the horse's leg. No problem. Lin Xian patted his demon beast pouch and released Xiao Jin. Croak. Xiao Jin had been cultivating in the demon beast pouch for the past few days. Now that it was released, it cried out excitedly. Fuck, what a huge frog. Yu Fei couldn't help but look back when he saw the huge shadow beside him. As expected of a rich second generation, he actually has such a powerful demonic beast. This is much better than the bloody dragon horse. Yu Fei was extremely envious. Soon he jumped up and Lin Xian patted Xiao Jin's head. Xiao Jin turned into a ray of golden light and jumped out quickly. Soaring Tiger City, one of the 6 branches of the Azure Red Society. Its strength could be ranked in the top 3. At this moment, in the huge and majestic City Lord's mansion, a heavy aura enveloped the entire place. 2 corpses were laid side by side on the white jade floor. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were unrecognizable. However, one could still tell that they were a man and a woman. At the top of the hall, a muscular man walked over in large strides. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. This man was the city lord of Soaring Tiger City, Tian Hu. He looked at Supervisor Du on the ground with a gloomy face. Who killed Junior Du? Tian, whose voice was like thunder, causing the air to tremble. City Lord Tian. It's this guy. Below him, an old man in green clothes said in a deep voice. Then he flipped his palm and used his spiritual power to condense a scroll in the air. On the scroll was a handsome young man who looked exactly like Lin Xian. This little thief killed Supervisor Du in Broken Mountain City and then escaped. Our leader has already given the order to kill this little thief. However, there are still no clues so far. Looking at the portrait in the air, Tian, whose eyes shone with a cold light. Who is this person? What's his background? This person had some conflicts with Supervisor Du's sister, so I don't want to listen to these useless reasons, Tian, who suddenly shouted. Just tell me who he is, and what's his background. As for the reason, I don't need to know. No matter what the reason is, as long as he dares to kill my junior, I'll make him pay with his life. The old man in the Green Wolf Gang's eyes flashed. He then said, "This young man seems to be a newbie who just came to the Blood Realm. We really don't know his identity." A newbie from the Blood Realm? Tian, who closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then shouted coldly, "Pass down my order. From today onwards, increase the patrols in the city. Once you find this little thief, report it immediately. At the same time, go to the other cities nearby and offer a high reward for this little thief. I don't believe that he can escape from my tight encirclement. Junior Du, don't worry. I'll definitely avenge you." Tian, whose voice was cold. "All right, you can go back first. Tell Zhao Kun to report to me as soon as there's any news. Don't worry, City Lord Tian. The Green Wolf Gang will definitely do our best to find him," the old man said. Then he bowed respectfully and quickly turned to leave. This Tian, who is just like the rumors say. He's vengeful, but this is good. With him around, that little thief won't be able to escape. Humph, no one who dares to provoke the Green Wolf Gang can live. The old man sneered in his heart. Then he turned into a green light and quickly disappeared. Flying Tiger City was twice the size of Broken Mountain City. The buildings were even more majestic. The tall walls were all made of black stones. The 2 pitch-black doors were 10 feet tall. They were extremely thick and were now completely open. On both sides of the door stood 2 rows of guards in black armor. Their bodies were tattooed with white tiger stripes. From afar, it looked as if they were wearing tiger skin. These were the military guards in the city. Unlike Broken Mountain City, Flying Tiger City was strictly managed by the military. Moreover, the people in the city were not so extreme. It looked much safer. Lin Xian stood in front of the city gate. He had already put away Xiao Jin. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes and watching. Beside him, Yu Fei had also put the bloody dragon horse back into the storage room. "Brother Xian, the entrance fee to Flying Tiger City is 3,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. As long as you pay, you don't have to pay anymore." Yu Fei explained. 3,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Lin Xian nodded. It was indeed much cheaper than Broken Mountain City. Then Yu Fei walked forward and took out the city pass for the guards to see. Then he safely entered the city. Lin Xian rolled up his sleeves and slowly walked forward. When the leader of the Flying Tiger Troop saw Lin Xian, he was stunned. In the end, he suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Lin Xian carefully. After a while, his eyes flashed, and he was even more certain of his thoughts. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Halt, do you have an entry pass?" "No." Lin Xian shook his head and took out 3,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. "Take this. This is an entry pass. You can enter Flying Tiger City with this pass in the future." The leader said. Chapter 697. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the captain's eyes turned cold. "Go and report to the city lord that the person on the wanted list has appeared. The rest of you, close the city gates and activate the Forbidden Space array. Don't let that kid escape." Then the corners of his mouth turned cold. "There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Since you're looking for death, Don't blame us. Lin Xian walked into the Flying Tiger City. Looking at the lively scene on the street, he frowned slightly. His soul power was outstanding. Naturally, he could sense the abnormalities of the Flying Tiger Army, especially the captain. Although he concealed it well, it did not escape Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian could see the shock and hidden killing intent in those people's eyes. Although he did not know what was going on, he was still vigilant. Yu Fei, who was at the front, had an excited face. From time to time, he would tell Lin Xian about the city. At this time, a loud noise came from behind. Then the whole ground trembled slightly. Countless black figures rushed out like a flood and instantly broke through the crowd. The martial artists on the street were shocked and quickly retreated. The flood was like a ferocious beast. It was very fast and instantly surrounded Lin Xian. Fuck, no way, Flying Tiger Army. Yu Fei saw these people and his face turned pale. He naturally knew how powerful these people were. These martial artists in black armor were the Flying Tiger Army. Wu was the city's law enforcer. They belonged to the city lord's mansion. No one dared to go against them in the city. Usually, the Flying Tiger Army would not be mobilized. They would only be mobilized for special matters. But today, they had surrounded Lin Xian. Brothers, are you looking for the wrong person? Yu Fei said in a trembling voice. We are two rookies. We can't cause any trouble, let alone alert you. Get lost. One of the martial artists in black armor kicked Yu Fei away. This has nothing to do with you. We are looking for him. Immediately, countless gazes were like cold spears as they stared at Lin Xian. Powerful auras gushed out from them. These auras formed a special field. This was the combined might and killing intent of the entire Flying Tiger Troop. It was extremely shocking, and the surrounding cultivators retreated in fear. Yu Fei fell to the ground with a pained expression. He did not know what Lin Xian had done to provoke the Flying Tiger Army. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very calm. He had a slight smile on his face, as if the invisible and terrifying pressure around him had no effect on him at all. What an ostentatious display. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked calmly. Cut the crap and come with us. The tone of these people was very harsh. Their bodies flickered with black light, and the long sabers in their hands were even brighter. This was not a conversation at all, but an order. Humph, what if I don't agree? Hearing the other party's forceful tone, Lin Xian's expression darkened. He wasn't someone that anyone could order around. Brat, I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, we will chop off your limbs and drag you to the city lord's mansion like a dog. You don't have a choice. Be obedient and surrender. Perhaps you will suffer less. These people's voices were cold, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian frowned slightly, and a sword light flashed in his eyes. These people from the Flying Tiger Troop dared to be disrespectful to him. If it was under normal circumstances, he would have killed them in an instant. However, this was the Flying Tiger City, and these people were the city lord's subordinates. Moreover, he did not know what had happened. Therefore, he did not want to have a conflict with the forces here unless it was a last resort. Seeing that Lin Xian did not move, these people were very angry. Damn, brat, you dare to disobey the city lord's order. Do you believe that I won't kill you now? Kill me? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his face became cold. He took a step forward and said sternly, I'm standing right here. Try to move. Lin Xian's aura changed greatly as he took a step forward. A sharp and powerful aura gushed out, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed. He had already condensed his martial soul and dared to kill even a respected martial soul, let alone a few people from the Flying Tiger Troop. This aura was not something that these people could contend with. Moreover, he did not make a move because he did not want to cause trouble. Now that the other party was so arrogant, did he really think that he was a pushover? This aura was very terrifying, like a demonic mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. especially the flying tiger troop. When Lin Xian's gaze swept past them, they felt as if countless divine swords had pierced through their bodies. It was a trembling from the soul. The flying tiger troop, who were originally arrogant, was now trembling like little white rabbits. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they did not dare to look directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully, withdrew his aura, and stood with his hands behind his back. After a long time, the flying tiger troop came back to their senses. Thinking of their previous performance, they were so angry that their bodies trembled, and their eyes seemed to spit fire. In particular, the vice domain chief was so angry that his face turned black. He had brought the army here to show off his strength and make the other party obediently give up. However, he did not expect that with so many people they would be intimidated by the other party's gaze. Moreover, it happened in front of so many people. How were they going to survive in the future? Thinking of this, the vice domain chief's face darkened, and his gaze was as cold as a poisonous snake's. He instantly drew the long saber from his waist and slashed at Lin Xian. "You ignorant dog, how dare you threaten us? Today, I'll show you my power." The blade was sharp, and it was like a silver waterfall dancing in the air. The void split open, and the air was mercilessly torn apart as if silver divine lightning was shining. The vice domain chief was an ultimate powerhouse. His attack was filled with anger, and he did not hold back at all. This attack was so powerful that the surrounding martial artists exclaimed, especially Yu Fei, who covered his eyes and did not dare to look. At the same time, he felt endless sympathy and pity because, in his opinion, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. Crack! Looking at the terrifying blade, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. Then he struck out with his palm. In an instant, the saber radiance in the air shattered and could not block it at all. Then the shadow of the palm landed quickly, and a large handprint appeared on the vice domain chief's face. His body was sent flying, and he spun 3 times in the air before landing on the ground. Then the crisp sound of a slap could be heard in all directions. Hearing this sound, many cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air and unconsciously touched their cheeks because just by looking at the situation, they knew that the slap had been extremely painful. You dare to hit me?" The vice domain chief crawled up from the ground with difficulty and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with venom and fear. Half of his face was swollen, and more than half of his teeth were broken. Fresh blood dripped onto his armor, making him look extremely demonic. Even the words he spoke were somewhat unclear. "Why wouldn't I dare? Who do you think you are? How dare you show off in front of me?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Boy, you're dead. I want you dead. I'm going to chop off your limbs and feed you." Before he could finish speaking, there was a crisp sound of a slap. In the next moment, the vice domain chief spun like a top, and the blood from his broken teeth splattered in the air. Chapter 698. Looking at the vice domain chief who was beaten up, Lin Xian said calmly, "I'm doing this for your own good. I'm teaching you not to be too arrogant. Not everyone can be offended in this world. Fortunately, I'm good-tempered and didn't stoop to your level. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now." The vice domain chief was on the verge of tears. He even wanted to die. Who's the arrogant one? The surrounding people were even more stunned and shocked. The young man in front of them was definitely a fierce person. He had subdued the arrogant vice domain chief with just a raise of his hand. Other than the governor and the vice domain chief, no one else had this ability. Lin Xian glanced around and looked at the rest of the flying tiger troop. Immediately, they retreated in fear. What a joke! Even the vice domain chief was beaten up. Who would dare to go up? However, Lin Xian said, "Let's go. Take me to the governor's residence." What? Everyone was stunned and could not believe their ears. "You heard me right. I said I'm going to the governor's residence. Then Lin Xian turned to Yu Fei and said, take a rest first. I'll come and find you when I'm done. Yu Fei nodded mechanically. His eyes were blank. Until now, he still could not accept what was happening in front of him. Hero, please. The rest of the Flying Tiger troop carefully opened the way, afraid that they would offend Lin Xian. They were not arresting a criminal. They were simply guards opening the way for someone. However, they were not dissatisfied at all. They only wanted to reach the governor's residence as soon as possible so that they could complete their mission. Lin Xian naturally had his reasons for going to the Chengdu residence. He did not know the people from the Flying Tiger troop at all. There must be a reason why they wanted to kill him. Moreover, not long ago, he found out that the Green Wolf Gang and the Flying Tiger troop were the two branches of the Green-Red Society. There must be a connection between the two. It seemed that the Flying Tiger troop was standing up for the Green Wolf Gang this time. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that the governor of the Flying Tiger troop was a First Heaven venerable. Although he was powerful, he was confident that he could deal with him. Therefore, he went to the governor's residence fearlessly. Lin Xian walked at a leisurely pace, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. From time to time, he would look at the surrounding roadside scenery. The Flying Tiger army stood on both sides of Lin Xian, as if they were his most loyal guards. The martial artists in the city were shocked, and they were all trying to guess which great figure actually needed the Flying Tiger army to open a path for them. If they knew that those people were here to capture Lin Xian, their jaws would definitely drop. Finally, Lin Xian came to a stop in front of a huge mansion. The entire mansion was very majestic, like a small city. The tall walls were incomparably black. The gate was even more magnificent. In front of it were two stone carvings of flying tigers bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. The group of people escorted Lin Xian into the city lord's mansion. On the other hand, the guards at the gate were puzzled. Didn't they say that they were going out to capture someone? Why were they escorting such a big shot back and even accompanying him so carefully? Moreover, why was there a pig head in the team? No, that outfit. What? Vice Domain Chief? Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Lin Xian did not go to the main hall. Instead, he was brought to a landscape garden. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions in picturesque disorder. There were rockery and flying rocks. It was a work of the gods. At this moment, the city lord and many of his subordinates were enjoying the dance and drinking when a guard suddenly reported. When he learned that the person on the wanted poster had been captured, his eyes instantly shot out a terrifying light. Bring that brat here. Soon, Lin Xian strode over. Behind him was a group of Flying Tiger army soldiers. Lin Xian swaggered around with a calm demeanor, as if he was the master of this place. When Lin Xian walked to the front, he saw the fine wine and delicacies nearby. He instantly laughed loudly and sat down to drink to his heart's content. Many martial artists in the courtyard had uncertain expressions, especially City Lord Tian, who, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. This guy in front of them was too arrogant. He actually ignored all of them and ate and drank to his heart's content. Did he not know that he was a prisoner? How dare you, arrogant! Why aren't you kneeling when you see the city lord? A young man shouted coldly. He was also wearing light armor, and his expression was cold. This young man was the son of the Flying Tiger Army's lieutenant. When he saw Lin Xian's arrogant attitude, he was instantly enraged. Lin Xian held the wine cup in his left hand and laughed loudly. You're the bold one. How dare you speak like that? Why aren't you slapping yourself? His voice was filled with arrogance and unruliness. You're courting death. The young man was enraged. He immediately pulled out a sharp long sword and stabbed out quickly. No one stopped him. Everyone looked at this scene with gloomy expressions. This young man looked young, but his cultivation was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His sword's momentum was shocking. The sword light was like a dazzling divine light that swept through the void. Red flames were attached to the sword chi. They were dancing, accompanied by a blazing aura. It was as if a ferocious fire dragon was spewing out. In an instant, the terrifying sword light enveloped Lin Xian. Die, brat. The young man's face was ferocious like a demon. However, in the next moment, a vigorous hand reached out and grabbed the head of the fire dragon. His 5 fingers bent and pierced through the head. With a mournful cry, the fire dragon disappeared, turning into a rain of fire that fell to the ground. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. His gaze was like a sword that pierced forward. The young man's face turned pale. He took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. You don't know how to use a sword, and you're not worthy of using one, Lin Xian said mercilessly. The young man clutched his chest. His eyes were spitting fire. He wanted nothing more than to burn Lin Xian to death. He was considered an elite of the younger generation in the Flying Tiger Army. His status was respected, and no one dared to speak to him like that. Now, an unknown brat dared to taunt him in public. This put him on the spot. His heart was burning with anger. He wanted nothing more than to pounce forward and cut Lin Xian down. However, the terrifying scene from before left him with lingering fear. He didn't dare to move recklessly. The others were even more shocked. This young man defeated the enemy in one move. No wonder he was able to kill Steward Du. Humph, brat, you're arrogant. How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? Aren't you afraid of death? Tian, whose voice was cold and murderous. I'm just SOO, third in the blood realm. Lin Xian smiled. Speak. Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me you just want to enjoy my performance? Humph. Tian, who sneered. Brat, did you kill my junior brother? Your junior brother? Which one is your junior brother? Lin Xian snorted. I've killed too many people. I can't remember. Cut the crap. Did you kill Steward Du of the Green Wolf Gang? A muscular man beside him asked coldly. He was the lieutenant of the Flying Tiger Army. He looked at Lin Xian with murderous eyes. Steward Du? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Green Wolf Gang was behind this. Murderous intent rose in his heart. He had warned them not to provoke him, but they didn't listen. They even moved out of Flying Tiger City. Did they think he was so easy to bully? Since they didn't keep their promise, there was no need for them to exist. Lin Xian decided that after this matter in Flying Tiger City, he would destroy the Green Wolf Gang. I think you're mistaken. I didn't kill Steward Du. It was the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. You're full of nonsense. You're still trying to deny it. Steward Du is the right-hand man of the Green Wolf Gang. Why would the leader of the Green Dragon Gang hurt him? The lieutenant sneered. What a joke. I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already jumping out. Are you trying to show off your superior intelligence? Lin Xian sneered. In my opinion, you're just an idiot. Then he said coldly, the leader of the Green Wolf Gang is obviously afraid of me. That's why he killed Steward Du. That's how it is. I don't expect you to believe me. That's enough. Didn't you call me here to kill me? Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 699. Lin Xian's words were out of everyone's expectations. He was too arrogant and did not put them in his eyes at all. Tian, whose face was even more gloomy. As the city lord, no one had ever dared to be impudent in front of him. Little thief, do you know who you're talking to? Lieutenant Wang, you shouted coldly. Brat, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Those who have been arrogant in front of me are all dead. Tian, whose voice was cold, you have guts, but you have no brains. All right, stop putting on airs as the city lord. Lin Xian laughed disdainfully. If I don't say or do anything, will you let me go? We're going to fight anyway. Why should I give you face? Also, You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice echoed, completely shocking everyone. Heavens, this guy was too crazy. He actually dared to mock the city lord without any scruples. Did he not know that the entire flying tiger city was under their control? He even said that this guy knew that he was going to die, so he wanted to go crazy before he died. Of course, everyone felt that the last possibility was very likely. You're courting death. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of behaving atrociously in the city lord's mansion, Lieutenant Wang Yu shouted angrily. He pulled out the long saber at his waist, held it with both hands, and slashed down. He had wanted to make a move for a long time. This brat in front of him was too arrogant. First, he injured the vice lieutenant of the Flying Tiger Army. Then, he injured his son. Now, he did not put him and the city lord in his eyes at all. Everything made Wang Yu go crazy, so he did not hesitate and slashed down with his saber. Only by cutting this hateful little thief in half could he vent the hatred in his heart. The saber flashed like a silver river dancing in the sky. The void shook, and a fierce and terrifying aura swept out like a tsunami. With one slash, the surrounding fake mountain shattered, and the waterfall flew backward. The momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian raised his head and punched out. The golden fist enlarged in the air like a small mountain. Golden arcs of lightning flashed around it, and thunder rumbled in the air. Terrifying lightning energy permeated the air, turning everything in the surroundings into ashes. The surrounding warriors retreated in fear, distancing themselves from the two of them and retreating to a safe place. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. This young man was really crazy, acting without any scruples. He actually dared to make a move in the city lord's mansion. Moreover, the terrifying power of lightning was truly terrifying. Wherever the golden fist passed, the void was almost unable to withstand it. Boom! The resplendent saber light collided with the golden fist, creating an earth-shattering sound. Then, the blade light trembled and shattered like glass, dissipating in the air. At the same time, Wang Yu's face turned pale as he retreated. Lin Xian's expression was calm. His fist turned into a palm and suddenly slammed down. The mountain-like golden fist, in the void, transformed into a golden palm that covered the sky. Thunder rained down everywhere it passed. Terrifying energy surged and created a bottomless black hole in the ground. The entire Hill Spring residences was completely destroyed. Everyone's expression changed. This palm was too terrifying. It was hard for them to imagine that this was an attack from a young man. This power definitely surpassed that of an ultimate warrior. Could this young man be a half-step honorable warrior? Everyone's hearts raced as their expressions changed. A half-step honorable warrior at this age was definitely a genius. These geniuses were usually supported by powerful forces. Some of them were not forces that Flying Tiger City could contend with. Wang Yu's expression was even more horrified. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful that he could shatter his attack with a single punch. Looking at the rapidly descending golden palm in the void, he let out a low growl and quickly unleashed the power of his martial soul prototype. An extremely powerful force surged out and filled the surroundings. At this moment, Wang Yu's body was shining brightly. Terrifying energy filled his body, and he could even tear the void apart with a single move. He waved both of his palms and struck out an energy palm shadow. It swept across the sky and resisted the golden palm above. However, the golden palm in the sky was too terrifying. It directly shattered the palm shadow that filled the sky and quickly enveloped Wang Yu. Boom! Wang Yu was sent flying and kept retreating. Every step he took left a terrifying crack in the ground. The ground of the entire Feng Shui garden was torn apart as if an earthquake had occurred. Wang Yu's hair was disheveled, his chest was heaving up and down, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. This palm had seriously injured him. On the opposite side, Lin Xian looked calm. He did not even move his feet. You have the nerve to draw your saber with your little strength? You even said that you would kill me. Can you do it? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Wang Yu was about to go crazy. He was like a wild beast, roaring continuously. A terrifying aura floated around his body like a burning flame. The spiritual energy in the sky gathered and formed an energy giant that was dozens of feet tall. Its hands were on the ground as it roared at the sky. Its voice was like a wave that slapped in all directions and shattered the clouds in the sky. The giant glared at Lin Xian and then spat out an energy beam. Airwaves rolled and the void shattered. The terrifying energy beam was like a demon spear that quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered with disdain in his eyes. Then he took a step forward, and the spiritual energy in his body condensed into a terrifying sword qi that quickly slashed forward. The sword qi was dazzling and directly bombarded the energy beam, shattering it. Then the terrifying sword qi slashed the energy giant in half. Finally, the dazzling sword qi enveloped Wang Yu. Everything happened too quickly. All they saw was Lin Xian taking a step forward. Then, a huge and resplendent sword beam appeared in the sky. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. Nothing could stop it for even a moment. When the sword qi disappeared, everyone was shocked and gasped. That was because Wang Yu's body was cut in half and fell to the ground. His blood and organs were splattered all over the ground. It was a hideous sight. It was too terrifying. The dignified domain chief of Flying Tiger City, a half-step supremacy, was killed with a single slash. Moreover, he could not even fight back. This kind of strength was heaven-defying, and the opponent was such a young man. Countless people trembled and did not dare to look at Lin Xian directly. Looking at this scene, Tian, whose face was terrifyingly gloomy. He did not make a move in the previous battle because he felt that as a half-step supremacy, Wang Yu had an absolute advantage to kill the little thief in front of him. However, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. Wang Yu was not strong enough at all. Moreover, the last slash was so fast that Tian did not even have the chance to save him. Looking at the terrified expressions of the Flying Tiger City soldiers, Tian, whose face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent, he knew that he had to kill Lin Xian to settle today's matter. Brat, you dared to kill my people. No one can save you today. Tian, who released a terrifying aura. I'm going to cut off your head and hang it on Flying Tiger City so that everyone will know the consequences of offending Flying Tiger City. As Tian, who walked over step by step, his aura became more and more powerful. The pressure of a supremacy was completely released, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. He was not careless at all. Judging from the battle just now, since Lin Xian could kill a half-step supremacy with a single slash, he must have reached the supremacy realm. Chapter 700. Facing Lin Xian, Tian, who did not dare to be careless. When the surrounding martial artists saw Tian make a move, they immediately became excited because they knew that Tian, who was a true venerable, he was extremely powerful and could be said to be the #1 expert in Flying Tiger City. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and his expression was also extremely solemn. No matter what, the other party was a true venerable, far from what Wang Yu and the others could compare to. Therefore, Lin Xian did not underestimate this battle. A golden fist condensed, and Lin Xian attacked first, punching out. Golden light flickered like a sun, rampaging through the void. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to take the initiative to attack in the face of a powerful venerable. Tian, who laughed sinisterly and roared, immediately releasing his martial soul. His martial soul was a fierce tiger, and it was condensing behind him at this moment, accompanied by a monstrous and terrifying power. The tiger martial soul was very intelligent. It roared towards the sky, and the sound shook the sky. A strange sound wave blasted out with Tianhu's fist, forming a spiral attack in the air. The air was ruthlessly torn apart. The fist wind was vast and mighty, and a gale swept out. It was like a fierce tiger attacking, swift and fierce to the extreme. The two fists collided with an earth-shaking sound, and the surrounding ground cracked and spread into the distance. Under one blow, they were evenly matched. The two fists were in a stalemate in the air, devouring each other. Whoosh! The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to contend with the city lord. This scene made them feel fear in their hearts. Tianhu was also shocked. His attack was actually blocked, which was completely beyond his expectations. One had to know that he had used the power of his martial soul in this punch. Thinking of this, his face darkened. He had to use his full strength and not hold back anymore. Tianhu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. Then he took a step forward and merged with the tiger martial soul behind him. His originally tall and strong body grew another 3 feet like a small giant, mighty and extraordinary. His body was covered with black and white tiger stripes flickering with light. His limbs became thick and his palms were sharp like tiger claws, flickering with cold light and incomparably sharp. His entire person seemed to have turned into a fierce tiger murderer, emitting an aura that made people's hearts tremble. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He could naturally feel the terror of the other party. Taking a deep breath, he formed a seal with his right hand, and the spiritual power in his body crazily. Lin Xian had no intention of dragging things out either. He was going to go all out. Little thief, die. Tianhu roared as he punched out with both fists. The wind from his fists was vast and mighty, forming a ferocious tiger that pounced forward. The ferocious black tiger filled up the entire space. With a swipe of its claws, it tore the void apart. Vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he formed a seal with his right hand and madly pressed it forward. A's a vermilion bird divine beast. A divine bird. A divine bird's bird. The vermilion Tianhus have a fierce move, as well's have a Xian ver. What kind of bird is this? How can it be so terrifying? Vera vermilion bird. The someone said in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. The vermilion bird soared into the sky like a sun, illuminating the 4 rooms. It let out a cry, flapped its wings, and rushed down. With raging flames, he charged towards the black tiger. Boom! The 2 beasts collided, and energy spread out like a tide. The black tiger roared, its roar shaking the sky. But the vermilion bird was too powerful. Its body was surrounded by flames, burning everything. The vermilion bird seal had an extraordinary origin. Now that Lin Xian had used the dragon sword soul, it was even more powerful. In just a moment, the vermilion bird tore the black tiger's shadow apart. Its body shook, and it pounced on Tianhu. Whoosh! Tianhu's expression changed, and he moved sideways. He didn't dare to face the vermilion bird head-on. But in the next moment, his expression changed again. Lin Xian appeared in front of him like a ghost. Tianhu was shocked. He kept changing his position, but he still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian had an Earth-class movement technique, so his speed was terrifying. He followed closely behind Tianhu, and the vermilion bird seal in his hand fell. Boom! Another vermilion bird flew out and pounced on Tianhu. Black tiger protection. Tianhu couldn't dodge, so he could only take it head-on. Black and white tiger stripes flickered on his body, and a black tiger shadow surrounded him, forming a solid defense. The vermilion bird's shadow collided, emitting a sky-shaking sound. The terrifying power directly pushed Tianhu back. Whoosh! Lin Xian followed like a shadow, arriving behind Tianhu in an instant, and the vermilion bird seal struck out again. Originally, Tian, who was forced back, and his heart was extremely sullen. But before he could react, he suffered another blow. This time, his black tiger protection was directly shattered. The terrifying power blasted on his body, causing him to vomit blood. Tian, who was furious, he looked up to the sky and roared. The terrifying sound resounded throughout the four houses. However, he still couldn't escape the fate of being beaten. Another blow directly blasted him to the ground, smashing a bottomless black hole in the ground. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. Their city lord was actually being chased and beaten? This scene made them feel like they were dreaming. Lin Xian used the dragon sword soul as the foundation and struck out the vermilion bird seal. Every strike could split mountains and split rivers. Even respect couldn't withstand it. 5 strikes, a total of 5 strikes of the vermilion bird seal, all landed on Tian Hu's body. When the 6th strike landed, Tian Hu's arms broke and his bones exploded. His body went limp and fell to the ground. Everyone was horrified because they found that all the bones in Tian Hu's body were broken and his eyes were dim. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive. Lin Xian retracted his palm and stood in the air. He knew that the battle was over because no one could withstand 6 strikes of the vermilion bird seal. Then he looked down and pointed his finger. Tian Hu fell to the ground, his body trembling. His heart was filled with fear. He never thought that he would be completely defeated by a youth, and it was a crushing defeat. He was unwilling, he roared, he struggled. However, in the next moment, a sword light pierced through him. Plop! Tian Hu's body completely stopped moving. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. Then they screamed in horror. Their city lord was actually killed. To them, this was even more terrifying than the sky collapsing. Countless people were terrified and wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted, immediately suppressing everyone. Seeing Lin Xian descend from the air, everyone trembled. However, Lin Xian ignored those martial artists and only cut off Tian Hu's head. Then he put it away and disappeared into the air. After a long time, the people of the city, Lord's mansion, heaved a sigh of relief and then sat on the ground. This terrifying scene shocked their hearts. They would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. It's over. The sky has changed. Countless people trembled. They knew that Flying Tiger City must have fallen into a riot. After a long time, a few martial artists who had reached the half-step venerable realm were the first to recover from the horror. They whispered to each other and decided to ask the Azure Red Society for help. The city lord was dead. This kind of thing was too big. They couldn't control it at all and could only report it. Chapter 701. Tian, whose death caused a huge commotion. The powerhouses of Soaring Tiger City discussed and quickly asked for help from the Azure Red Society. However, Lin Xian didn't know any of this. He was currently rushing to Broken Mountain City. Lin Xian had let the Azure Wolf Gang off because they were obedient. However, he didn't expect them to do something in secret. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let them off this time. His body transformed into a ray of sword light as he quickly flew through the great blood-filled plains. Broken Mountain City. The old man returned after sending the corpses of Steward Du and Steward Du to Soaring Tiger City. He naturally returned to report to Zhao Kun. In the hall, Zhao Kun laughed with satisfaction when he heard the news. "Haha, well done. With Tian, whose help, that thief will definitely not be able to escape. Gang leader." Then the old man rubbed his hands and seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Oh, I almost forgot." Zhao Kun immediately smiled when he saw the old man's expression. "From today onward, you'll be the steward of the Azure Wolf Gang. Steward Li, you must work hard in the future." "Yes, gang leader." The old man was excited. "I'll definitely work wholeheartedly for the Azure Wolf Gang." Good, good, good. Both of them laughed loudly. They were very satisfied in their hearts. However, at this moment, the roof above the hall suddenly broke open, and countless tiles turned into ashes. Swoosh! A black shadow shot in quickly like a black bolt of lightning. "What's that?" Zhao Kun and Steward Du were shocked and looked up, especially Zhao Kun. He was extremely furious. Someone actually dared to behave atrociously in his territory. They must be tired of living. However, he was stunned in the next moment, because the black shadow fell to the ground and rolled a few times before it stabilized itself. Zhao Kun also saw the black thing clearly. It was actually a human head. It was covered in blood, and its eyes were filled with terror and despair. It was Tianhu's head. Seeing this, Zhao Kun and Manager Li both jumped up in shock. Both of them were terrified and filled with disbelief. Tian, who was the city governor of Soaring Tiger City and a venerable realm powerhouse. In Flying Tiger City, no one could compete with him. Even the experts who passed by would not dare to offend Tian, who because they were afraid of the Cyan Red Society. However, such a valiant character had actually been beheaded and even brought here. Why was Tianhu's head here? Zhao Kun was terrified, but he was also deeply puzzled. Could it be? When he saw Manager Li, he suddenly had a bad premonition. He had just sent someone to contact Tian, and the latter had died. Moreover, his head had been brought here. He would never believe that this had nothing to do with him. Gang leader, this has nothing to do with me, Manager Li said with a trembling voice. Could it be that brat? Manager Li exclaimed. Could it be that he's here for revenge? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Trembling, they looked up. Above them, a figure was walking in the air. Around him were streaks of sword chi, as if a sword god had descended. It's him. It's really him. Zhao Kun looked at the descending figure and trembled uncontrollably. Great hero. This has nothing to do with me, Manager Li screamed. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He slowly descended into the main hall. He looked at the two people below, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I said that if you were obedient, I would let you go. However, your actions have disappointed me. Lin Xian shook his head. Great hero, we were wrong. Please give me another chance. Zhao Kun was about to cry. There was no other way. Even the powerful Tian, who had been killed, let alone him. Now, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why did he think he was smart enough to send Manager Du's body away? If he had held back at that time, this would not have happened. Let you go. Lin Xian sneered. Stop dreaming. I'm here today to deal with you. The Green Wolf Gang has no need to exist. What? Zhao Kun trembled. Lin Xian's words were tantamount to announcing his death sentence. He gasped for breath, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Then he grabbed the old man next to him. Manager Li, it's time for you to contribute to the gang. After saying that, he waved his arm and threw the old man toward Lin Xian. At the same time, he used his speed and ran outside. Men, come quickly. Zhao Kun roared like a madman. He knew that no one in Broken Mountain City was a match for Lin Xian. He only did that to buy some time for his subordinates. Humph! Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He smashed the old man flying toward him with a punch, then pointed his finger at him. Whoosh! His finger shone like a small sword. It streaked across the void and stabbed Zhao Kun in an instant. Come! Zhao Kun had just run into the main hall when his body froze. He slowly lowered his head and realized that his heart was transparent. Boom! His body fell down, and he couldn't be any more dead. Ah, gang leader. The gang members who came from all directions screamed when they saw this scene. At this moment, Lin Xian walked out slowly in a black robe. He exuded a terrifying aura. Devil! Devil! The surrounding martial artists saw this and ran away frantically. Lin Xian flew into the sky and stood in the void. Then he slammed his palm down. Boom! A golden palm condensed and fell rapidly like a mountain. Following it were countless bolts of lightning. In an instant, the main hall of the Green Wolf Gang was reduced to dust. A terrifying handprint appeared on the ground. Countless bolts of golden lightning struck in all directions. It was a terrifying sight. The headquarters of the Green Wolf Gang was reduced to ashes. After doing all this, Lin Xian turned and left. Not long after, a martial artist in a green robe appeared in the void. There was a red flower petal drawn on his chest. He looked at the destroyed main hall below with a cold glint in his eyes. "I'm a step too late," the mysterious man said softly. Then he snorted coldly, and a powerful, murderous aura flashed across his body. "How dare you offend the Green-Red Gang? Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I'll kill you." The middle-aged martial artist in a green robe transformed into a fighter and grabbed at the void. Then his eyes flickered with a hint of ferocity. "Kid, you can't run away." Whoosh! He turned into a ray of green light and disappeared. In the Flying Tiger City, there was also a martial artist in a green robe. This martial artist was slightly older, but he had the same arrogance as the previous one. It seemed that he was also a member of the Green-Red Gang. The old man in a green robe sat in the middle of the main hall. His face was gloomy, causing the entire main hall to be filled with an oppressive feeling. "Send everyone out. We must find that kid." "Red Flower Emissary. That kid has an accomplice. We have already captured him. As long as we spread the news, we will definitely be able to lure him here." "Very good." The old man nodded in satisfaction. Then he said eerily, "It seems that we have been too kind recently. Some people have already forgotten about the Green-Red Gang. How dare he kill a member of the Green-Red Gang? I will let him know how foolish his actions are." The old man's voice was low. A red flower petal appeared behind him, shining with a demonic red light. Chapter 702. After Lin Xian annihilated the Green Wolf Gang, he flew back to Soaring Tiger City. This time, he wanted to bring Yu Fei to the Immortal Martial Academy. However, when he returned to Soaring Tiger City, he learned that Yu Fei had been captured. This caused his little face to turn cold and gloomy. He had just killed the city lord of Soaring Tiger City and thought that he could intimidate everyone. He didn't expect that someone would dare to capture Yu Fei. This was a blatant provocation. Killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He felt that he was too merciful. He only killed the city lord and didn't touch the others? Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian flew toward the city lord's manor. Soon he arrived above the city lord's manor. However, he furrowed his brows because he felt a powerful aura below. Supremacy? Who is it? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that after Tian Hu died, another supremacy would appear. And this aura seemed to be even stronger than Tian Hu. No wonder he dared to capture Yu Fei. It turned out that he had a new backer. Below, the green-robed old man sat in the main hall with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was like lightning, piercing through the void. Countless blood-colored petals danced in the hall. "You actually walked into a trap? How arrogant!" The green-robed old man sneered. He waved his hand, and the petals in the sky stopped. Then they flew up rapidly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless red lights flashed. Each petal was like the sharpest hidden weapon, turning into a line of blood in the air. In an instant, these petals all rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian wanted to go down, but in the next moment, countless red lights flew out, piercing through the hall and piercing toward him. The void trembled, as if there were thousands of swords piercing into it. A terrifying aura sealed the entire sky. Danger! Lin Xian was shocked. Naturally, he could sense how terrifying this power was. His body flashed, and he dodged swiftly like a flickering shadow. Countless afterimages appeared. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. At the same time, he used the vermilion bird seal, forming a burning vermilion bird that blasted forward. A boundless sea of fire spread out. The blazing energy intertwined, forming a huge fire net that enveloped the area ahead. Boom! Puff puff! When the two collided, a shockwave of energy erupted. The vast energy was like a real ocean wave, rampaging through the void, emitting a rumbling sound as it spread out in all directions. Sword radiance flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as the red lotus armor materialized on his body. He then drew his wind shadow sword and slashed out a sword radiance. It was as if a bolt of lightning had descended from the sky. The sword light was dazzling and dazzling. It split apart the red petals that filled the sky and tore open a vacuum. At the same time, his figure flashed as he dashed downwards. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian arrived at the main hall. He used his soul power to search for Yu Fei and soon found a clue. Releasing the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey, he ordered them to secretly rescue Yu Fei while he stared at the azure-robed elder below. "You two, hurry up!" Lin Xian secretly transmitted his voice, his expression solemn. This was because he sensed danger from the old man below. Second heaven, a venerable realm. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not expect a second heaven, a venerable realm expert, to descend. Now that he had condensed his martial soul, his strength was equivalent to a first heaven, a venerable realm expert. In addition, his great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art, which gave him the strength to kill a first heaven, a venerable realm expert. However, it was still a little difficult for him to encounter a second heaven, a venerable realm expert. That was because it was extremely difficult to advance in the venerable realm, and every time he advanced, his strength would change tremendously. There were 9 heavens of venerable realm experts, and each one was vastly different. A second heaven, a venerable realm expert, could easily kill a first heaven, a venerable realm expert. However, Lin Xian had a sacred item like the great dragon sword soul. After all, if he went all out, he might be able to fight a little. Thinking of this, Lin Xian decided to go all out. Below, the azure-robed elder was slightly dazed when he saw Lin Xian. Although he knew that the person who killed Tian, who was a young man, he did not expect him to be so young. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that he sensed that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. This made him extremely suspicious, and he even thought that Lin Xian was hiding his cultivation. However, he checked again and found that Lin Xian was indeed at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but he could sense the power of his martial soul. He's just a fake venerable realm expert who has condensed his martial soul. I really don't know what Tian who was doing to die in the hands of such a person. Brat, I don't know what despicable means you used to kill Tian who, but since you've killed him, you must be punished. The azure-robed elder's voice was cold. How dare you kill someone from the Azure Red Society? I'll let you know what regret is. At the end of his sentence, countless red petals appeared beside the elder and spun around him rapidly. It was dazzling. The Azure Red Society. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The people from the Azure Red Society had arrived. He had heard about the Azure Red Society before. It was a huge force that was even more powerful than the Flying Tiger City. One had to know that the Flying Tiger City and the Azure Wolf Gang were just branches of the Azure Red Society. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Lin Xian wasn't a fool. He wouldn't fight head-on. Right now, he had to save Flying Tiger City and head to the Immortal Martial Academy. Once he entered the Venerable Realm, the Azure Red Society would be nothing to him. For now, he just needed to delay for a while. Thinking of this, he waved the Wind Shadow Sword and slashed out countless sword chi. The sword chi was dazzling like a terrifying sea of lightning. It was boundless, and the sky was filled with flashes of lightning. It made a dull sound, and the entire hall was shaking nonstop. "How dare you?" the azure-robed elder sneered. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to take the initiative to attack under such a huge gap in strength. However, it was all in vain. He was a second-level venerable realm expert and had absolute strength to suppress Lin Xian. He believed that as long as he attacked, he would be able to take down Lin Xian quickly. The petals around him danced quickly. Each petal was crystal clear and incomparably red, emitting a terrifying aura. "Go!" With a low shout, countless petals flew and formed a huge hand that slapped towards Lin Xian. The terrifying hand pushed out, causing the air to explode and the void to tremble unstably. The top of the hall was covered by a red light like a wave of blood. It was monstrous and terrifying. Slash. Lin Xian controlled the sword chi and slashed at the blood-colored hand formed by the petals. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The petals danced, and the sword chi surged, instantly splitting the top of the hall. Boom! In the end, the terrifying energy blew the entire roof away, revealing the blue sky. He can actually block it? The azure-robed elder below was surprised. Even a first-level venerable realm expert couldn't block his palm. But this fake venerable realm expert in front of him actually blocked it? Interesting. The azure-robed elder sneered. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Then he waved his sleeves, and the situation above changed again. Those petals rotated and emitted light. They danced quickly, and soon the blood-colored hand disappeared and was replaced by a hideous blood dragon. Roar! The sound was like thunder, and it stirred up waves of blood that drowned the sky. Chapter 703. It was a crimson blood dragon, and its huge body filled the entire sky. Even the void seemed to be collapsing. A sharp and terrifying aura assaulted Lin Xian's senses, causing him to tense up. Is this the power of a second heaven supremacy? It's really powerful. Lin Xian gasped. This power had surpassed that of a first heaven supremacy. Fortunately, he had the red lotus armor and dragon sword soul, so he could withstand it. Otherwise, another first heaven supremacy would not be able to withstand it. Roar! The flood dragon roared and charged at Lin Xian with its huge body. Wild wind slash. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless and used the wild wind slash that he had just comprehended. With a slash of his sword, a wild wind swept across the sky. Waves of air surged and whistled through the sky. Under everyone's horrified gazes, a huge sword chi storm gathered in the sky and became huge in the blink of an eye. The violent wind blew everything away, and more than half of the buildings in the City Lord Manor were destroyed. The scene was too terrifying. The flying tiger troop in the City Lord Manor trembled, as if they were facing a blood realm storm. Lin Xian's sword move was comprehended from the blood realm storm, and it was extremely violent. The sword chi storm blew past, like thousands of beasts roaring. It shook the space and charged toward the blood dragon. Rumble! In the sky, the huge storm collided with the ferocious blood dragon, setting off a terrifying storm. Lin Xian did not stop after slashing his sword. He formed a seal with his left hand and used the vermilion bird seal. The divine vermilion bird was born from fire. It was like a scorching sun in the sky as it charged toward the blood dragon. Lin Xian used 2 killer moves to fight against a second heaven supremacy. In an instant, the situation was in a stalemate. What? He actually withstood it? The martial artists below were shocked and could not believe it. The red flower emissary's face was also gloomy, and his eyes were cold. He snorted and prepared to attack with all his might. At that moment, a loud laugh came from the sky. "Ha, kid, you are indeed here. How dare you kill someone from the Azure Red Gang? Let's see where you can run to this time." Ooh, the voice was like a terrifying thunder god, deafening. "It's the Green Flower Emissary." At that moment, all the martial artists in the City Lord Manor looked at the sky. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He could feel a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Another second level venerable. He furrowed his brows. The situation was terrible, and he couldn't resist at all. Fortunately, the dark red godly dragon and the dark red godly dragon rescued Yufei. "Go." Without hesitation, Lin Xian grabbed Yufei and soared into the sky. "Kid, where do you think you're going?" Red Flower Emissary was furious. How could she allow Lin Xian to escape? Red flowers danced in the air, forming a large net that covered the sky. At the same time, the figure in the sky also reached out a terrifying palm that seemed to cover the entire sky. Lin Xian let out a long whistle as the wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. They were about 100 meters long. With a flap of the wings, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh, boom. The red net and the sky-covering hand missed their target. Immediately, two furious voices were heard. "Brat, no matter where you run to, I will kill you." "Humph. Azure Red Society, I'll remember this. I'll pay you back 100 times for what you did today." Lin Xian's voice reverberated in the air. All the martial artists in Flying Tiger City were shocked, and the 2-second level venerables quickly chased after him. However, they still lost him after half a day. The two of them roared crazily and destroyed the surrounding mountains and rivers. Lin Xian used his Earth-class movement technique and wind and thunder wings to successfully shake off the two of them. He stopped in a dense forest. Blurg. As soon as he landed, Yufei bent over and vomited. "No, I'm going to die. This is too exciting." Yufei sat on the ground, his legs trembling. He was only a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. He had never experienced such speed. He almost fainted just now. "I'm sorry that you've been dragged into this because of me," Lin Xian apologized. "It's okay." Yufei shook his head, then he stared at Lin Xian. "You look excited. Big brother, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You're actually a venerable. Yufei, will follow you from now on. You don't have to do this." Lin Xian smiled bitterly. "No, you're a man. You saved my life, so you're my benefactor." Yufei patted his chest and said, "From today onwards, my life is yours. But I'm going to the Immortal Martial Academy. You shouldn't be able to enter. Moreover, don't you have a job?" Lin Xian asked. "What job?" "Delivering goods in the Blood Plains every day. It's not interesting at all." Yufei curled his lips. "Every few days, there will be storms. If this goes on, it's simply a waste of life." "Then how is it not a waste of life?" "Of course, it's to cultivate martial arts, build a force, and dominate the blood domain." Yufei's face was filled with hope. "Brother Xian, you're so powerful. Haven't you thought of developing in the blood domain? It's rare to see such a young venerable. I think that in a few decades you'll be able to reach the top of the blood honorable list. At that time, you might even be able to replace those martial honorables." Lin Xian was deep in thought. Ever since he came to the Tianwu continent, he had plans to build his own force. Moreover, he had tried it in the Sand region. When he left, he even asked Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong to develop in the Quicksand City. He was no longer an ignorant child. After seeing so many things, he knew the importance of a force to a martial artist. Moreover, after entering the martial honorable realm, the resources needed were even more precious. It was difficult to obtain enough with one's own strength. If there was a force to handle it, it would save a lot of trouble. Moreover, this was for the sake of his family in the future. He had left the Xia country for 3 years. In these 3 years, he had always had one goal, which was to save his family. In the past, he thought that condensing a martial soul was enough. However, when he met the Black Dragon Sect's leader, he changed his mind. The other party's strength was too terrifying. He was very close to the King realm. If he went back rashly, not only would he not be able to save his family, he might be captured by the other party and snatched away the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, he had to have enough strength to return to the Tianan region and save his family. At this point, Lin Xian had two goals. First, wait for the palace of Ares to open and ask about his father's whereabouts. Second, increase his strength and go back to save his family. All of these required strength. Therefore, he planned to enter the Immortal Martial Academy to increase his strength. At the same time, he would secretly build a force in the blood region and slowly develop it. What's your specialty? Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, Yu Fei was delighted. He knew that this was a test. Brother Xian, although I'm not strong, I'm very familiar with the blood region. Moreover, I'm good at gathering information. I can definitely help you. All right, let's go to the Immortal Martial Academy first. When the time comes, you can stay in a nearby city. We'll discuss it later, Lin Xian said. Damn, kid, you want to build a force? The dark red dragon popped his head out, looking excited. I raise my dragon claw in agreement. When the time comes, I'll dominate the entire blood region. All the resources will be mine. The dark red dragon laughed. Then I'll be able to recover quickly. Chapter 704. Yu Fei was indeed a survival expert. Relying on his experience, Lin Xian was able to avoid danger several times. The two of them finally arrived at Windy City. Windy City was a huge city and also an important transportation hub. It was also a place one had to pass to reach the Immortal Martial Academy. Hence, this place was incomparably prosperous. Moreover, according to Yu Fei, this city was different from the Flying Tiger City. It wasn't dominated by a single power. Instead, many powers coexisted in the city. Thinking about it, such an important city couldn't be controlled by a single power. After paying the entrance fee, the two of them entered the city. Originally, Lin Xian planned to rest and replenish his supplies before leaving. However, when he was eating, he heard news about the auction. This made him somewhat tempted. He had many things on him that needed to be dealt with, and this auction was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Brother Xian, you want to participate in the auction? Yu Fei asked. And I have some things to sell. Also, I want to see if there are any good things. Why don't you wait for a while? Anyway, this place isn't far from the Immortal Martial Academy. You can come again when the time comes. Oh, why? In 3 months, there will be a super auction here. It's going to be huge. Yu Fei continued. In previous super auctions, there will always be good things coming out. Previously, there were 2 Earth-ranked martial arts here. Earth-ranked martial arts. Lin Xian was astonished. As his cultivation increased, he realized how powerful and precious Earth-ranked martial arts were. This kind of martial arts was only mastered by the superpowers. It was impossible for ordinary people to master it. However, the super auction here provided an opportunity. Earth-ranked martial arts were rare. If it really appeared, those experts from the Blood Realm would definitely go crazy. 3 months later. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He decided to come again 3 months later. After eating, the two of them rested for a night before setting off again. This time, they didn't enter the city. Instead, they set off for the Immortal Martial Academy. Finally, they arrived at Sky Pool City. Sky Pool City was much bigger than Windy City and was also ancient. No one seemed to remember when it was built. It was as if the Blood Realm existed, Sky Pool City existed. There was another reason why Sky Pool City was so famous, and that was because there was one of the most famous academies in the Sky Martial Continent. the Immortal Martial Academy. The Immortal Martial Academy was extremely large, occupying almost half of the entire Sky Pool City. It was like a gigantic monster standing tall on the ground, with no end in sight. Within the Sky Pool City, there was only the Immortal Martial Academy. The other powers in the Blood Realm had no way to enter, nor did they dare to enter. There had once been an 8th-level Venerable who had caused trouble here, and he had been killed in the end. From then on, Heavenly Pool City had become a forbidden area of the Blood Realm. However, it had become a paradise for the geniuses of the Tianwu continent. It was precisely because of the strength and safety of the Sky Pool City and the Immortal Martial Academy that countless geniuses from all over the continent gathered here. Lin Xian came at the right time because in a few days it would be the day of the Academy's selection. As long as they passed the test, they would be able to enter the Academy to cultivate. Therefore, the Sky Pool City was very lively at this moment. There were young martial artists everywhere. Lin Xian and Yu Fei walked on the street and looked at the people around them. They praised him in their hearts. Elder brother Xian, this is my first time coming to Sky Pool City. The martial artists here are so strong. Yu Fei had a look of envy on his face. Lin Xian was also surprised. They were indeed very strong. In just a short while, he had already seen a few martial artists who weren't weaker than him. Their auras were abnormally strong, and there were even faint traces of martial spirits. As expected of the Immortal Martial Academy, it actually attracted so many young experts. Lin Xian was excited. Competing with geniuses was the greatest joy. Sorry, it's full. It's full. After asking a few ins, they were all told that they were all full. There were no extra rooms. Not only Lin Xian, the other martial artists who came later also didn't have a place to stay. I've heard of a place where there should be a place to stay. Yu Fei thought for a long time and said slowly, however, it seems that it's not easy to stay in a room there. Not easy? Lin Xian was puzzled. Elder brother Xian, you'll know when you get there. Very quickly, Lin Xian arrived at the place mentioned by Yu Fei. Windsweeping Inn wasn't just a building, it was a huge and luxurious inn. From ordinary rooms to exquisite courtyards, it had everything. At this moment, Windsweeping Inn was surrounded by countless martial artists. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sighed. With so many people, even if there were empty rooms in the past, there were probably none left now. Looking at the crowded and noisy scene, Lin Xian felt that it was somewhat funny. It was hard for him to imagine that so many young geniuses would actually quarrel over a room. Bang! A low voice interrupted Lin Xian's fantasy. He raised his head and saw the crowd in front of Wind sweeping and parting. Several figures were sent flying out and fell to the ground. Are you deaf? If I said there's no room, there's no room. You still dare to be angry with me? The young and beautiful lady boss walked out with her hands on her waist. She was as arrogant as a princess. You dare to hit us? The few young men crawled up from the ground, their faces filled with indignation. It was too embarrassing. To think that, as geniuses, they couldn't even rent a room and were even thrown out. Moreover, there were so many people watching. How were they going to survive in the future? The few young men were so angry that their faces turned pale. They wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Among them, one of the young men stared at the young lady boss as killing intent surged from his body. Oh, you still dare to hit us? The young lady boss sneered. Why don't you try? After saying that, she took out a signboard. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This is the Immortal Martial Academy's examination room. If you dare to cause trouble here, you can forget about entering the Immortal Martial Academy for the rest of your life. Hearing this, the young man's body trembled. He retracted his aura and turned to leave with a face covered in dirt. Humph! A piece of trash dares to behave atrociously here. The young lady boss clapped her hands and turned to leave. At this moment, a voice rang out. Lady boss room. The young lady boss had an impatient look on her face. She turned around and was about to shout coldly. However, when she saw the jade pendant on the young man's waist, she smiled charmingly. Sky number 15. You're really lucky. There's only one room left. What? There's still room? What's going on? Isn't there no more rooms? Yeah. Why can he stay here but we can't? Fuck. Even if it's the Immortal Martial Academy's in, they can't be so arrogant. This isn't fair. The group of people were instantly unhappy. Humph. A bunch of idiots. What do you know? The young lady boss coldly snorted. She pointed at the young man's jade pendant and said, "Do you see that? An immortal jade pendant. He's a quasi-immortal martial disciple who passed the internal examination. Can you guys even compare?" What? He passed the internal examination? Everyone was shocked, staring at the young man in disbelief. The Immortal Martial Academy's examination was extremely harsh. Although these people were all geniuses, only 10% of them could pass the examination. Chapter 705. This young man in front of them actually passed the internal test, which really shocked them. The young lady boss sneered with her hands on her hips. How is it? Are you convinced now? If you're a candidate for the internal test, you'll also have a room. Everyone was unwilling. Could it be that only candidates can stay here? This is too unfair. Yeah, we also have a chance to enter the Immortal Martial Academy. You can't treat us like this. Fair. The young lady boss turned around. Fine, I'll give you fairness. There's only one room left, and it's a high-class suite, the Storm Courtyard. If you have the ability, come and stay here. Storm Courtyard. Everyone was shocked. Many of them had thoughts of retreating because the Storm Courtyard wasn't an ordinary courtyard. It was the best courtyard in Wind-Sweeping Tower. Not only did one have to pay an exorbitant rent to stay here, but one also had to have great strength and status. In other words, ordinary people wouldn't be able to stay here. However, the cultivators who came here were all geniuses with powerful clans behind them. Hence, after some consideration, they decided to stay in the Storm Courtyard. Lin Xian stood at his original spot. After learning about the Storm Courtyard, he was also slightly surprised. Then he shook his head slightly, not intending to compete. Lady boss, I'll take the Storm Courtyard. You'll take it? What arrogance! Who are you? Lady boss, leave the Storm Courtyard for me. Stop fighting. It's mine. The group of people chattered and quarreled again. The young lady boss crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked coldly at them. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, "Stop fighting. It's full. There's no more Storm Courtyard." No more? Everyone vomited blood and shouted in dissatisfaction. Didn't you say there was more? Why is there no more? Lady boss, what's wrong? However, before the lady boss could speak, a young man of 14 or 15 years old appeared in front of everyone. The young man was wearing exquisite clothes and said with a childish face, "Because the Storm Courtyard was just taken by my young master." Who does your young master think he is? How dare he snatch it from us? Ask him to give up the room, or don't blame us for being impolite. Kid, this place is too dangerous. It's not something you can get involved in. Get lost. The group of people's faces filled with dissatisfaction and shouted coldly. Hearing these people insulting the young master, the young man's face tightened and anger appeared in his eyes. He said angrily, "Hurry up and apologize, or don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome?" Everyone laughed. "How can you not be polite? Don't tell me you want to fight." They didn't put the youth in their eyes at all. It was no wonder. These people were all geniuses and were extremely proud, not to mention a young man. Even if they were geniuses of the same generation, they would not be convinced at all. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. It was because the young man in front of them suddenly formed a seal with his small hands, releasing a dazzling radiance that pushed forward. Bang! Those arrogant martial artists were caught off guard and were hit by the light, immediately retreating. Whoosh! For a moment, a vacuum appeared in front of wind-sweeping tower. Everyone was shocked, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. A 14 or 15-year-old child was actually able to repel them, especially those who were hit. Their faces were filled with disbelief. However, this expression was quickly replaced by anger. Brat, you dare to attack? Do you want to die? Being defeated by a young man in front of everyone made them feel ashamed. If news of this spread, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. In the distance, Lin Xian was also surprised. The attack just now wasn't very powerful, but it was very exquisite. It could be said that the young man had completely relied on a mysterious and exquisite martial arts technique to repel everyone. Interesting. I didn't expect Sky Pool City to have so many experts. Lin Xian was excited. If a young man was so amazing, how powerful would the young man be? In front of him, someone couldn't help but attack. The wind from the palm was so strong that it seemed to tear the void apart. However, the young man was disdainful. He stepped forward and kept dodging, calmly avoiding the palm every time. What? Everyone was shocked. This was once again beyond their expectations. However, what surprised them was what was happening next. They saw the young man continuously forming seals in the void, forming a blue treasure bottle and raising it above his head. Boom! The mouth of the bottle was facing down, and a ray of light shot out. The light was vast and mighty like the Milky Way, surging in the void and crashing into the opponent in the blink of an eye. Poof! With one move, the opponent was sent flying. Then the young man shot out another Milky Way river and blocked the front of Windsweep-In. My young master has booked Windsweep-In. Does anyone have a problem with that? The young voice sounded again. Everyone was silent. The battle just now had shocked them. That exquisite footwork, that mysterious hand seal, every one of them shocked them. The young man's cultivation wasn't very strong, but his strength was terrifying. The young master behind him must be even more powerful. No one dared to take the risk because they weren't confident. Therefore, there was a short period of silence. The young man was satisfied. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he turned around to pay the room fee. However, at that moment, a clear voice came from afar again. Windsweep-In is ours. Everyone was shocked and looked back. Who was it that dared to attack them? Lin Xian also looked over curiously. He saw 7 figures at the end of the street walking toward them. They walked very slowly. Each step was a small one, but each step was hundreds of meters away. It was as if they had shrunk the ground into an inch. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of everyone. Only then did everyone see them clearly. 7 young and beautiful girls appeared in front of everyone. They were beautiful and had impressive figures. They wore long white dresses with a red leaf embroidered on their sleeves. They didn't stop and walked directly toward Windsweep-In. Brother Xian, let's go and take a look. Yu Fei was excited when he saw the 7 beauties. Lin Xian nodded, and the 2 of them walked forward. The martial artists around them also surrounded them. Lady Boss, I want a room. The last girl walked out and said in a delicate voice. The young and beautiful Lady Boss glanced at the red leaf embroidered on the sleeves of the 7 girls and laughed. What a coincidence. The last Windsweep-In. Windsweep-In has been booked by my young master. Before the Lady Boss could finish, the young man spoke first. Your young master? The young girls laughed, as if they had heard something funny. In the Tianmu continent, there are only 4 people who can be called young masters. But as far as we know, those 4 people won't come here. Who does your young master think he is? How dare he call himself a young master? The 7 girls chuckled and didn't put the young man in their eyes. The young man was so angry that his face turned pale. Damn it! How dare you humiliate my young master? get lost. The girl who asked the question earlier said coldly, "You don't have the right to speak here. Ask your young master to come here." Everyone was stunned. The 7 beautiful girls in front of them were very powerful. They actually ignored the young man. Chapter 706. Her cold voice caused the surroundings to become silent. The young man's face turned pale. He clenched his fists and clenched his index finger. The spiritual energy in his body surged. "You want to fight?" The young girl smiled. "I advise you to give up on that idea. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death." The young man didn't believe her. He quickly formed a seal with his hands. However, halfway through, his body stiffened. A line of blood appeared on his cheek, and traces of blood flowed out. The young man was terrified. Although the wound wasn't deep, he didn't see the trajectory of the other party's attack. If the attack was aimed at his throat, he might have already died. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. Most of them didn't see it clearly. Only a few experts understood. "Brother Xian, what happened?" Yu Fei was puzzled. "Maple leaves," Lin Xian said. The wound was caused by the maple leaves. He saw the scene clearly. The mysterious young girl had used a maple leaf to cut the young man's cheek. The speed and strength of the attack were very precise. It could be said that it would be easy for the other party to kill the young man. The young man was terrified. He raised his hands in the air, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a pair of strong hands supported him. "Young master." The young man was surprised. Everyone was shocked and looked over. Lin Xian also looked up curiously. A young man in a blue and white robe appeared. There was a jade flute on his waist. At this moment, his expression was cold. "It was you who injured my servant," the young man in the blue and white robe asked. "It was me." The young girl sneered. "Remember, my name is Xiaofeng." The young man's voice was calm. "If you hear this name in the future, take a detour. You are courting death." Suyu shouted. She raised her hand and threw out 2 maple leaves. It was so fast that most people didn't see it clearly. Buzz. However, Xiaofeng grabbed the 2 maple leaves with his hand. The 2 maple leaves trembled between his fingers. They wanted to escape, but they were powerless. "You dare to be arrogant with such little strength? Go back and train for another 2 years. Ooh. Hearing this, Yu was enraged. She shouted and thrust her palms out like butterflies. A terrifying and vast power gushed out. Palm shadows filled the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the 2 of them to really fight. The people of Wind Sweeping Building were displeased and wanted to reprimand him. At this moment, another young girl walked out, sprinkling maple leaves all over the sky. "This is Red Leaf Valley's business." Unrelated people scram. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. "Red Leaf Valley. It's them." Many people gasped and quickly retreated. This was a great power that was incomparably powerful. Moreover, their way of doing things was extreme. Just like just now, if someone tried to stop them after they scattered the red leaves, they would become the target of their slaughter. So domineering? It couldn't be helped. This was a world where the strong were respected. In the past, there were supremacies who broke their rules and were all killed. Suyu and Xiaofeng were fighting. Both of them controlled their power and didn't affect Wind Sweeping Tower, as if they were worried about something. Bang! Suyu was knocked back. She clutched her chest in pain. "You dare to hurt me? Humph. Others might be afraid of your Red Leaf Valley, but our Xiao family isn't," Xiaofeng said coldly. "Go." Suyu snorted coldly. Suddenly, the 7 people attacked together. "Stubborn," Xiaofeng coldly snorted. The 7 of them formed a formation that was incomparably profound. The terrifying and exquisite power was dazzling. However, Xiaofeng still dealt with it calmly. However, the surrounding people weren't so lucky, especially the young attendant. He was sent flying by the energy wave. Bang! The young attendant screamed. His body was sent flying like a meteor. Xiao Feng was furious. His body swayed, but he was blocked by the formation of the 7 people. Seeing the young attendant flying out, everyone dispersed. No one dared to catch him. The warning from Red Leaf Valley still echoed in their ears. Moreover, Red Leaf Valley was vicious. They even dared to kill supremacies, so no one dared to catch him. Everyone dispersed and a vacuum appeared. However, there were 2 people who were exceptions. They were Lin Xian and Yu Fei. Yu Fei was afraid and wanted to retreat. However, seeing that Lin Xian didn't move, he could only stand still. Lin Xian looked at the young attendant flying over and sighed. He waved his sleeve and caught the young attendant. Thank you. The young attendant's face was pale as he thanked him weakly. What? Everyone was shocked. They looked at this scene in disbelief. There was actually someone who dared to interfere in Red Leaf Valley's matters. Was he tired of living? The young and beautiful lady boss was also surprised. She stared at Lin Xian and suddenly frowned, as if she had discovered something. The most furious ones were the 7 girls from Red Leaf Valley. One of them even shot out several maple leaf concealed weapons towards Lin Xian and the attendant. The attendant trembled. He couldn't see the trajectory at all. Everyone sneered as they watched the show. They thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. Yu Fei also stood behind Lin Xian with a nervous expression. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, he formed a whirlpool of energy and collected the maple leaf concealed weapon. What? Nothing. Everyone was stunned. They realized that they had underestimated Lin Xian. The people from Red Leaf Valley were also stunned and surprised. At this moment, Xiao Feng shouted angrily. A powerful aura erupted from his body and forced the 7 people back. Both sides stopped and faced each other. Xiao Feng's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Brother, thank you for your help. Xiao Feng said. How should I address you? Lin Xian. Brother Lin, I will remember this favor. On the other hand, the people from Red Leaf Valley were enraged. They glared at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. Brat, you dare to interfere in Red Leaf Valley's matters. You're dead meat. Good. I'll kill both of you today. Su Yu snorted. All right, everyone stop. At this moment, the young and beautiful lady boss said, There's no need to fight. I've already decided who to give the room to. Humph. Ooh. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others stopped and said proudly, Storm Courtyard will definitely be ours. Sisters, let's go. No. The young and beautiful lady boss shook her finger. I'll give the room to him. Then she pointed to the front. Xiao Feng. Everyone was shocked. The people from Red Leaf Valley were furious. What did you say? Why are you giving it to that Xiao guy? It's not Xiao guy. It's that Lin Xian, young hero Lin. The young and beautiful lady boss smiled and persuaded. What? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Even Xiao Feng was surprised. This result was out of everyone's expectations. For a moment, many people stared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. If it was Red Leaf Valley or Xiao Feng, they could tolerate it. But to give it to an unknown martial artist, they couldn't tolerate it, especially the 7 girls from Red Leaf Valley. They were filled with killing intent as they stared at Lin Xian. They couldn't wait to tear him apart. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. Giving the room to him was something he never thought of, but it sounded good. He was worried about not having a room to live in. As for Red Leaf Valley, since he had already offended them, it wouldn't matter if he offended them again. Why? Someone was unconvinced. Humph, I like people who stand up for justice. Can I? The young and beautiful lady boss snorted. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Brother Lin, see you at the academy. Xiao Feng cupped his fists and left with his errand boy. Chapter 707. Lin Xian's unexpected acquisition of the Tempest Courtyard made him the target of envy. The people from the Red Leaf Valley especially wanted to attack him. However, they were stopped by the young and beautiful lady boss. The lady boss was very aggressive and chased away the people from the Red Leaf Valley. The 7 beautiful girls looked unfriendly, but they seemed to be very wary of the Tempest Courtyard, so they did not attack. However, before they left, Su Yu warned in a cold voice, "Kid, how dare you steal from my master? You're dead meat." Master? Everyone was shocked. These 7 outstanding women were actually servants. Just how powerful was their master? Could he be a prodigy from the Red Leaf Valley? Someone guessed. However, no matter what, they all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. Lin Xian pursed his lips. Since he had already offended them, there was no need to be polite. "Sure, we'll talk about this after you enter the academy." Then he ignored the 7 mad women and walked into the Tempest Courtyard with Yufei. Only a group of envious rabbits was left behind. The Tempest Courtyard was very large. It was equivalent to a small mansion. There were landscape gardens, pavilions, and a green lake in the center. It was very beautiful. Lin Xian and Yufei were each given a room and prepared to rest. However, the young and beautiful lady boss came not long after. She carried a few dishes and a pot of spirit wine into Lin Xian's room. The lady boss was very young. Lin Xian estimated that she was only 20 years old. Her snow-like skin was smoother than silk. Her long hair was black, and her big eyes were watery. When she smiled, it was as if she could speak. Her 2 sweet dimples added a bit of cuteness. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. He did not expect the lady boss to personally deliver food. Moreover, combined with the previous incident, he felt that the lady boss seemed to want to get close to him. This made him wary. "How is it? Is your stay comfortable?" the young and beautiful lady boss asked. "Come, have a taste of the dishes I cooked. What do you want me to feed you?" Lin Xian. In the end, he sighed. "Tell me, what's your motive? Purpose?" The young and beautiful lady boss blinked. "Why do you think so?" "You're willing to offend Red Leaf Valley to give me the Storm Courtyard. I'm afraid it's not just because of interest, right? Sigh, you really don't have a conscience. I let you stay in a luxurious house, and you still suspect others." The young and beautiful lady boss lightly snorted. "But to be honest, it really isn't because of Red Leaf Valley." "Then why?" "Because I've seen you before." "Where?" "In a painting. I didn't believe it at first. I didn't think that you really existed." Lin Xian. He didn't quite understand and wanted to ask for clarification. However, the young and beautiful lady boss didn't seem to give him a chance. "All right, enjoy your meal. I have to go. Windsweeping Restaurant is very busy. There are many things that need to be taken care of." With that, she stood up and walked away, swaying her hips. When he opened the door, he saw Yufei walking towards him. The young and beautiful lady boss giggled and then left. Yufei was stunned. Then he seemed to have understood something and revealed a strange smile. He ran into the room and closed the door. He said mysteriously, "Brother Xian, I really admire you. You settled it so quickly." "Settled? Settled what?" Lin Xian didn't understand. "Settled the lady boss. Don't tell me that you two aren't having an affair. Even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it." Yufei had an "I know" look on his face. Lin Xian. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the Storm Courtyard to cultivate while Yufei went out to gather information. Although Yufei's strength was ordinary, he was indeed very good at gathering information. Soon he returned to Lin Xian's room. "Brother Xian, I found out—" "Oh." Lin Xian opened his eyes. "Tell me about it." The Immortal Martial Academy's examination is divided into 3 categories: aptitude, strength, and will. Those who pass all 3 will be able to enter the Immortal Martial Academy. If you're not a disciple from the internal examination, the normal examination rate is around 10%. Moreover, this is under the condition that all of you are geniuses. After hearing Yu Fei's explanation, Lin Xian understood. To put it bluntly, the Immortal Martial Academy wanted geniuses among geniuses. How many days will it start? 3 days. Also, according to my sources, the number of geniuses this time is much more than before. It seems that there's something in the academy that's attracting them. But as for what it is exactly, I don't know. More people. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. You've already gathered enough information. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after I enter the academy. Next, Lin Xian gave Yu Fei a sum of spirit stones and allowed him to stay in Skypool City. Of course, it wasn't in the Storm Courtyard. This place was too expensive. Even for Lin Xian, the price of the house was too high. In these 3 days, not only Lin Xian was gathering information, the others were also gathering information. Not only that, some of the experts were not only gathering information about the examination, but also about their opponents. Wind Sweeping Pavilion, Falling Wind Courtyard. A white-robed figure sat beside the lake like a fairy. Beside her there was a cute girl and a middle-aged scholar. In front of her there was a half-kneeling black-robed man. That white-robed girl was Morong Qingcheng. She actually came to Skypool City as well. How's the investigation going? Miss, it's done. There are a few powerful geniuses staying in the Wind Sweeping Pavilion. Floating Life Courtyard. Xiao Li, a genius from the Sand region. He specializes in the saber, and his strength is estimated to be at the first level of the Venerable Realm. Soaring Cloud Courtyard. Lan Bai specializes in poison, and once poisoned a venerable to death. He seems to be related to the 10,000 Poison sect. Setting Sun Courtyard. Shun Yaotian. First level of the Venerable Realm. He's a disciple of the Shun clan. As for the Storm Courtyard, this person is very special. It's said that when the Red Leaf Valley was competing with others, he was randomly selected by the Lady Boss. Randomly selected? Morong Qingcheng muttered, "Those who can enter this place are no ordinary people." What did you find out? I haven't found anything yet. I only know that his name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Morong Qingcheng was slightly stunned. She then asked, "Is he a young man?" "Yes. I didn't expect him to come here." Morong Qingcheng muttered. She then said, "Very well, you can leave." Yes, the black-robed man respectfully left. He probably came to the Immortal Martial Academy because he heard the news of the Palace of War being sealed. The Wild Palm Scholar said, "Humph, that despicable fellow. I curse him to fail the examination." Ling huffed. Morong Qingcheng was very happy. This is great. After entering the academy, there will be plenty of opportunities. I don't believe that he can reject this time. Miss, although this Lin Xian's talent is abnormal, we still have to prioritize that matter, the Wild Palm Scholar reminded. Don't worry, I know. Morong Qingcheng nodded. If the news is true, then it's too shocking. No matter what, I have to fight for that qualification. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Immortal Martial Academy's examination had begun. The first round tested one's aptitude. It mainly probed one's physique, bloodline, talent, and other innate conditions. In this aspect, Lin Xian's talent was outstanding. His comprehension was extremely high, and his physique was also nourished by the Great Earth Spirit Elixir. However, in the aspect of bloodline, he was ordinary. Compared to those cultivators who possessed the power of bloodlines, he was somewhat ordinary. Chapter 708. In a public square in Heavenly Pool City, there were many strange instruments and arrays. Beside them were the official disciples of the immortal martial academy. In the middle were a few elders. They were the main examiners this time. They looked at the crowd in the public square with a satisfied expression. There are more people than expected this time. Yeah, I hope there are some good seedlings. It's best if they have the power of bloodline. The elders discussed in a low voice. They were looking forward to the examination this time. Those who were in charge of the instruments and arrays were the official disciples. They looked around arrogantly. Instantly, the young male disciples frowned in dissatisfaction, but because of their status, they could only bear with it. On the other hand, the female disciples were staring at the official disciples with infatuation. Some of them were even throwing flirtatious glances at them. Brother Yang, I heard that Goddess Morong is here as well. Is that true? Among the official disciples, many of them were scanning the crowd. They were still young, and it was the time when they were in love. In addition, Murong Qingqing's reputation was too great. Hence, these people were very curious. Yeah, the young man who was called Brother Yang nodded slightly. His gaze swept across half of the crowd and stopped at a spot. Yan Qingyang's lips curled up, revealing a smile that he thought was dashing. That was Murong Qingqing. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were excited. They looked over and saw a beautiful white figure in the crowd. She was like a fairy descending. She was extremely beautiful. So beautiful. The rumors are true. A peerless beauty. Whoever can gain her favor will definitely be blessed by 3 lifetimes. With Brother Yang around, we can definitely get her. The surrounding disciples complimented. You little brat, I like your sweet mouth. Yan Qingyang laughed. He looked at Murong Qingqing with a face full of adoration. He was attracted to such a peerless beauty at first sight. At the same time, he swore in his heart that he must get her. Lin Xian also saw Murong Qingqing. However, he didn't walk over. Instead, he nodded and greeted her from afar. In such an occasion, he would definitely become an enemy of the public if he walked over. Lin Xian didn't want to get into trouble. At the same time, he also saw Xiao Li and Xin Yaotian. Lin Xian also greeted the former. As for the latter, he completely ignored him. Xin Yaotian was so angry that his teeth were itching. His eyes were dark as he stared at Lin Xian, killing intent surfacing. Now that he'd successfully advanced into the Exalt realm, he was absolutely confident in his ability to kill Lin Xian. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Once we enter the academy, see how I'll kill you. Boom. The bell rang, and everyone fell silent. At this moment, an elder from the immortal martial academy stood out and announced in a clear voice, "Let the examination begin." The first segment, the aptitude test, began. Then, everyone started the test according to the order. The test was divided into 10 groups, and each group had 3 light pillars, respectively testing talent, constitution, and bloodline. Every test had a score of 1 to 9. Since most people didn't have bloodline power, they passed with a score of 12 or more. However, the higher one score, the more attention they would receive from the academy. Talent, 5 points; physique, 6 points; bloodline, 0 points failed. Next, the examiner said coldly. Hearing this, the tester left dejectedly. Talent, 7 points; physique, 6 points; bloodline, 0 points pass. Talent, 9 points; physique, 9 points. Lin Xian placed his palm on the first 2 light pillars, instantly causing the examiner to exclaim in surprise. They'd never seen someone with a score of 9 points, and this sound also attracted everyone's attention. Many examiners looked in Lin Xian's direction. At the same time, the elders also looked over curiously. Talent, physique, a score of 9 points. This kind of martial artist is really rare. Looks like another genius has appeared. I wonder how his bloodline is like, another elder asked with concern. Everyone also wanted to know and paid attention. Among them, Murong Qingqing's white clothes fluttered, and her expression carried a trace of anticipation. Shen Yaotian's gaze was gloomy, and he kept cursing in his heart. Under everyone's focused gazes, Lin Xian placed his hand on the third light pillar. However, in the next moment, that testing disciple was stunned. The reason for that was because Lin Xian's bloodline was displayed as 0 points. Bloodline, 0 points. What? 0 points. So he doesn't have bloodline power. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. A few elders showed a trace of disappointment, as if they valued bloodline power very much. Shen Yaotian, on the other hand, sneered. Sure enough, no bloodline power. Humph, a piece of trash. When the time comes, let's see how you compete with me. Yan Qingyang also shook his head, and his expression returned to normal. To be honest, Lin Xian's performance of a score of 9 points made him very nervous. However, now that he saw that the other party's bloodline was 0, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was a genius, but he'd never become a top genius. This was his evaluation of Lin Xian. Bloodline power was very important. It had a heaven-defying effect, especially as one's cultivation increased. The effect of bloodline power became even more prominent. If a martial artist with ordinary talent awakened bloodline power, then he'd become a peerless genius in one leap, because bloodline power was a kind of disguised inheritance. Only when a martial artist with a king or higher level appeared in the family could the bloodline be passed down. That power, once awakened, was very powerful. Lin Xian's talent and comprehension were extremely strong. There weren't many who could be compared to him. However, the first stage still involved bloodline. Therefore, in summary, Lin Xian wasn't outstanding. On the other hand, the other fellows who had bloodline power were very eye-catching. The people of the Immortal Martial Academy seemed to value bloodline very much. Therefore, in terms of proportion, they leaned towards bloodline. Moreover, they paid special attention to the few people who possessed the power of bloodline. Among them, Murong Qingqing, Shen Yaotian, and the rest all displayed bloodline power and attracted the attention of the elders. Lin Xian even noticed that even Xiao Li had bloodline power. "Kid, how are you feeling now?" the dark red divine dragon asked from the demonic beast pouch. "Nothing much. In my opinion, bloodline power is a gift from the ancestors. It's good to have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't have it." Lin Xian's expression was calm, and his eyes flickered. "So, what if I don't have bloodline power? When I reach the king level, I'll also produce my own bloodline power." He was very confident and didn't suffer any blow. "It's okay, you didn't suffer much." The dark red, divine dragon nodded. "Little Xian, remember, you have the great dragon sword soul, which has already surpassed countless bloodline powers. As long as you don't die, you'll definitely be a super expert in the future." Lin Xian still agreed with this point, because he had already seen the power of the great dragon sword soul. That kind of combat strength was truly heaven-defying. So what if he had bloodline power? He had killed more than one Divine Bird Palace martial artist who had the Divine Bird bloodline. Therefore, Lin Xian really didn't take this test to heart. Half a day later, the first stage of the test ended. More than half of the martial artists were eliminated. They were all geniuses from their hometowns, but when they came here, they could only accept the cruel reality. Chapter 709. After the first test ended, everyone's points were revealed. Those who had more than 12 points were considered to have passed. Moreover, the higher the points, the higher the ranking. The higher the ranking, the more attention one would receive after entering the academy. Murong Qingqing was ranked first, followed by Xiao Li and Shen Yaotian. Lin Xian had 9 points and was ranked 4th without bloodline power. Shen Yaotian looked at Lin Xian and snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Lin Xian shook his head slightly when he saw Shen Yaotian's provocative gaze. Shen Yaotian was no longer his match when they were in the Sand region. Now, even if Shen Yaotian had entered the Venerable Realm, he was still no match for him. As for bloodline power, Lin Xian believed that his dragon sword soul could completely suppress it. Therefore, in Lin Xian's opinion, Shen Yaotian's impatient provocation was purely courting death. All right, let's begin the second test, the test of willpower. As soon as the elder finished speaking, half of the martial artists left dejectedly. They had all been defeated in the first test and could only be reduced to spectators at this moment. Lin Xian was not worried about the test of willpower at all. The so-called willpower referred to the heart of martial arts, which was whether one could resist temptation, fear, and other emotions. As a swordsman, Lin Xian had sword intent, and his willpower was far stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, he also had the dragon sword soul, which could destroy everything. It could be said that very few things could affect him. As more than half of the martial artists left, the square suddenly became comfortable and was no longer so crowded. There were originally more than 1,000 candidates, but now there were only about 500 left. This time, the test did not use light pillars but sparkling white jade platforms. Everyone was given a platform and then sat down. Lin Xian discovered that the platforms were engraved with complicated inscriptions that emitted an inexplicable power. More than 500 profound jade platforms combined with the underground formation to form the second stage of the test. The second test begins. As the voice fell, Lin Xian felt the surrounding space distort, and the scenery around him began to change wildly. In the next moment, he discovered that he was in a forest. Whoosh! In front of him, a masked man in black with a long sword in his hand charged quickly. Buzz! The mighty sword Qi quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, but they did not flicker. Puff! Sword Qi slashed down, passing through like smoke. At that moment, Lin Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he could die at any moment. What a realistic illusion! He exclaimed inwardly. That scene just now was too realistic, and he couldn't tell the difference at all. Moreover, the pain was even more realistic. Lin Xian realized that if someone didn't have a strong will, they might die here. Soon, the scene changed, and Lin Xian began the next round of the test. While Lin Xian was taking the test, a change occurred in the square. A few profound jade platforms glowed with white light, teleporting the martial artists on the platforms outside. All the martial artists who were teleported had pale faces and terrified expressions. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They didn't know what kind of assessment these people had gone through, but looking at their state, it was probably very horrifying. Looking at the defeated warriors, the official disciples revealed looks of disdain, while the elders behind them shook their heads slightly. If they can't even withstand the beginning of the test, it's useless no matter how good their aptitude is. Yes, those children are not bad. They passed almost instantly, a red-robed elder said with a smile. He was naturally paying attention to the few people who had bloodline power. That double 90 points is not bad either. He also passed instantly, the white-robed old lady said. A few elders watched and kept nodding. The illusion deepened bit by bit, and the difficulty rose sharply. Many people revealed painful expressions. However, Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the profound jade platform without any reaction. This greatly surprised the elders. Is this child's will so firm? They had never seen such a calm candidate. One had to know that even Morong Qingsheng and the others were frowning. Inside the illusion test, Lin Xian stood calmly with his hands behind his back. A dragon-shaped sword Qi coiled around his body, destroying the illusions. Some of the weaker illusions were already on the verge of collapsing before they even reached Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like the nemesis of these illusions. Not only was he not affected, but he also restrained them. That double 90 points is not simple. A few elders exclaimed. The official disciples were shocked. They were all people who had gone through the illusion test, so they were very familiar with the illusion. It was a martial artist's nightmare. In the end, they couldn't even tell if it was an illusion or reality. However, Lin Xian wasn't affected at all. Yan Qingyang looked at Lin Xian with a gloomy look. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could continue to be so calm. However, in the next moment, a crisp sound shocked him. Not only him, but everyone else was stunned. Even the elders widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. A few of them looked at each other and were too shocked to speak. That was because the mysterious jade platform that Lin Xian was sitting on suddenly cracked open, as if it had been cut open by someone. That was too shocking. After entering the illusion, a martial artist couldn't control his body, let alone cut open the mysterious jade platform. Now, the mysterious jade platform was broken. Could it be that the illusion didn't affect him? A few elders were depressed. They had never seen such a thing. That illusion was extremely terrifying. Not to mention these young people. Even those old monsters of the 4th or 5th honorable realm would be affected. Strange, this is really strange. A few of them couldn't understand. The moment the mysterious jade platform broke, Lin Xian came out of the illusion. After knowing what had happened, his face turned pale. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the great dragon sword soul to attack. Lin Xian muttered to himself. He was a little worried now. What would happen if he broke the mysterious jade platform? That I'm not considered eliminated, right? Lin Xian was a little guilty. The elders suppressed the shock in their hearts as they stared at Lin Xian incessantly. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Little guy, your performance is beyond our expectations. Young man, what's your name? I happen to be lacking a disciple. Are you interested in being my disciple? A few elders asked. Junior Lin Xian greets seniors. Lin Xian stood up and left the square as he said respectfully. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. The official disciples widened their eyes. It was the first time they had seen the elders so enthusiastic. Many people even suspected that they had been affected by the illusion. Yan Qingyang snorted. As a supreme talent, he didn't receive such treatment. How could a young man who had not even entered the sect receive such treatment? Therefore, he looked at Lin Xian with a hint of hostility. As time passed, more and more people were sent out. These people were pale and looked weak. They were in a bad state. Gradually, the number of people in the square decreased. In the end, only a few figures were left. Chapter 710. Only a few figures were left in the square. Those people were Murong Qingcheng, Xiao Li, and the others. In addition, Lan Bai and a few other experts were also persevering. However, the power of the illusion became stronger as they progressed. Even if those people were geniuses, they could not withstand it. Therefore, people were constantly being teleported out, and there were fewer and fewer people in the square. In the end, only Murong Qingcheng, Xiao Li, Lan Bai, and Shen Yaotian were left. I'm sure that Murong Qingcheng will still be first in the second round. Of course, even a fool can see that. She's indeed a genius. Not only is she beautiful, but her strength is also unparalleled. Whoever marries such a woman will definitely be blessed for 10 lifetimes. Everyone was discussing with envy in their eyes. Soon, Lan Bai opened her eyes and sighed as she was teleported out. Not long after, Shen Yaotian was also teleported out. There were only 2 people left in the square. Shen Yaotian realized that Lin Xian had already been teleported out. Then, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Trash. Not only do you have no bloodline power, but your willpower is also trash. So what if you're in the lead for a while? The path of martial arts is a test of comprehensive strength. I'll let you know who the real genius is. Shen Yaotian was extremely heroic. He could not wait to fight Lin Xian and trample him under his feet. In his opinion, Lin Xian must not have passed through the illusion and was teleported out in advance. Lin Xian ignored Shen Yaotian. Instead, he stared at the two figures in the square. Xiao Li was a swordsman. He possessed saber intent and had even condensed a saber soul. His willpower was extremely strong and was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Lin Xian knew that. Therefore, he speculated that Xiao Li would definitely be able to persevere until the end. However, Murong Qingqing's performance was beyond his expectations. Lin Xian had always been unable to see through this famous genius. He did not know what her martial soul was, and he did not even know what her cultivation level was. However, he was sure that Qin Shi had definitely entered the Exalt realm a long time ago. Moreover, it would seem like Qin Shi's natural talent and will were top-rate existences. As expected of the blessed daughter of the heavens, she is indeed valiant. On the square, several elders looked at the beautiful figure and nodded in satisfaction. Time passed slowly as everyone waited anxiously. They had never thought that there would be someone who could compete with Murong Qingqing. Suddenly, Xiao Li furrowed his brows. His body glowed with white light as he was teleported out. It's out. Looks like the outcome has been decided. Murong Qingqing wins. Murong Qingqing's supporters cheered. Not long after, Murong Qingqing was also teleported out. Her forehead was covered with a layer of sparkling and translucent sweat. It seemed that persevering until now was also very difficult for her. All right, the second stage is over. Those who have persisted for more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn have passed the test. Quite a few people sighed and hung their heads in dejection. It was because the second round had eliminated close to half of the people, and those who passed were nervously calculating their rankings. Shen Yaotian's lips curled up in satisfaction because he discovered that he was ranked third. If he could reach the top 3 in the combat test, then his overall ranking would be in the top 3. At that time, after entering the academy, he would receive a reward for being in the top 3. The rewards of the Immortal Martial Academy were extremely generous. We will now announce the rankings, the red-robed elder said in a clear voice. The first place of the second stage is Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? Everyone was stunned, especially those who were teleported out after Lin Xian. All of them had astonished expressions on their faces, as if they had heard wrongly. From their perspective, the first place would definitely be Murong Qingqing because she was the one who had persisted until the end. Even Murong Qingqing herself was astonished. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian, filled with curiosity and astonishment. Xiao Li Lanbai and the other geniuses were also puzzled. This is impossible. Wasn't that brat teleported out very early on? Elder, did you guys make a mistake? Shen Yaotian cried out loudly. He didn't want Lin Xian to take advantage of a loophole and gain a huge advantage. There were also many cultivators who were doubtful. However, some other cultivators were silent because they knew why Lin Xian was judged to be first. Even the official disciples had strange expressions on their faces as they remained silent. Those cultivators who were clamoring about the unfairness seemed to have noticed the situation and quickly asked about it. After knowing the situation, they were all shocked. Gradually, the quarreling in the square became softer. Shen Yaotian was still shouting loudly, "I don't understand. Elder, please enlighten me." He wouldn't let Lin Xian get first place. "Stop quarreling." The red-robed elder pressed down with both hands, emitting a powerful aura. Instantly, the entire square quietened down. Look at Lin Xian's profound jade platform, and you will understand. Hearing this, everyone looked over and exclaimed, Shen Yaotian's body also stiffened, stunned. The profound jade platform shattered? How is that possible? He naturally knew the function of the profound jade platform. It was absolutely impossible to break that thing. At least with their current strength and cultivation, it was impossible to do so. However, the profound jade platform that Lin Xian was sitting on had actually shattered into two. This was too shocking. For a moment, Shen Yaotian's mind went blank. He was stunned on the spot. Murong Qingcheng, Xiao Li, and the others also gasped. They had just experienced the illusion, so they naturally knew how dangerous it was. Lin Xian was actually able to break the profound jade platform. Didn't this mean that the illusion had no effect on him at all? If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. After our analysis, we have decided that the first place is Lin Xian, the red-robed elder said. Anyone who is interested can say it. Everyone was silent. No one spoke. What a joke. Lin Xian had even shattered the profound jade platform. Who would dare to object? Shen Yaotian had also recovered from his shock. However, his expression was extremely ugly. Not long ago, he was still feeling smug, thinking that Lin Xian's willpower was not enough and that he would be eliminated early. Who knew that he would not be affected at all? Not only did he obtain a piece of land, but he even broke the profound jade platform. Thinking back to his previous performance, he realized that he was like a clown. It was extremely laughable. Shen Yaotian's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. After entering the academy, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Murong Qingchen, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xian with joy in her eyes. It wasn't a big deal to her that she didn't get first place. However, the incident this time made her discover something strange about Lin Xian. This made her even more determined to subdue Lin Xian. As if feeling Murong Qingcheng's burning gaze, Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose. In the distance, Yan Qingyang's expression was gloomy as he clenched his fists. He had already seen Murong Qingchen as his woman for a long time, but now her performance had made him furious. Lin Xian, right? After entering the academy, I will properly teach you how to behave. Chapter 711. The red-robed old man quickly announced the rankings. Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, Xiao Li, and Shen Yaotian. Lan Bai took up the top 5 spots. Over 500 people participated in the second round, but only over 200 successfully passed. The elimination rate was terrifying. I'll give you all an hour to rest and recuperate. After an hour, we'll begin the third round. Those who passed the first round sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate. Although there was no battle in the second round, the experience in the illusionary realm caused their soul and mind to be greatly exhausted. That process was 10 times more tiring than a battle. Hence, everyone made use of the time to recuperate so that they could deal with the third round. These people were all geniuses and had all sorts of miraculous pills on them. Hence, an hour was more than enough for them to recuperate. Very quickly, these people opened their eyes. Their eyes glowed with excitement as they looked forward to the third round. As long as they passed the third round, they would be able to enter the Immortal Martial Academy. Once they entered the Immortal Martial Academy, their future would be limitless. An hour has passed. Let's begin the third round. The red-robed old man waved his sleeves, and a palm-sized, exquisite pagoda flew out. It spun in the air and gradually enlarged. Finally, it landed on the square with a loud boom. The pagoda was divided into 7 levels. It was covered with golden spikes and shone with a brilliant light. This is the Tower of Trials. It is divided into 7 levels. Those who pass the first 3 levels are qualified. Now, let the third round begin. As the red-robed old man's voice faded, the Tower of Trials emitted a dazzling light. On the first level, 4 doors opened at the same time. The cultivators who had successfully passed the second stage immediately dashed forward, following which over 200 people entered the Tower of Trials. The third round was a real battle. Of course, it wasn't a real battle between the examinees and real cultivators. Instead, it was a battle using illusionary treasures. Don't underestimate this kind of battle because it was more dangerous than a real battle. The opponents inside were formed according to the characteristics of the cultivators. The Tower of Trials had a total of 7 levels. Passing the first 3 levels was considered a success. Over 200 disciples entered the Tower of Trials, following which the doors on the first level closed. The Tower of Trials was like a small golden mountain standing in the middle of the square. Soon, everyone realized that the trial tower was different because the first floor showed 234 dots of light. They represented the 234 people who had just entered. Lin Xian followed everyone into the Tower of Trials and appeared in an independent space. In the boundless Scarlet Plains, the sky was somewhat gloomy, and the wind was howling all around. If Lin Xian did not have a strong will, he would have thought that he had arrived at the Scarlet Plains. However, he knew that this was all an illusion. Then he was surprised again, because he found that the wind shadow sword on his waist was gone, and so was the high-grade, spiritual-grade inner armor on his body. What replaced it was an ordinary black armor and a black iron longsword. It seemed like he couldn't use his own treasures and could only use the weapons and armors provided by this space. Lin Xian seemed to understand the rules here. He gave it a try and found that he could use his spiritual energy to form a red lotus armor. In other words, his strength was not affected. However, he quickly removed the red lotus armor. According to his speculation, if he died here, it only meant that he had failed the test. He would not really die. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss such a wonderful opportunity to fight. He gave up on the red lotus armor and decided to use the most ordinary weapon to fight. A figure condensed on the Scarlet Plains in front of him. That person was also wearing black armor and holding a black iron sword. He was wearing a black mask and looked like a messenger of the netherworld. Lin Xian could tell from the other party's aura that he was a half-step venerable one. Looks like the first floor is easy. Lin Xian smirked. A half-step venerable one was nothing to him. He held an ordinary black iron sword and drew a black bolt of lightning in the air, instantly stabbing the other party's throat. Poof! The black figure fell and turned into spiritual energy, disappearing from this space. However, 2 more figures soon condensed. A black sword and a black mask. They were both half-step venerable ones. Lin Xian's expression did not change, and he continued to stab with his sword. The black iron sword moved in the air, instantly forming 2 sword shadows that stabbed towards the 2 black-clothed martial artists. Buzz. Bang. The 2 martial artists counterattacked, and one of them retreated like a black ghost. The other formed a seal with both hands, condensing an ancient shield in front of him that covered his entire body. Both of them were very fast and completed in an instant. However, Lin Xian's sword was even faster. Poof, poof. The 2 figures fell and disappeared. Although the 2 of them counterattacked, the difference in strength between them was too great. They were not Lin Xian's match at all. However, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. That was because he realized that the 2 half-step venerable ones had begun to make the best adjustments to counter his attack. Lin Xian's sword was very sharp and fast. Therefore, one of them reacted quickly, while the other strengthened his defense. They were changing according to the characteristics of Lin Xian's sword technique. Interesting. I wonder what's going to happen next? Lin Xian was looking forward to it and continued walking forward. Soon, his figure flashed and disappeared from the first level. In the outside world, countless people were staring at the trial tower in the center. They saw that all 234 light spots had arrived at the second level. However, some of those light spots were fast, some were slow, and some were fast. Did they pass the first level? Those people saw the changes in the light spots and discussed in low voices. They realized that after arriving at the second level, the changes in the light spots were even more obvious. A small portion of the light spots stopped at the second level and immediately rose to the third level. However, most of the light spots remained at the second level. Lin Xian was one of those people who had arrived at the third level. In the second level, there were 3 half-step venerables and 4 half-step venerables, respectively. To Lin Xian, who had condensed his martial soul, the battle was quickly settled. The third level was also filled with black-clothed martial artists, but their cultivation had changed to the first level of the Venerable Realm. Venerable Realm was already an expert of a region. This was also the reason why the Immortal Martial Academy stipulated that as long as one passed the third level, one would be considered to have completed the trial. Those who defeated Venerables were qualified to enter the Immortal Martial Academy. However, it was not easy to kill a Venerable Realm expert. Most people would find it difficult to do so. Of course, Lin Xian was an exception. He had killed more than one Venerable Realm expert. Therefore, he passed the third level easily. In the outside world, everyone exclaimed because they realized that a few light spots had arrived at the fourth level very quickly. At this moment, most people were still struggling on the second level. They passed the third level so quickly, everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Chapter 712. There were a total of 5 people who entered the fourth level first. They were the top 5 in the second round. These 5 people had condensed real martial souls and reached the Venerable Realm. In addition, they were geniuses and had mastered many secret martial arts, so it was easy for them to pass the third round. However, the fourth round was not so easy because there were 2 level 1 Venerables. When 2 Venerables joined forces, their attack power was absolutely terrifying. Although Lin Xian had killed Venerables before, he had never killed 2 Venerables at the same time. Even at the Divine Bird Palace, one person was sent out first. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He knew that this was the beginning of the real battle. In the other illusory realms, the geniuses also looked solemn as they stared at their opponents. At this time, many light spots had entered the third level, but soon they disappeared. Then one figure after another came out of the trial and landed on the square. These people were pale, and their breaths were chaotic. They were all martial artists who had failed on the third level. Not everyone had reached the Venerable Realm. If one did not have the corresponding strength to face a real Venerable, they could only be defeated. The third level was like a natural moat that blocked most of the martial artists. More and more martial artists were sent out of the square. The spectators gasped. At the same time, they were shocked by the red spots on the fourth level. How powerful were they to be able to pass through the third level in such a short time? In the fourth level, Lin Xian's figure was like a ghost. The black iron sword in his hand kept stabbing out like thunder, tearing the air apart. The 2 Venerables opposite him were not weak. They quickly counterattacked. Terrifying light shrouded the surroundings. Every time they collided, the powerful energy would cause a shocking explosion. The black iron sword was like a swimming dragon. Lin Xian used the great strength sword soul to fight against the 2 Venerables. The wind whistled and thunder roared. The sky darkened and the ground sank. Fortunately, they were in an illusory realm. Otherwise, the entire square would be destroyed in one blow. Peacock spreads its tail. One of the Venerables shook his long spear. The sky was full of dazzling spear flowers. Silver light flickered like a peacock spreading its feathers in the air. A vast and terrifying aura instantly enveloped Lin Xian. vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian struck out with his left hand, and a crimson vermilion bird flew out. Its entire body was bathed in fiery light as it soared into the sky. The two forces intertwined and continuously destroyed each other. At this moment, the other supreme expert's attack arrived. Dense blood palm. Bloody light surged and spread 3,000 meters, covering the entire sky. A bright red palm condensed and appeared above Lin Xian's head. Then it crashed down. Starburst. He raised his right hand and stabbed his sword into the sky. The black sword gleam shone brightly as sword chi gathered. Pulling in the spiritual energy in the surroundings, it quickly condensed into a meteor. With a dazzling tail of light, it flew upwards. Boom! The black meteor collided with the blood-red palm. The palm closed its 5 fingers and grabbed it, then quickly smashed it down. Meteor sword chi exploded in midair. Terrifying sword waves swept out in all directions, turning into waves that could be seen by the naked eye. Kill! Lin Xian shouted angrily. He used the illusory demonic steps and rushed towards the two supreme experts. In his hand, the black iron sword was no longer ordinary. Streaks of blazing sword gleam soared into the sky, splitting the void and cutting the ground. They continuously attacked the two black-robed supreme experts. Boom, boom, boom. Every strike was fierce and violent to the extreme. Lin Xian was like a madman. The more he fought, the braver he became. In the end, he directly engaged in close combat. The iron sword was like a black, angry dragon. It roared ferociously as the dragon sword soul was activated to the extreme. Poof! Finally, he found an opportunity to stab the spear supreme expert with the sword. The illusion was very realistic. Blood splattered everywhere as the sword slashed down. Woo-woo. After succeeding with one strike, Lin Xian stepped up his attack. The black iron sword turned into a poisonous dragon and chased after the supreme expert. 13 styles of gale. Sword chi surged like a storm and quickly pierced towards the spear supreme expert. The void was pierced, and the terrifying sword gleam was unstoppable. Lin Xian's goal was simple. He wanted to kill one of them first before dealing with the other. Roar! The spear supreme expert was furious. A demonic peacock condensed on the tip of his spear. It was becoming more and more realistic. Poof! As the spear pierced out, the giant peacock attacked as well, making the power of the spear extremely terrifying. The 5-colored spear gleam created a demonic shadow in the air. It was like a surging divine light that rushed towards Lin Xian. Clang! 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 Lin Xian swung his iron sword, forming a half-moon sword veil around his body. It was as if the moonlight scattered in front of him to protect him. The 5-colored spear gleam was blocked, but the other supreme expert behind him suddenly attacked. His palms were suffused with golden light. Lin Xian tried his best to dodge, but he was still swept in the shoulder. His body immediately smashed into the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground trembled, and a terrifying deep pit appeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian soared into the sky. His body was covered by a sword veil as he charged again. Although he was injured, he could not rest in this situation. He had to solve it as soon as possible. The dragon sword soul roared, and the entire sky trembled. At this moment, Lin Xian's combat power was raised to the extreme. His entire body was like a divine sword. He stood in the void, and his body was emitting a dazzling light that lit up the dark sky. Lin Xian took a step forward and arrived in front of the sanguine palm venerable in an instant. He swung his iron sword quickly. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. In an instant, it cut the sanguine palm venerable's shoulder, revealing his terrifying white bones. Vermilion bird seal. At the same time, He formed a seal with his left palm and hit the sanguine palm Venerable's hand, sending him flying. The iron sword fell again like a black lightning bolt and cut the sanguine palm Venerable apart. The first supreme expert was destroyed. Roar! The long spear Venerable roared and charged again with his spear. Squall style, Lin Xian raised his iron sword in the air and made a killing move. A gale blew, and a red storm blew on the sanguine plain, as if it was going to tear the world apart. The mountain peak was shattered, and the trees were blown away. Everything was destroyed wherever the red storm passed. In an instant, the long spear Venerable was covered and let out a miserable cry. The red storm was everywhere within 100 meters, and the entire ground caved in. However, before the power disappeared, Lin Xian's figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared. In the other illusory spaces, Murong Qingqing's jade-like palms shone like the hands of God. She smashed a Venerable into pieces with one palm. Then she changed her palm into a finger and pointed it out. The thick finger light was like a dragon moving out, and it was extremely terrifying. Soon, her figure also disappeared from the 4th level. As for the others, they were still fighting bitterly. In the outside world, everyone waited patiently. Suddenly, they seemed to have noticed something and stood up excitedly. The 5th level. Someone appeared on the 5th level. 2. It's actually 2 people. Everyone was in an uproar. The difficulty of each level of the trial tower increased exponentially, and the 4th level was 10 times more difficult than the 3rd level. This was something that everyone knew. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.